Chapter 101. Chu Donglai has great faith in his intuition, and these intuition-based warnings have saved his life many times. What a pity, Yi Feng murmured, still feeling a little reluctant. Yi Feng, Chu Donglai, who had been teleported outside the formation, shouted loudly for Yi Feng. He was the one who had been slapped across the face by Yi Feng, but he hadn't been seriously injured. Yi Feng frowned and looked at Chu Donglai. Is this guy a little defiant and wants to cause trouble? Or even have to find someone to mess with him in the future? Yi Feng smiled and said, that works. Anyway, Yi Feng also had his eye on Chu Donglai's talent. However, Chu Donglai did not do anything foolish. He waved frantically at Yi Feng, signaling her to come over. What is he trying to do? Yi Feng looked at the others. Now, seeing that there are so many people here, the 1st District Battle Group has stopped fighting. The main problem is that Yi Feng acted a bit too aggressively. Chu Donglai is no small figure. He is very powerful and, according to others, is someone who can rival the Crown Prince. Now, how can one not be shocked that Chu Donglai was defeated by Yi Feng in one move? No one could answer Yi Feng's question. Fortunately, Yi Feng walked slowly toward Chu Donglai, and no one dared to block her way at this moment. Yi Feng walked to the edge of the arena, where he was only separated from Chu Donglai by a single array of light. This light only blocks energy leakage. It does not block the transmission of sound. Yi Feng, you need to be careful of that prince, Chu Donglai whispered as Yi Feng approached. Why? I suspect he has connections with the Chosen Ones. What I'm asking is, why help me? Huh? Chu Donglai was stunned for a moment. Yi Feng's question was perfectly reasonable. According to normal logic, since he had messed with Chu Donglai and made him lose face, Chu Donglai should not want him to be happy. But now, Chu Donglai not only didn't show any resentment, but instead reminded himself. This doesn't seem right. I just don't like that prince. He's too pretentious, so I investigated him in detail. He suspects that he has a connection with the Chosen Ones, but I don't have any evidence. Besides, I know that I am no match for him with my strength. Otherwise, I would not have made such a big fuss to deal with him. But you should be able to beat him. Chu Donglai explained his reasons for doing so. Yi Feng nodded, indicating his agreement with Chu Donglai's statement. No. After saying that, Yi Feng turned around gracefully, leaving Chu Donglai with a handsome back view. Hey, you need to be careful. Chu Donglai was still a little unwilling, mainly because Yi Feng's attitude was too casual. Yi Feng waved his hand without turning his head. When he returned to the center of the field, Yi Feng crossed his arms and said, You guys continue. Anyone who wants to cause me trouble is welcome to come. Jinzi stood next to Yi Feng. Although no one could see what Jinzi's gaze was like, the aura she exuded just by standing there was enough to make many people dare not look directly at her. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause rang out. Everyone looked at the person clapping. Yi Feng naturally looked at this person as well. Yi Feng from District 13, a member of the Yi family from District 5, is indeed quite formidable. The speaker was dressed in black, with a slightly worn side parting and a very fair complexion, but he seemed to exude an excessive amount of Yin energy. You are the so-called Crown Prince, Yi Feng said. It's all thanks to everyone's kindness. The Crown Prince smiled, which was considered an acceptance. You're really not humble at all. I wonder if you're tough enough to live up to this title. Yi Feng muttered to himself. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, but soon he smiled and said, I'll talk to you later. The timing isn't quite right now. After saying that, the Crown Prince made his move. Unlike the previous passive defense, this time the Crown Prince took the initiative. His movements were like a ghost, not just because he was fast, but because he must have used some kind of movement technique or skill. His figure flashed quickly through the crowd, and whenever he passed by someone, that person would collapse to the ground. Those who lack the ability simply cannot discern what the Crown Prince has done. However, Yi Feng's physique was strong enough, and his 5 senses were naturally far beyond those of ordinary people, so Yi Feng could see very clearly. The prince didn't do anything extra. He simply touched these people on random, unpredictable spots. However, the result was the same. Those whose bodies were touched by the Crown Prince would collapse to the ground, unable to resist. It is indeed a bit strange. Yi Feng nodded in approval. The Crown Prince's actions were even more terrifying than Yi Feng's wild and unrestrained moves. After all, whether it's Yi Feng or Jinzi, Killing someone is killing someone, and they do it openly and honestly. At least, others know why they lost. The prince's moves were baffling. He inexplicably found himself lying on the ground. Even if you are still alive, someone can cripple you, and they can also kill you. The two are not contradictory at all. So who is more terrifying? Why aren't you taking action against your own team members? Feng suddenly asked. This caused the crown prince, who was toying with the others, to pause in his tracks. However, the crown prince did not give any response. Jinzi, help him. We're kind-hearted, aren't we? The crown prince keeps taking down people from other districts, while Feng wants to take down people from the first district. Do they really think we're like those weaklings they have? The people in District 1 expressed their dissatisfaction. They survived an attack by 80 men without suffering any casualties, which shows that they were indeed very strong. Gold can be slashed indiscriminately among a crowd, but that doesn't mean it can be used recklessly among these people. Why don't you try and see? Don't hold back, gold. Isn't it just showing off? Who can't do that? Jinzi hadn't even had a chance to go all out just now. So now he'll show these people what it means to be invincible. The gold has arrived. The golden skull transformed into a beam of golden light. If the light hadn't been so dazzling, the golden figure would have been even harder to spot than the eerie prince. Defense. The people in District 1 are indeed quite high quality. Their ability users have even mastered a collective defensive skill. It means combining the superpowers released by each superhuman to form a defense against the enemy. Only half of the people in the first district are gifted individuals, but the defensive skills used by these 5 people together are quite powerful. As Jinzi approached the eggshell-like defensive shield, he casually slashed at it. This strike failed to break through the defense directly. There's something there, but not much. Feng's lips curled up. This kind of defense is useless. It can indeed block one blow, but can it block a second one? How fast is Jinzi swinging the knife right now? It's no problem for him to make 7 or 8 cuts per second. Chapter 102. The defensive shield shattered. That's impossible. The person in charge of directing the defense was shouting and yelling. Their defensive shields just now blocked the attack of 80 people, leaving the attackers helpless. But what's going on here? He couldn't even withstand 2 blows. So the question is, how strong is this skeleton's attack power? Ability user, attack, melee, defense. As he gave instructions, the man approached the gold, intending to block it from entering their path. If they unite to defend, they might have a chance of winning. But if the gold breaks through their defenses, they will have no chance at all. 4 melee fighters formed a defensive line, all equipped with similar gear, a single-person shield in their left hand and a sword in their right. Standing in a row, they actually looked quite convincing. But they were really too naive. No matter how good their equipment or how strong their skills are, it's useless, because the basic attributes are too different. When the golden knife struck the shield in his hand, a burst of intense sparks erupted from the shield. When Jinzi's second blade struck, the 4 melee fighters, whose shields had been knocked away by the immense force, had no time to defend themselves and could only use their bodies to block Jinzi's bone blade. Even if you wear high-level armor, it's useless for a mortal body. A severed thigh is definitely not allowed to remain on your body. Each of the 4 men lost a leg, and their bodies fell uncontrollably to the ground. At this moment, the powers used by the 5 superhumans arrived. 3 bolts of lightning, 2 large fireballs. It can be said that these are all supernatural abilities that are relatively restrained by gold. However, after the lightning struck the gold, nothing more happened, as if the gold hadn't been struck at all. The other 2 fireballs did have some effect, at least making the 4 people not far from the gold feel the high temperature. Their bleeding wounds scabbed over and stopped bleeding due to the intense heat. The next moment, Jinzi, with a flame still clinging to his body, stepped over the 4 people lying on the ground and headed straight for the 5 superhumans behind him. Even melee classes can't withstand the attack of gold, so what can a superhuman do even if they have some tricks up their sleeve? It can't be stopped. It's simply impossible to stop it. This time it's different, though. These superhumans had their arms cut off by Jinzi, 1 arm for each of them. Nobody can complain about it being unfair. That's it. Time to call it a day. Jinzi returned to Feng's side, as if she hadn't done anything. If you don't admit defeat and fall again, you'll lose your heads. Have you all thought this through? Yifeng looked at the few people in the first district who hadn't admitted defeat yet. Yifeng really likes people with backbone. And of course, Jinzi's bone knife likes it too. I surrender. Under Yifeng's watchful gaze, the people in the first district finally couldn't hold on any longer. Just admit defeat. What else can you do if you don't? They have become crippled and can no longer help the crown prince. Hey, is uncle here? Investigate these people thoroughly. I suspect they have connections with the chosen ones. Yifeng called out from afar. Although he couldn't see where Zhang Chong and the others were, he knew that Zhang Chong could definitely hear what he was saying. Yifeng, you are slandering us. Those people in the first zone who were teleported out of the arena roared angrily. What gives you the right to say that about them? They didn't waste any words with Yifeng. What evidence do they have that they are chosen by God? Slander? The other regions are a disorganized mess, but your first region is behaving like a well-trained legion. Don't tell me that all of the first regions are like this. Everyone has only been enrolled for a month. Even if the prince is powerful and can make everyone believe in him, it's too late. But to expect those who follow you to obey orders in such a short time is utterly absurd. Therefore, Yifeng suspects that these people are part of the same organization. I don't need to elaborate on what this organization is, right? Moreover, this suspicion actually confirmed what Chu Donglai said. The crown prince was related to those favored by the gods, and these people were all those favored by the gods and protected the crown prince. That makes sense. Yifeng's words had an effect. Without Yifeng's reminder, no one would have taken the situation in Zone 1 seriously. Now, everyone realized that there was indeed a problem. We all enrolled at the same time. So why are the people in Zone 1 so much more civilized? Are all the people in our other regions trash? That doesn't seem right. Zhang Chong took out his phone. He would definitely take anything his nephew asked him to do seriously. Yifeng, I originally wanted you to come with me, but now it seems you don't really cherish this opportunity. The crown prince looked at Yifeng. This time, the crown prince's eyes no longer held a smile. Instead, they were filled with murderous intent. Those who follow the crown prince are indeed all his men. Although these people's identities could be verified, the crown prince would not allow Yifeng to be so arrogant in front of him. The crown prince did not want to kill Yifeng in front of everyone, as it would have a bad influence. But now, the crown prince feels that Yifeng has found a way to die. Cherish? You mean, if I'm made to be your dog, I have to cherish it. Don't you know who I am? Are you really that out of touch? Yifeng retorted, showing no respect whatsoever to the crown prince. Well, the crown prince began to use his full strength. Those who were struck by him again were no longer simply limp on the ground. They even cried out in pain, and some even rolled on the ground, disregarding their dignity. After about 5 or 6 minutes, everyone was lying on the ground. Now, only the crown prince and Yifeng remained standing in the arena. Why don't you hurry up and admit defeat? If someone gets trampled to death in a moment, it has nothing to do with me. Nobody can try to scam me. Yifeng shouted. Those who lay on the ground without immediately admitting defeat now understood what Yifeng meant. The individual competition seems to be starting ahead of schedule. One by one, people admitted defeat, but some were stubborn and refused to give up. Instead, they crawled towards the edge of the field. This person is quite intelligent. This is a team battle, and his team will definitely not be able to get first or second place. However, he is smart enough that as long as everyone else concedes defeat, his team can get a good third place without bloodshed. Just as he happily climbed to the edge of the field, he suddenly turned around and felt insulted. Because many people followed behind him, clearly all vying for third place. They're a bunch of people who aren't even afraid of death. Gold, teach them a lesson they won't forget. Yifeng wouldn't let others take advantage of him for free. Everyone wanted to reap the benefits, but little did they know, everyone was willing to be the fisherman. Gold has been added again. Did he really think Yifeng only killed people in the first district? If Yifeng really got ruthless, he would even cut himself, let alone others. Chapter 103. I give up, I give up. Damn it, you two lunatics, we give up. We can't take advantage of the chaos. We have to admit defeat. Soon, only Yifeng and the crown prince remained in the arena. Yifeng, come work for me. The crown prince was still inviting Yifeng. Clearly, he had some ulterior motives towards Yifeng. I'm curious, what talents do you have? Yifeng looked at the crown prince with curious eyes. Come with me, and I'll tell you. Don't be so ambiguous. I have someone I like, and I won't like you. Haha, you're quite interesting. To show my sincerity in inviting you, I'll concede and let you win first place in the team competition. After saying this, the crown prince was teleported away, leaving Yi Feng looking completely bewildered. Why would you let me? Yi Feng couldn't quite understand the crown prince's thought process. Do you think your admission of defeat is a blessing? How can this person be so self-righteous? First place in the group, District 13. With only Yi Feng remaining in the arena, there was naturally no dispute about who would take first place. Subsequently, Yi Feng was also teleported back to District 13, where those who needed treatment had already been treated. The medical standards in Zone 1 are truly impressive. You can't tell these guys were injured before. Chu Donglai, with a shameless grin, came over and asked, Yi Feng, do you sense anything's wrong? I feel like something's off about you. Yi Feng rolled her eyes at Chu Donglai. This prince is indeed a bit strange, but to insist that he has a connection with the divine favor is a bit far-fetched. If the crown prince comes from a powerful family, it's normal for them to train some subordinates of the same age for their own children. No, something's really not right. He's not from any family, yet he has so many loyal subordinates. Does that make sense? Furthermore, according to my investigation, he didn't provide any resources or support to his subordinates at all. On the contrary, those guys provided him with resources. Does that make sense? Chu Donglai asked 2 questions in a row. If you insist on saying that the crown prince has any personal charm, Yi Feng would definitely disagree. How could that effeminate crown prince have as much personal charm as him? Even someone with Yi Feng's personal charisma needs resources and money to win over Han Dong and his group. If you don't give people benefits, why should they follow you? After Chu Donglai said that, Yi Feng also began to have doubts. Stop joking. Do you really think those big shots are idiots? You can see it, but they can't. Yi Feng still rejected Chu Donglai. Never assume that everyone else is a fool. Otherwise, you'd be the real fool. The crown prince's high profile has surely attracted a lot of attention. Can the investigation capabilities of those big shots be inferior to that of a little kid like Chu Donglai? Since the bigwigs haven't said anything, it means there's nothing wrong with the crown prince. Those favored by the gods wouldn't dare to be so high profile. Sigh, I'm telling the truth. They're all saying that this prince's profession isn't actually S-level, but a higher SS level. But I just don't believe it. There are too many things about him that could be questioned. We'll definitely go to the training camp together in the future. I'll go with you then, and we can investigate him together, okay? Wanna follow me? Yi Feng looked at Chu Donglai. Chu Donglai nodded to Yi Feng. It's normal that Yi Feng could see through it. Chu Donglai really wanted to associate with Yi Feng. These days, you can't live well without forming cliques. Although Chu Donglai's family background is also quite good, there are more heirs in his family than Yi Feng, who only has his older brother. If he can get Yi Feng's help in the future, he will be able to reap even more benefits. Moreover, his older brothers and sisters all have their own little gangs. Chu Donglai originally wanted to be the gang leader himself, but being the leader was too much trouble and effort. His strength had not reached the level that could crush others. To put it bluntly, he could not command the respect of the gang. Therefore, after being dealt with by Yi Feng, Chu Donglai developed the idea of following Yi Feng. He's quite honest, fatty. Make a note of his situation. He's working for us from now on. Yi Feng called out to Pang Liang. Pang Liang enjoys gathering all sorts of information. Regardless of his future strength, he is a talented individual, so Yi Feng is very willing to take Pang Liang under his command. Okay, Brother Feng. Come here, Brother Donglai. Let's register here quickly. Pang Liang actually took out a small notebook. Okay, Brother Feng. You must pay attention to that prince tomorrow. Be careful. Chu Donglai reminded Yi Feng. Okay, come have a meal with us if you're free. After the team competition, the players didn't need to worry about anything else. Someone else would take care of it. For the rest of the day, they can simply conserve their energy and prepare for tomorrow's individual battles. Yi Feng's reason for inviting Chu Donglai was quite simple. This guy knew about the training camp, and Yi Feng wanted to find out more. Yi Feng wanted to know at least how many people could get into the training camp, and he wanted Nangong Shui to go with her. Chu Donglai naturally wouldn't refuse Yi Feng and readily agreed. Even several of Chu Donglai's close friends from the 2nd district came along. Our nephew is more capable than us. Zhang Chong had been keeping an eye on Yifeng, and seeing that Yifeng had won over Chu Donglai, Zhang Chong was very pleased. The more successful one's younger generation is, the happier the elders will be. Uncle Yi made the right decision to send him to the training camp ahead of time. Su Ming nodded with a smile. They hadn't thought of this before. Their idea was to let Yifeng train step by step, make a name for himself, and then naturally enter the training camp when he graduated from university. But now, being able to enter the training camp 4 years earlier is a huge advantage for Yifeng. The dangers within the training camp were hardly a threat to Yifeng, because none of them are confident they can acquire Yifeng's gold. With skills like that, he would be considered top tier even in a training camp. If Yifeng were to undergo training at the camp, how much would his strength improve? Perhaps, by the time Yifeng comes out of the training camp, he will already have the ability to explore the underground caves. Your Highness, should we do something underhanded tomorrow? In the first district, one of the people surrounding the prince asked a question with great respect. No need. Give him a day and see if he can figure it out. If he can't, then cripple him. Yes, I understand. Sure enough, these people were all the crown prince's subordinates. Chu Donglai wasn't lying. As for how to remove Yifeng, the crown prince already knew what to do. Yifeng relies on the skeletons he summons. If you cripple his skeletons, Yifeng won't have any other abilities. Chapter 104. Can Yifeng figure this out? It would be strange if anyone could figure it out. Yifeng hadn't thought anything through at all. After a busy day, I was even dragged out for a few drinks by my uncles in the evening. Fortunately, Yifeng has a strong constitution, and a little alcohol cannot numb his nerves at all. He remained sober until the very end. Nangong Shui, however, had drunk a bit too much, and surprisingly, she shed tears while clinging to Yifeng. Xiao Xue, what's wrong? Why are you crying? The moment Nangong Shui shed a tear, Yifeng immediately stopped crying. Although Nangong Shui has never had any opinions of her own and always listens to Yifeng, she is a very strong child who has hardly ever shed a tear. Yifeng, I'm so useless. Nangong Shui, emboldened by the alcohol, leaned on Yifeng's back and poured out her heart. Why is it no longer working? I can't help you with anything. I thought I could help you in the future, but I... Nangong Shui couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, and her tears fell even more heavily. Nangong Shui's worries were not unfounded. Watching Yifeng become more and more powerful, and the less she could understand him, Nangong Shui felt utterly useless. Yifeng can empathize with this situation. If Yifeng hadn't obtained the golden talent, he would be the one feeling bad now. A mere E-rank skeleton commander can't really help Nangong Shui. The distance between them will only grow further. But how can we persuade them to stop? Yifeng, I want to go somewhere. Nangong Shui suddenly became serious. What are you trying to do? Don't do anything reckless. Yifeng was very nervous. We can't let Nangong Shui go down a path of no return. What method can quickly improve a person's strength? Don't ask. The answer is to join the chosen ones. Seeing Yifeng's nervous expression, Nangong Shui burst into laughter through her tears. What are you thinking? I'm going to join a special training camp. Actually, they invited me a long time ago, but I didn't trust you to do it yourself back then, so I didn't accept their invitation. Now, I want to accept their invitation. What training camp? I'll go ask my uncle. It's a special training camp belonging to the Federation, specifically for training fire magic and other types of superpowered individuals. I can get more professional guidance and resources there. Let me ask my uncle first. If there are no problems, I can go. Yifeng was still worried that the training camp Nangong Shui mentioned might not be a legitimate place, so he didn't agree immediately. Good. Nangong Shui wasn't angry at Yifeng's words. On the contrary, she was very happy because she knew that Yifeng was worried about her. After Yifeng had arranged for Nangong Shui to rest, he went back to find Zhang Chong and asked about the training camp that Nangong Shui had mentioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong gave an affirmative answer, confirming that the organization that invited Nangong Shui was indeed affiliated with the Federation, and that Nangong Shui would indeed receive better training there. As for the place Yifeng is going, although Nangong Shui can barely get in, she definitely won't be taken seriously, because that place is full of freaks like Yifeng, and S-rank Nangong Shui can only be considered at the bottom at present. After listening to Zhang Chong's explanation, Yifeng understood what was going on. The next day, The first thing Nangong Shui saw after waking up was Yifeng. Yifeng stayed by Nangong Shui's side all night without closing his eyes. "You're not asleep?" Nangong Shui stood up, frowning as she stared at Yifeng. "About that training camp, your uncle said there's no problem. It's really suitable for you. Do you really want to go?" Yifeng was reluctant to part with Nangong Shui. He didn't want her to be too far away from him. However, Yifeng cannot be so selfish. He can make sure he can protect Nangong Shui, but is Nangong Shui willing to be protected by Yifeng forever? Lovers need to respect each other. Yifeng understands this. "Yes, I want to go. I don't want to fall too far behind you." Nangong Shui's drunkenness had worn off, and she nodded seriously to Yifeng. "Okay, let's go then." Nangong Shui smiled and took Yifeng's hand. After Nangong Shui finished washing up, the people from District 13 had breakfast together. At 8 a.m. sharp, all participants regrouped in yesterday's arena. This time, the distinctions between the regions are not so clear-cut, because today's competition is an individual event, not a team competition. However, two distinct small groups emerged on the field. There was a group of people surrounding the Crown Prince, and another group was Yifeng's group. Today's individual competition wasn't actually that fair. There were 10 arenas set up in the venue, and according to the official statistics, they gave 10 seeded players to defend their positions and face challenges from everyone else. As long as you can take someone else's place, you can get a ranking and a reward. This model actually has flaws. If someone has a large number of followers, they can use their numerical advantage to overwhelm the other contestants. For example, right now, Yifeng, as the last person standing in the team competition, was naturally placed in the number 1 arena and became the number 1 seed player. The prince stood on the number 2 arena not far away, watching Yifeng. "Yifeng, have you thought it through?" The crown prince's attitude remained arrogant, showing no sign of restraint. "Get out." Yifeng was in a bad mood. After this competition, he will have to part ways with Nangong Shui, so it's no wonder he's in a good mood. The crown prince frowned. He hadn't expected Yifeng to still have this attitude after just one night. This is unacceptable to the crown prince. "Since you're being so disrespectful, then don't blame me." Then, the crown prince nodded to those who were with him. In a short time, as many as 30 or 40 people surrounded the number 1 arena, all of them wanting to challenge Yifeng. There are quite a few lackeys. "Am I being too lenient?" Yifeng muttered, stroking his chin, completely ignoring the people below the arena. Those in the stands also noticed the foul play. This unfair situation naturally resonated with some people, and many cheered for Yifeng. However, the rules are the rules, and they won't change because of any one person. Yishin clenched his fists tightly in the VIP room. How could Yishin be happy when his grandson was being targeted like this? Is this prince really all right? Yishin didn't know anything about the first district, and he didn't want to get involved. But now that the crown prince is targeting Yifeng, Yishin has to take this seriously. There was no problem at all. We also felt something was very wrong and investigated him for a long time, but everything was perfectly normal. "What's abnormal is what's normal," Yishin replied. "Without resources or family wealth, is it really possible to raise such an extraordinary and monstrous individual? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yifeng's talent is already top-notch, but without Yishin and Zhang Chong's help, what level of strength would Yifeng have now?" This illustrates the importance of resources. Chapter 105. Yishin's words resonated with many people, but without any evidence. Even if they are powerful and have a high status, they cannot arbitrarily punish a prodigy. If everyone did this, the Federation would no longer need to be maintained. If anyone isn't one of our own prodigies, we can just label them and kill them off. The Federation will soon be in a state of talent shortage. Look, there's no fear on your grandson's face. Yes, if he really did use some underhanded tactics, we can just call a halt. Those who can sit with Yishin are not ordinary people. They all know what Yishin is worried about. Yishin simply grinned and remained silent. You all think that Lao Tzu's grandsons all rely on his skull? Furthermore, they believe that this skeleton is unique, and if it is lost, it needs to be recultivated? A bunch of ignorant old devils. Seeing that Yishin didn't speak, the others naturally kept quiet and all looked towards the arena. The arena where Yifeng was standing has now been occupied by other players. More than 30 people signed up to participate in the competition, and everyone around the arena registered. I have something I want to ask you. Yifeng spoke first before the competition began. What is it? The referee in the arena looked at Yifeng. Actually, the referee was a little flustered because his skills were not as good as Yifeng's. If Yifeng really wanted to do something, there was nothing he could do to stop him. I'd like to ask, in this kind of challenge, you can't just give up right away, can you? I don't have time to play house with them. If they give up as soon as they step on stage, then it's no fun, right? Yifeng wasn't asking the referee. He was looking towards the stands. Right. Yifeng is right. That's right. Even if Yifeng runs out of energy in the end, we should still teach these guys a lesson. Yifeng's approval rating is quite high, and even those who don't approve of Yifeng don't dare to say anything at this time. Because there are too many people around them who support Yifeng, they don't know if Yifeng will be in trouble if they express any different opinions, but they are definitely doomed and will be ganged up on. Hearing the overwhelming cheers, the referee frowned. There really aren't any special rules about this, because in the past, only confident people would take on this challenge. No one would willingly come forward to invite humiliation. Okay, then let's stipulate that you can't concede within 1 minute. The referee didn't speak, but the higher-ups did. Yifeng is being targeted like this, so of course he deserves some special privileges. That's fine, no problem. Oh, by the way, if I accidentally kill someone, I probably won't be punished, right? After all, swords and blades have no eyes, so it's normal to lose control, right? During team fights, Yifeng held back and didn't go all out. Today, these guys actually want to die? Yifeng will definitely grant their wish. Do they really think Yifeng won't kill anyone? Just do your best. There are no strict requirements. The referee was sweating bullets. Yifeng's words were filled with murderous intent. Anyone could tell that Yifeng was preparing to kill someone. Those who were preparing to challenge Yifeng were dumbfounded. If Yifeng intentionally kills someone, none of them can withstand it. No, we don't agree. Yes, Yifeng is so strong. If he were to commit murder intentionally, who among us could stop him? Shut up, you idiot. Yifeng shouted angrily. You know you can't win, yet you still come to challenge us. You know what kind of people you are? Since you've already chosen sides, you have to take responsibility for your choices. Right? Yifeng coldly glanced at the people below the arena, those who were already dumbfounded. I'm withdrawing now. I'm not challenging Yifeng anymore. See, people are all very much following their hearts. Seeing that Yifeng was about to kill someone, all of these guys chickened out. Rather than following in the footsteps of the prince and drinking his soup, they felt it was better to survive. No, your challenge has already been submitted. You can't withdraw. The leader dealt these guys a heavy blow to their spirits. They won't let you log out. Do you really think this is a game where you can play whenever you want and go home whenever you don't? Stop messing around, okay? Yifeng smiled. How many people should we kill? Yifeng, do you dare kill my men? The crown prince threatened Yifeng again. No one challenged the crown prince. He was just watching the show. Referee, you may begin. Yifeng completely ignored the crown prince's intentions and looked at the referee. Are you ready? The referee wasn't asking Yifeng. He was asking Yifeng's opponent. I'll wait. Wait a minute. Does this mean I can give up if I can last for 1 minute? Originally, this person thought that being the first to step onto the stage would be a chance to be the center of attention and a great opportunity to show off. Now, he really wants to give this opportunity to someone else. He doesn't want it at all. Yes. The referee nodded. Let's see if you can last a minute. You're all the same. Yifeng said with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Hold on for 1 minute. Hee. All right, both sides are ready. Let's begin. Gold. Kill them one by one. Don't hold back. Just chop off their heads. Yifeng gave the order, and he did so in front of everyone. I'm just deliberately chopping off your head. What can you do about it? The next moment, Jinzi's figure transformed into a ball of golden light. Gold is being traded much faster these days. Because today's gold item carries the agility trait, it gains an additional 20% speed. The fighters on the stage didn't even have time to react before a large head flew into the air. Before the head even hit the ground, the gold had already returned to Yifeng's side. This scene shocked everyone, including the bigwigs in the VIP room. Only Yishun remained calm and collected, holding his teacup and constantly blowing on the steam inside. Old Yi, you son of a b***** siege. Hee. How could his skeleton be so powerful? How many bones did you give him? Great, great. Doesn't this give our Federation a fearless suicide soldier? The old men think very far ahead. Gold is indeed fearless. If cultivating such a gold doesn't require too many bones, then in some dangerous places, there's no need for others to take risks. Just let the gold explore the way. And there are quite a few places like that nowadays. The Federation desperately needs a loyal follower like him. Calm down, everyone. Now, do you still think that me sending him to that place was an abuse of privilege? Old Yi, stop joking. Exactly. We've been old buddies for a while now. Do you really think you can find fault with us? Old Yi, you know what's going on with my family, could you? No, don't even think about it. My grandson is still young, and his skeleton isn't strong enough. Yi Shun rejected the man before he could finish speaking. Chapter 107. Yi Feng actually understood things very well. Among these people, the prince's true lackeys would definitely not buy bones. Those who want to buy bones to save their lives are all traitors. These people are optional. Killing them or not is fine, but if we really kill so many, it seems like it would be difficult to handle the situation. So, the auction has begun. Yi Feng wasn't in a hurry at all, but the person bidding was very anxious. They couldn't find the beast god's bones anytime soon, so these bones were their chance to survive. Who wouldn't cherish them? Yi Feng doesn't care about the price of the bone auction. Money is just a number to Yi Feng now, and he doesn't care about it at all. Yi Feng planned to let Han Dong take the money to develop his power, and he didn't care how it would ultimately turn out. After the auction ends, the contest will continue. Those who managed to buy the bones were overjoyed, while those who didn't felt as if their entire family had died. Yi Feng, don't be so arrogant. Today you will die. The prince's lackey was indeed very tough, and he started shouting as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Useless thing, Yi Feng said coldly. Then Jinzi made her move. Would it be difficult for Jinzi to kill these people? Regardless of whether they are chosen by the gods or whatever, they are all worthless. On the arena, heads kept rolling. At this point, the people in the stands also realized that something was wrong. The prince's henchmen are too powerful, aren't they? Who wouldn't be afraid to see heads rolling in front of their eyes? But these die-hard loyalists of the crown prince were truly fearless. Each of them would fiercely mock and provoke Yi Feng after taking the stage, as if the word fear did not exist in their hearts. In contrast, those traitors who failed to acquire the bones begged for mercy as soon as they came to power, saying all sorts of nice things, which stood in stark contrast to the prince's die-hard loyalty. Yi Feng is a man of his word. Anyone who can't produce the beast god's bone must die. Even being a traitor requires a certain level of ability, right? If you don't have the ability, you'll be looked down upon even if you're a traitor. They will die. Finally, all the underlings were dealt with, and the prince took the stage. Yi Feng, you could have lived. The crown prince's face was grim. Initially, the crown prince didn't take Yi Feng seriously, even though Yi Feng caused considerable losses to the chosen ones. If the crown prince could recruit someone like Yi Feng, it would be entirely beneficial for him. Therefore, the crown prince was very willing to give Yi Feng a chance to follow him. However, Yi Feng did not appreciate it at all, which angered the crown prince. Whether the prince wants a capable lackey or not is entirely up to him. Now, the crown prince no longer wants Yi Feng, his lackey, so he wants Yi Feng dead. As for the consequences of killing Yi Feng and how the 5th district will react, what does that have to do with the crown prince? If the crown prince doesn't want to die, even the most powerful kings within the Federation can't kill him. You talk too much nonsense. Come on, let me test your skills. Yi Feng beckoned to the crown prince with his finger. At this moment, many powerful individuals were already on the sidelines, ready to provide assistance at any time. The death of either of these two would be a loss to the Federation, especially Yi Feng. Yi Feng's strategic value is greater than that of the crown prince. All right, the prince nodded slowly and drew his long sword. Gold, kill him. Yi Feng had no intention of doing anything himself and watched Jinzi perform the whole time. Jinzi used the same trick again, approaching the prince at overwhelming speed. The bone knife was already in motion, waiting for the prince's head to fall to the ground. However, the prince's figure was truly ghostly. When the gold approached him, his body twisted irregularly, narrowly dodging the bone knife. The blade wind created by the bone knife slicing through the air did not cut the prince's skin. After the prince let the gold pass, he rushed towards Yifeng. Although the crown prince already had a way to kill Jinzi, he now wanted to kill Yifeng even more. Because if Yifeng's skeleton is ruined, Yifeng will definitely admit defeat, which won't satisfy the crown prince. Yifeng killed so many of his men. How could the crown prince be satisfied if he didn't kill Yifeng? He does have some skill. Yifeng understood how the prince had dodged the gold attack. It must be said, this crown prince is indeed quite something. Yifeng doesn't possess such ghostly dodging skills. If Yifeng can master this technique, his reaction speed will improve by several levels. Just as the prince charged toward Yifeng, the gold that had missed the prince was returned to him. Gold activated the king's domain and summoned the skeletons. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the number of skulls on the stage increased from 1 to 6. Yifeng showed no intention of moving. His hands remained in his pockets, and he didn't even flinch at the sword at his waist. Jinzi was much faster than the crown prince. Before the crown prince could reach Yifeng, Jinzi charged back and swung his sword at the crown prince again. The prince, of course, could not withstand Jinzi's slash head-on, so he dodged in advance. As he dodged, Jinzi rushed over again, past the prince, and stood in front of Yifeng. With gold blocking Yifeng's path, the crown prince naturally couldn't get any closer. Although he was able to dodge Jinzi's attacks with skill, the prince was not confident that he could dodge all of Jinzi's attacks in close combat. Jinzi swung his knife extremely fast, posing a significant threat. Humph! The prince reached into his robes and took out a porcelain bottle, a gift he had prepared for Jinzi. The next moment, the prince threw the porcelain bottle in his hand at the golden skull. The distance between them wasn't far, only about 4 or 5 meters, a distance from which they were unlikely to miss. Because Yifeng was right behind Jinzi, even if Jinzi had the ability to dodge, she couldn't possibly dodge. So, Jinzi swung his knife and slashed at the porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle was shattered, and white powder exploded. Because the gold was so close, the bones would definitely be stained by the powder. The crown prince gave a cold smile. This bone-dissolving powder is not a product of surface human technology. It's a valuable resource from underground, specifically designed for bones. Although it's not specifically designed for skeletons, it's perfect for this scenario. Yifeng frowned. He could sense the state of the gold. The powder is indeed having some effect. The gold's bones are being corroded by it, and the internal structure of the bones is changing at an extremely rapid pace. If there were enough powder, Jinzi's body would indeed not be able to withstand it. But the problem is that Jinzi's body did not get too much of this powder on it. After the effects of the powder wore off, Jinzi was still standing firmly in front of Yifeng. As for the crown prince, 5 skeletal figures had already surrounded him. The crown prince's eyes widened. He was waiting for Jinzi's body to crumble into a pile of bones. However, the gold did not change at all, which shocked the prince. He knew all too well the power of the treasure he had brought from underground. Chapter 108. Get out of here, all of you, the prince roared. Faced with the attack of the skeletons, the prince had nothing to fear. After all, these skeletons and skeletal remains were indeed far inferior in attributes and could not deal with the prince. The prince's figure kept appearing and dodging around these skeletons. Every time he left a skeleton, the skeleton would scatter into bones on the ground. Your finger technique is quite something. Did you learn it from women? Yifeng extended 2 fingers and beckoned to the crown prince. The prince squinted at Yifeng, but his hands showed no sign of stopping. Soon, all 5 skeletons crumbled into bones. Your skeleton has some merit, but not much, the prince commented on Yifeng. That's enough to deal with you. How about we make a pact that neither of us will admit defeat? Yifeng said to the crown prince. This prince is indeed something special. If it were a real life-or-death battle, Yifeng would certainly be confident that he could kill this prince. But now, this is a ring battle, and the prince can concede defeat. As long as the crown prince admits defeat, the teleportation array will take him away. Yifeng is absolutely confident that he can defeat the crown prince, but killing him will be a bit difficult. The prince did not respond. He charged at Yifeng again. Do you really think having a skull in your face will help? If the prince can bypass the gold once, he can bypass it twice and 3 times. Jinzi did not charge forward, but instead swung his bone knife at the charging prince. The prince had gotten used to Jinzi's attack rhythm, and he anticipated and dodged. However, the crown prince did not anticipate that Yi Feng would also kill people. Yi Feng had already taken his hands out of his pockets, with his right hand gripping the hilt of the knife. As the prince skillfully dodged the golden bone knife slash and charged straight at him, Yi Feng drew his Tang sword. Slash. Yi Feng knew that with the crown prince's skill level, it would be difficult for him to strike the crown prince. This was not his only chance to strike the crown prince, but it was close. Therefore, Yi Feng will definitely not hold back in this strike. The two were already very close, and Yi Feng didn't hold back at all. A vertical slashing blade of energy shot straight towards the prince's face. Groove. The prince cursed loudly, and his blood and qi suddenly surged up. Then, his body moved sideways in an even more ghostly way. This can no longer be achieved through mere skill. It must be some kind of expertise. The prince dodged too quickly. Although Yi Feng's attack was unexpected enough, the prince still managed to dodge it. However, the prince's movement slowed considerably after dodging Yi Feng's attack. The way he had dodged must have taken a toll. Then it became a 2-against-1 situation. Jinzi acted entirely according to Yi Feng's ideas. Their cooperation was as smooth as the left hand cooperating with the right. The prince dodged the attack of a single gold piece with ease, but when faced with the combined attack of Yi Feng and the gold piece, his dodging skills were of little use. He could only retreat while dodging, and it became difficult for him to get close to Yi Feng again. You really are a rat. You wouldn't actually be a chosen one of the gods, would you? I'm starting to believe what Chu Donglai said. Yi Feng slashed and spoke at the same time, trying to disturb the prince's emotions. The crown prince, of course, would not be so easily disturbed. He didn't even pay attention to Yi Feng's meaning, as if he hadn't heard what Yi Feng said. No answer? That means you agree. If you really are a chosen one, then that's interesting. Your status must be quite high, right? Get out of my way. The prince suddenly went berserk, and a surge of blood energy erupted from his body, a force with tremendous propulsion. Yi Feng was pushed away uncontrollably, which surprised him greatly. Yi Feng knew that his current attributes far surpassed those of the crown prince, whose strength lay in the techniques and skills he possessed. But now, the crown prince can push me away with a single outburst. What kind of trick is that? Fortunately, the gold wasn't pushed away. That's a racial talent, and a latent one at that. This kind of thrust is based on the situation of blood and qi running wildly. The gold has no points of force to bear, and it is full of holes. The impact of blood and qi energy cannot generate much impact force at all. I surrender. The crown prince decisively admitted defeat. Their fight had long exceeded a minute. Knowing that he could not defeat Yi Feng today, the crown prince was unwilling to continue fighting Yi Feng. The crown prince already knew fairly well what abilities Yi Feng possessed, and he couldn't let Yi Feng see more of his trump cards. That way, we can catch Yi Feng off guard next time. No one expected the crown prince to admit defeat so readily and so unpredictably. Yi Feng frowned. You're admitting defeat already? These guys who follow you are truly pathetic. Before Yi Feng could finish speaking, the prince was teleported off the arena. Only then did the thunderous cheers erupt. The organizers went to great lengths for this battle. To accommodate those whose eyesight couldn't keep up, the entire battle was broadcast live, and it's still being streamed now, as the battle speed was slowed down by half. This will allow more people to understand the battle between Yi Feng and the crown prince. So the cheers were indeed a little late, and that was only because their battle ended quickly. Otherwise, the cheers would have been even slower. He was teleported away from the crown prince and sent to the second arena. His face was gloomy, and he didn't look at Yi Feng. At this point, saying anything harsh is useless. Yi Feng looked at the crown prince, and after a few seconds, he grinned. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Yi Feng asked slowly, as if he didn't take the crown prince seriously. Will anyone else challenge Yi Feng? There is no one, of course. Even the crown prince is no match for Yi Feng. So who else could be Yi Feng's opponent? Yi Feng had already secured first place, and the crown prince had actually secured second place. Their strength was so overwhelming that the other participants couldn't even see their taillights. This guy is hiding a lot of things, but I think I'm the same. Since no one challenged Yi Feng looked at the crown prince again. Yi Feng knew very well that the crown prince would not let the matter rest. However, it's as if Yi Feng would let this prince off the hook. Being targeted by such a guy is not a good thing. It's best to get rid of him as soon as possible so that Yi Feng can have peace of mind. The subsequent battles all took place on the remaining arenas, but these battles were no longer interesting and the audience didn't pay much attention to them. The individual competition ended in about half an hour. Yi Feng led the way to the stage to receive the award, but the crown prince, that guy, started being sarcastic at that moment. Chapter 109. Yi Feng, you won't be smug for long. I have many ways to kill you, including your women. The crown prince followed behind Yi Feng, since he was second in the group and naturally had to follow Yi Feng. Actually, the crown prince doesn't have any particular thoughts right now. He just wants to have some fun verbally. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng took it seriously. Suddenly, Yi Feng turned around. What did you just say? You're going to touch my woman. The crown prince looked at Yi Feng, and he could see the killing intent in Yi Feng's eyes. However, the more this was the case, the happier the crown prince became. The more Yi Feng cares about Nangong Shui, the more painful it will be for him to torture her. What can you do to me? The crown prince revealed a provocative smile. Yi Feng slowly shook his head. Originally, I didn't want to kill you now. I wanted to know if you were a chosen one of the gods, and who was behind you. I also quite liked the skills you possessed. Why are you so desperate? The prince's smile vanished. What do you want to do? Your skeleton isn't with you. Even if you make a move, you'll be the one who dies. It's time to receive the award. Of course, Yi Feng can't accept the award with gold. They are surrounded by experts, and any unusual movement they make will be stopped. If it weren't for this reason, the crown prince wouldn't have bothered with Yi Feng at all. Wouldn't it have been better to just launch a sneak attack? With the crown prince's abilities, he could kill Yi Feng with just a few taps. Who's going to make a move? I just want to get on your good side. After saying that, Yi Feng walked towards the crown prince with a smile and put his arm around the crown prince's shoulder. They looked like close buddies. The prince's entire body was tense. For some reason, when Yi Feng put his arm around his shoulder, he felt a strange sense of terror, as if death itself had embraced him. Yi Feng, don't do anything reckless. The person leading them to receive the award frowned and spoke. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. We became friends after a fight, and we're very close, right? Yi Feng turned to look at the crown prince and asked. We're not that close. Let go. The prince's voice was cold. In fact, the prince had just struggled free, but Yi Feng remained motionless. Do you really think Yi Feng's physique and strength are just for show? When they couldn't catch the crown prince, they really couldn't catch him. Now that they had caught him, did the little crown prince really think he could escape from Yi Feng's hands? Dude, how dare you talk like that? You're not giving me any face. Yi Feng's smile vanished, and he patted the prince's cheeks twice with the hand he had around him. This behavior is very disrespectful. The crown prince glared at Yi Feng. If the occasion hadn't been so inappropriate, the crown prince would have already taken action against Yi Feng. However, the crown prince had various concerns, but Yi Feng did not. Staring at me? You think you're so great. Yi Feng suddenly attacked the crown prince. It wasn't a big move. He simply extended a finger and pierced the prince's face. Yi Feng, what are you doing? The team leader roared. Just as the crown prince was about to erupt, he sensed something was wrong. However, it was too late, because Yi Feng activated his talent. The prince's bones are being rapidly devoured. Me rough, Yi Feng exclaimed. Chaos erupted instantly, and the people in the stands became disoriented. The award ceremony was broadcast live the whole time, okay? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the crown prince turned into a limp mass of flesh and blood. He was such a nice person, and in the blink of an eye he turned into this awful person. You're not a chosen one of the gods, you're actually the beast god. Yi Feng was truly stunned. This isn't something you can fake. After devouring the prince's bones, Yi Feng checked his own panel, and the feedback on the panel was very clear. The improvement in Yi Feng's attributes was secondary, and the improvement in his mental strength was also unimportant. What was important was that Yi Feng gained a lot of experience. So far, doesn't Yi Feng know what kind of experience he can gain from this? Yi Feng, how dare you? Regardless of Yi Feng's identity or abilities, the organizers must now demonstrate their stance. How have I been presumptuous? While asking questions, Yi Feng kicked the crown prince's limp flesh. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Nangong Shui must die, no matter what they are. That kick completely cut off the prince's chances of survival. At that moment, a riot broke out in the stands. At least several hundred people went berserk, attacked, and injured those around them. These guys even recklessly rushed towards the podium. Who are these people? They are the chosen ones hidden among the people, and they are all high-level chosen ones. Others may not know the crown prince's identity, but how could they not know? No good. Make your move. On the Huaxia Federation side, a large number of powerful individuals simultaneously went berserk, and both sides rushed towards the podium. This was, after all, Huaxia Federation territory, and Yi Shen rushed to Yi Feng's side immediately, leaving Yi Feng with only his back to him. He is a chosen one of the gods. This prince is indeed related to a chosen one of the gods, and he is no ordinary person. Need I say more about the current situation? As soon as the crown prince died, the people favored by the gods revolted. He is not a chosen one of the gods, he is a beast god. Yi Feng's words were astonishing. Yi Shen suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Feng. "Grandson, are you sure?" Yi Shen asked with a very serious expression. Yi Feng nodded. "Confirmed, his bones are the same as the beast god's bones." Yi Feng didn't explain exactly how they were the same. Yi Shen naturally believed Yi Feng, even though it sounded unbelievable. Why would a human possess bones similar to those of a beast god? Perhaps the answer to this matter can be found by capturing some high-ranking individuals favored by the gods. "Take some prisoners alive," Yi Shen said. Hearing Yi Shen shout, the big shots went a little easier on him. The battle broke out on this occasion, and countless people died in an instant. But there's nothing we can do about it. Even if the powerful figures on the Huaxia Federation side are willing to hold back, the chosen ones on the other side are not. They wanted to take the prince's body back. Nangong Shui then came to Yi Feng's side. "Are you all right?" "It's all right," Yi Feng said to Nangong Shui with a smile. What could possibly be wrong? Not only were they unharmed, but they also received huge benefits. Yi Feng just devoured all of the crown prince's bones, all of which were beast god bones, and of quite high quality. The bones from the prince's entire body provided Yi Feng with 8,000 points to his 3 attributes. His mental strength increased by more than 200, and his level directly jumped to 34, a leap of 5 levels. The only thing that didn't quite satisfy Yi Feng was that the quality of the bones in his body hadn't improved. If we could improve the quality of the bones and also upgrade the profession, that would be perfect. Chapter 110. Let's go. Yi Shen's expression was solemn, unlike Yi Feng, who was so relaxed and had time to think about other things. The attacks of those favored by the gods are no joke. If things go wrong, Yi Feng could be in danger. With so many powerful figures blocking our way, it's best to hurry and take Yi Feng to a safe place. Good. Yi Feng did not refute, and he took Nangong Shui's small hand. Yi Shen then left with Yi Feng, and the other contestants were naturally protected by others. As for how many people would die in the end, that can only be determined afterward. I never expected that he really did have a connection with the chosen ones, and a close one at that. It's a pity he's dead. Yi Shen didn't leave after taking Yi Feng to a safe place. The chosen ones cannot be killed off in a short time. For Yi Shen now, protecting Yi Feng is the most important thing. Moreover, he and his grandson and granddaughter-in-law are the only ones here now, making this a rare opportunity. Yes, thank you. Yi Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude. Why are you being so polite with your grandfather? You two did very well. Swear, don't feel guilty. I'm trying to get you an opportunity recently. If you succeed, you can gain a talent that will make you no less capable than this kid in the future. Yi Shen decided to unleash his ultimate weapon. Yi Feng is a tough one to deal with, so let's start with Nangong Shui. Real. Before Nangong Shui could speak, Yi Feng became excited. Indeed, Yi Feng cares about Nangong Shui. If what Yi Shen said is true, it seems appropriate for him to call her grandpa. It's true, but there's only one chance. It's uncertain what level of talent will be awakened. Shui had better adjust her condition before going. Thank you, Grandpa Yi. Nangong Shui was also very excited. She had been worried about this matter, but she didn't expect Yi Shen to give her such a big surprise. Yi Feng was too embarrassed to call him grandpa in the short term, but it wouldn't hurt for Nangong Shui to do so. It would be a way to give Yi Shen a taste of sweetness first. Haha, no need to thank me. We're all family. Yishan laughed heartily. Although this Grandpa Yi was a little lacking, it was still a great improvement, and Yi Shun was very satisfied. Yi Feng didn't say anything. He just kept it in mind. About 20 minutes later, someone called Yi Shun. Old Yi, it's all over. We only caught a few people alive. Do you want to come over? I'll bring my grandson with me, Yi Shun replied. He then hung up the phone. Grandson, come with me. Those favored by the gods don't speak easily, and these people who look more like assassins are even less likely to speak. Since you killed that prince, their emotions will fluctuate when they see you, and they might be able to say something. Good. Yi Feng also wanted to know who was behind the crown prince, and this was something he was duty-bound to do. Moreover, with so many chosen ones killed this time, how many chosen one strongholds can be destroyed behind the scenes? With so many strongholds, surely you can get some beast god bones yourself? If I don't step in myself, I probably won't get any benefits. Therefore, even if Yi Shun didn't mention it, he would still go with him. The three returned to the same location, which was now in a mess, with many corpses still uncollected. The captured chosen ones were temporarily detained here. It would not be a wise choice to transfer them rashly, as who knows if someone might run out to intercept and kill them on the way. It's actually safer to be detained here temporarily. When Yi Shun took Yi Feng to see the few survivors who had been captured, their eyes turned blood red when they saw Yi Feng. Are these guys even human? Yi Feng asked, voicing his doubts. These people do have human appearances, but their aura and expressions make them look more like demonic beasts. Yi Shun was also frowning. If these people are mentally impaired, then nothing can be extracted from them. Give it a try. The other bigwigs remained silent, watching quietly. These men were all tied up very tightly, and their mouths were stuffed with something, so they could only make inaudible sounds. Yi Feng stepped forward and yanked the object out of one of their mouths. Yi Feng, I want you dead. You dare kill my master? You're dead. You're going to die. After regaining his ability to speak, the man immediately roared wildly. He struggled even more, seemingly wanting to pounce on Yi Feng and devour her flesh and blood. Damn, you scared the hell out of me, Jinzi. Yi Feng called out to Jinzi. Jinzi stepped forward and slapped him with his knife. That's right. Instead of slashing directly, he used the back of the knife to slap the man in the face. The force of that slap was considerable. The man who was cursing Yi Feng was rendered speechless on the spot. Half of his face was slapped until it was a bloody mess, and he lost countless teeth. Your parents are trash, and so are you, understand? If you're looking for excitement, then let's give you a good thrill. Sure enough, the God-chosen one, whose mind was still a bit dazed from being slapped, immediately came to his senses upon hearing this, his eyeballs almost bulging out. You will die. Someone will avenge my master. You frogs in a well, you will all die. Don't be so smug. You won't be smug for long. Once the adults come out of the underground, it will be your death day. Sure enough, those favored by the gods who have lost their minds can indeed utter some words. Although they didn't say much, it's still better than not getting anything out of them at all. Emerging from underground? A cave? Just a bunch of rats hiding underground, and they think they can kill me? With your abilities? Or even that of the dead prince? If the master hadn't unleashed his full power, you would be nothing but a fart, Yi Feng. You won't be smug for long. Oh, so it can still be unsealed? That does make things a bit tricky. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. The crown prince is from the underworld and can unseal himself. It's just unknown how much his strength will increase after unsealing. However, I don't have much time. I might not be able to wait for those rats you mentioned to come to me. Why don't you tell me where they are hiding, and I'll go find them. The man was about to say something when he suddenly died. The same applies to those who weren't provoked by Yi Feng. Someone launched a remote psychological attack. They're dead. There were many big shots present, and some of them immediately saw why these guys had suddenly died. Clearly, this person was about to get to the crucial point, and the people behind him couldn't hold back any longer. Underground humans, this is the first time I've ever encountered them. I don't know if they're real or just a smokescreen. Some people are worried, unsure whether the news is true or false. No matter what, we still have to live our lives. As long as we are alive, we can provide for these little ones. Chapter 111. All those favored by the gods perished, with no survivors. Yi Feng and other contestants were placed in Zone 1 and will not return to their respective zones for the time being. The cleanup operation began, and among the slain chosen ones, some had already revealed their identities. By following the clues, many chosen one strongholds could be located. The entire Huaxiao Federation was mobilized, and battle fluctuations broke out in the city from time to time. This situation lasted for 3 days before gradually subsiding. Because of the death of a prince, the number of divine favorites this time exceeded 1,000, and more than 20 divine favorite strongholds were destroyed. This is great news for the Huaxia Federation. Yi Feng also received tangible benefits. Zhang Chang brought him 4 beast god bones. Xiao Feng, these are the bones your uncle got for you. Take them first. The others weren't handled by your uncle personally, so they're a bit difficult to deal with. Uncle, this is good enough. Yi Feng really wasn't picky. These 4 bones were more than enough. You're going to that horrible place soon. Your uncle has gotten you some good bones, and will have someone deliver them to you. Don't suffer there, understand? Zhang Chang instructed Yi Feng. Uncle, what kind of place is that? To outsiders, it's just a training camp. However, we have a different name for that place. We call it the Monster Camp, and everyone who can get in there is a monster. None of us are qualified to go in. We can only go to the lower-level training camp, the kind Xiao Xue is going to. Zhang Chang explained it to Yi Feng. Zhang Chang didn't know what was so special about that place. He wouldn't tell Yi Feng what he'd only heard, as he didn't want to mislead her. A demon? That suits me quite well. By the way, this is a reward from the competition. It's a pill that can improve your qi and blood, and it can also increase your experience by a little bit. It's a good thing. Zhang Chang gave Yi Feng a bottle of pills, 10 pills in total. The pills looked quite appealing, being golden in color. Thank you, uncle. Don't be so polite with your uncle. You two should have a chat. You're leaving tomorrow. Your uncle is leaving now. After saying that, Zhang Chang turned and left. The young couple is separating tomorrow. They must have so much to talk about. Zhang Chang won't be a third wheel here. Nangong Shui was in a bad mood, and she was also very reluctant to part with him. That night, Nangong Shui wanted to give herself to Yi Feng, but Yi Feng held back. Losing her virginity had little impact on Yi Feng, but it did have some impact on Nangong Shui. Yi Feng said that he would do what he wanted after Nangong Shui obtained her talent. He would be too guilty if it affected Nangong Shui's ability to obtain good talent. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui could only blush and nod. What else could she say? We cuddled together and fell asleep again, a very proper kind of sleep, the kind where we did everything except for the very last step. If Yi Feng hadn't had such strong willpower, she definitely wouldn't have been able to resist that night. The next morning, the two parted ways. Nangong Shui cried her heart out, and Yi Feng was also in a bad mood. Before leaving, Yi Shun gave Yi Feng a spatial backpack, which contained things that Yi Shun had prepared for Yi Feng. Yi Feng had no interest in checking and boarded the plane with the people who had come to pick him up. Brother Feng, don't be sad. We get holidays at the training camp. The place your wife went to isn't exactly a secret to us. When we get a break, I'll go with you to see her. A holiday? Yi Feng looked at Chu Donglai. Chu Donglai is strong and talented, so he is naturally qualified to enter the demon camp. This time, only the 2 of them were able to enter the demon camp. Yes, there are holidays. If you perform well, you get quite a few holidays. Chu Donglai knew more about the demon camp. Because Chu Donglai comes from a wealthy family and is also very ambitious, being an S-level awakened and possessing considerable talent, he had already secured a spot in the prodigy camp, so naturally he would inquire about it. Yi Shun and Zhang Chang's families didn't have anyone qualified to enter the demon camp, so they didn't know much about it. Although Yi Shun's status would allow him to find out the specifics, he felt it was unnecessary. His grandson, even if placed in the elite training camp, would be an exceptional genius among geniuses. There's nothing to be wary of him. A holiday is fine as long as I have one. Yi Feng smiled. If Yi Feng really couldn't see Nangong Shui for a year or 2, he estimated he would go crazy. How many years does one live in a lifetime? Brother Feng, I heard there are a lot of powerful guys in the demon camp. If I get bullied, you have to help me. Yeah, we're brothers. I'll definitely help you. Yi Feng replied readily. You too. Good luck to each other and keep each other warm. Don't be discouraged. After all, you are much younger than them and entered the camp a few years earlier, said the person in charge of guiding Yi Feng and Chu Donglai. Brother, who are you? Chu Donglai was even better at chatting than Yi Feng, mainly because he was even more shameless than Yi Feng. Seeing that this person was paying attention to them, Chu Donglai naturally wanted to try and win him over. I'm considered your senior. I've been in the camp for 4 years. You can call me third master. Yi Feng brows. Chu Donglai's expression was also not very good. This guy is pretty arrogant, demanding they call him master. The moment he opens his mouth, it's all right if you don't want to, Yi Feng. I heard you're quite strong. Want to have a little competition? Third master looked at Yi Feng and took the initiative to speak, wanting to test Yi Feng's strength. The camp made an exception for Yi Feng this time, giving him the green light. He had also heard about the competition and was naturally very curious about Yi Feng's abilities. Okay, Yi Feng extended his hand. On the plane, they didn't do anything big. They just shook hands and compared strength and physique. Compared to these things, Yi Feng was not afraid at all. He had already devoured the beast god bone that Zhang Chong had brought, and his attributes had exceeded 50,000, with his mental power soaring to 500 points. As for the level increase, it wasn't much, only level 39. At Yi Feng's age, having such attributes is not exactly unique, but it is certainly extremely rare. Although this third master looked a bit older, he wasn't that much older. Seeing this, third master extended his hand. He was very pleased that Yi Feng was cooperating so well. When their hands are clasped together, they both exert force simultaneously. After feeling the power in Yi Feng's hand, third master glared. Yi Feng was much stronger than he had imagined. Yi Feng is the same. Sure enough, we shouldn't underestimate others. This third master's strength is very strong, even stronger than Yi Feng's. However, Yi Feng is not necessarily going to lose, because Yi Feng's attributes are very balanced. His physique is just as strong, and his bones are incredibly hard. In a simple handshake contest of strength, Yi Feng might not lose. Chapter 112. Indeed, when shaking hands, the strength of the hand is tested, but so is physical fitness and bone strength. The opponent's grip force doesn't just act on the skin and flesh. The hand bones bear the brunt of the force. Sure enough, in just about 10 seconds, Third Master frowned and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Third Master's power is indeed stronger than Yi Feng's, and by a significant margin. Yi Feng felt that this Third Master's strength was at least 80,000 or 90,000. However, the defensive capabilities of his hand bones are far inferior to those of Yi Feng. Yi Feng could also feel the pain from his skin and flesh, but when the force was applied to Yi Feng's hand bones, all the force disappeared. The grip of Third Master could not hurt Yi Feng's hand bones. On the other hand, although Yi Feng's strength was not as great as Third Master's, his hand bones could not withstand Yi Feng's grip. In normal circumstances, a strong person can simply grasp the other person's hand and apply force, causing the other person to feel pain and become unable to exert any strength. If you were to really squeeze and crush your hand bones, they might even break. But now, the situation has completely reversed. Yi Feng, who is even weaker, is now torturing Third Master's hand bones. Stop, stop. You're really something. No wonder the camp gives you special treatment. Third Master didn't pretend. He pulled his hand back and continued to massage to relieve the pain in his bones. You can call me Lao San. I'm a few years older than you. You can also call me Third Brother. If you can't win against someone, then don't expect them to call you Master. Even if Yi Feng did call him that, he'd be too embarrassed to respond. In the demon camp, whoever has the biggest fist has the most say. Third Brother, where do you rank in the camp in terms of strength? Yi Feng certainly wouldn't really offend this third brother. He was still good at going along with things. Chu Donglai also breathed a sigh of relief. If I offend an old man in the camp before even entering, how am I supposed to get by in the future? Third. So, I'll call you Third Brother? Of course. The third brother nodded matter-of-factly. Yi Feng was speechless. This was indeed quite straightforward and simple. All right, Third Brother, what's inside the camp? What benefits can we get? This is what Yi Feng cares about. Everything else is secondary. What matters to Yi Feng is the kind of mental training he can receive. Everyone's situation is different, but the cultivation advice and guidance are professional, and all the equipment is top-notch, so you can rest assured. The third brother knew what Yi Feng was worried about and answered very precisely. That's good. Is there anything else we newcomers should pay attention to? You don't have any good ideas. Just don't mess with the top 5, and you should be fine. As for him, the third brother looked at Chu Donglai. Third brother, what's wrong with me? Chu Donglai glared. I haven't said a word for ages, have I? I haven't done anything to you. So why are you looking at me like that? Am I being a bit presumptuous? You, tuck your tail between your legs. Anyone in the camp could easily beat you to a pulp. Chu Donglai was displeased upon hearing this. I do have the ability to create clones, you know. Putting everything else aside, my escape ability is incredibly strong. Don't be unconvinced. You'll see when we get there. I'm not dissatisfied, but I have my brother Feng. When others mess with me, they have to give my brother Feng some face, right? Chu Dong looked at Yi Feng. The third brother also looked at Yi Feng. But it shouldn't be that dangerous. Yi Feng nodded. Chu Donglai was relieved. According to what the third brother said, even if Yi Feng were placed in the demon camp now, he could still compete for a top 5 position, which is already quite strong. Following Yi Feng is definitely the right thing to do. The key is that Yi Feng is willing to protect him. If you behave yourself, there won't be any danger. You'll see when you get there. It's not far. Get ready. Prepare what? Chu Donglai asked, somewhat puzzled. Get ready to jump. This is the first step into the camp, and no one is exempt. What? Chu Donglai immediately leaned out of the airplane window to look down. Fortunately, I can see the ground, so it shouldn't be too high. Where's the parachute? Chu Donglai asked immediately after taking a look. The third brother shrugged. No. Chu Donglai wanted to curse. A hard jump? With my small arms and legs. Even if I'm not that tall, it doesn't seem like I'd be able to do it, right? After you jump, go to that place, and someone will greet you when you get there. The third brother pointed out the window to a tall tower in the distance that was flashing lights. Keep these safe, don't lose them. The third brother took out 2 badges, each about the size of a bottle cap, with a tiger's head on the front and the names Yi Feng and Chu Donglai engraved on the back. After Yi Feng and Chu Donglai put on their badges, the third brother stood up and said, All right, get ready to jump. Jump now. Chu Donglai exclaimed again. It's quite far from the tower here. Moreover, they were not in the city at all, but in the wilderness. Okay, let's jump now. Friendly reminder, perform well, and you'll get a lot of benefits. Let's go. After saying that, the third brother didn't care whether Chu Donglai exclaimed in surprise or not, and directly pulled Chu Donglai up. With the strength of the third brother, Chu Donglai was completely unable to resist. Yi Feng didn't need anyone to pull him. He cooperated very well. We must naturally abide by other people's rules. The moment the plane door opened, Chu Donglai's body was sucked out. Yi Feng, on the other hand, stood very steadily. See you later. Yi Feng nodded to the third brother, then jumped off the plane on his own. The hatch closed, and the third brother smiled. What a pervert. I've been in the camp for 4 years, and I'm 8 years older than him, and I still couldn't beat him. Damn, that really hurts. The third brother rubbed his hand again. It still hurt from being pinched so hard. Chu Donglai was shouting and gesturing wildly in the air. Yi Feng was much calmer. He took out a combat suit from his backpack and quickly made a simple paraglider. It doesn't have a huge effect, but it can slow down the rate of decline. By the time Chu Donglai tried to imitate him, it was too late. He was already about to fall to the ground. Clone. Chu Donglai, quick-witted, used his clone talent, switching positions with his clone just as his main body was about to land. After his clone fell to the ground, he changed his position again. Since the clone had completely fallen to the ground, after this change, Chu Donglai was now firmly planted on the ground. As for the clone that was almost falling apart, let's not even mention it. Brother Feng, wait for me. Chu Donglai quickly chased after Yi Feng, recognizing the direction he was gliding in. He didn't want to wander around in the wild. Encountering monsters is fine, but if you run into a demon king, that's not going to be fun. At that very moment, the high-ranking members of the divine favored in the city were standing trembling in front of a section of a beast god's bone. Chapter 113. This time, the high-ranking members of the divine favored were all present. There was no other way, because the person who died was of a very high status. You're all trash. If you want to die, you can tell me now. A cold voice emanated from within the beast god's bones, a voice clearly suppressing its rage. My lord Wee. Compile a detailed report on Yi Feng's situation immediately and send it back. Yes, sir. The call was interrupted. Deep within the cavern, in a huge underground cavern, there are countless houses and also countless people. The cave is surrounded by countless glowing beads, so the underground cave is not dark, but rather very bright. Inside a house, a middle-aged man with a resolute face clenched his fists tightly, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. "Dad, I'll go." The one who spoke was a young girl standing next to the man. The girl was dressed in a fairy-like outfit, simple and elegant, with outstanding temperament and top-notch looks and figure. "Xiao Qing Yu, the things my brother didn't finish, only I can do. No one else can. But your strength is not as good as your brother's." "Dad, I'm a girl." Xiao Qing winked at the middle-aged man. Dad has no other choice. You know what the attitude of those cities is." "All right." The middle-aged man compromised. The middle-aged man was well aware of their current situation. "Brother Feng, wait for me, Brother Feng." Chu Donglai shouted loudly. Yi Feng has landed and is massaging his calves. Although Yi Feng used a clever method to slow down his fall, it didn't really slow it down much, considering the hardness of his bones and the fact that he was definitely much heavier than a normal person. Falling from this height, the bones will definitely be fine, but the muscles in my legs might not be able to hold up. "Brother Feng, what happened to your leg? I have some medicine here." Chu Donglai was very helpful. Seeing Yi Feng rubbing his leg, he immediately took out the medicine he had prepared for Yi Feng to use. Yi Feng waved his hand. "No need. I'm fine." "You're good, kid. You're not hurt at all." Yi Feng glanced at Chu Donglai, and he became even more interested in Chu Donglai's talent. Yi Feng was curious whether devouring the bones of someone with talent would allow him to steal that talent from them. "Hee, it's all luck, just luck." Chu Donglai was quite happy. "Come on, Gold, come out." Yi Feng summoned Jinzi and let him wander in the wilderness. He couldn't do without a bodyguard. Jinzi reappeared, his bones noticeably stronger than before. Yi Feng checked the gold's properties and found that it had the property of strengthening bones, increasing bone strength by 20%. Yi Feng was very satisfied. After this trait became his talent, Yi Feng's bone strength could increase by 2%. "Brother Feng, you skeleton-y." Chu Donglai looked at Yi Feng, then at Jinzi. If he wasn't mistaken, this seems to be a newly summoned creature, right? What's wrong? It was taken out of the backpack. Gold is an inanimate object, so it can be put into a backpack. Yi Feng wasn't that close to Chu Donglai, so he definitely couldn't tell Chu Donglai about this. Does it matter whether Chu Donglai believes Yi Feng or not? No matter how Chu Donglai asked, Yi Feng only gave one answer, believe it or not. "Okay, I got it. Shall we go?" "Let's go." The location of the tower is quite obvious, so they won't go the wrong way. Before they had gone very far, Yi Feng felt the earth shaking. This feeling seems familiar. Yi Feng had sensed it before when the monsters attacked the city. Now, Yi Feng glanced back. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find countless demonic beasts chasing after them. Chu Donglai had just been running wildly, and Yi Feng was even more arrogant, gliding down directly from the sky, attracting the attention of countless demonic beasts along the way. "You two are acting so arrogantly in the territory of those monsters. Do you think they'll tolerate you?" It can be said that all these monsters were lured here by Yi Feng and Chu Donglai. "Damn it, Brother Feng, run." "Why are you running?" "Gold, let's go." Yi Feng took out his Tang sword from his backpack. With so many demonic beasts, devouring all their bones should provide some improvement. Moreover, among these demonic beasts, there are many rare-level demonic beasts, and some even possess the aura of demon kings. This is the real reason why Yi Feng was so excited. While the beast god's bones are excellent, the demon king's bones are also quite good. Yi Feng hasn't reached that picky stage yet. "Go." Chu Donglai was dumbfounded. With so many monsters, if one of them comes at you and takes a bite, no, if each one licks you, they could lick you to death. How are you supposed to fight them? Yi Feng didn't care what Chu Donglai was thinking. He just went for it. Jinzi led the charge, with Yi Feng close behind. Ordinary demonic beasts couldn't even touch the hem of Yi Feng's clothes. Their fur offered absolutely no defense against the Tang sword and bone sword. The moment the two sides made contact, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was incredibly bloody. Chu Donglai swallowed hard. Looking at the bloody scene, he steeled his resolve. "Damn it, let's do it." Chu Donglai also charged towards the herd of beasts. "At worst, we'll stay closer to Yi Feng. If we really can't hold on, we'll call our older brother for help. We're not really going to die, are we?" Does an overwhelming quantity work? Sometimes it works. For example, when the monsters were besieging Chu Donglai was forced to jump around by the monsters. There weren't many casualties, but it was a very lively scene. But sometimes it doesn't work, for example, with Feng. Before these two killing gods, no monsters could get close. Whoever got close would be cut down. It wasn't lively at all, but it was truly bloody. Blood was everywhere, and there were severed limbs. Heads, which are not as good as eyes, are everywhere. We found the Demon King, Gold. Go and kill him. Feng spotted a Demon King from a great distance. With so many demonic beasts, it would be difficult for Feng to charge into the Demon King's side. He couldn't very well make a big leap, could he? However, it's much easier for Gold. Gold with stronger bones can unleash a greater impact. Although Jinzi doesn't have any skills like Berserk Charge, he's strong, fast, and his Reckless Charge is unstoppable. In any case, the monsters present were definitely not going to be able to stop it. Those that were going to be killed were killed, and those that weren't killed were severely maimed. The Demon King, who had come to watch the spectacle, was dumbfounded. This is a snake Demon King, about 20 meters long, whose head can be raised to see very far. It saw the Gold rushing towards it, which made it a little panicked. It's impossible not to panic. It saw how brave Jinzi was just now. However, running away in front of so many subordinates seemed to be a loss of face. Chapter 114. Puff. The snake Demon King started spewing insults. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't cursing, I really spat. It spews green venom from its mouth. It had already calculated the Gold's charging route and sprayed the venom in advance. Because the Gold moves so fast, if you don't spray it beforehand, not a single drop of venom will land on it. The Snake King was very confident in his venom. What's wrong with the skeleton? Even a skeletal frame can be corroded. Jinzi wasn't stupid. He could sense that the venom spewed out by the Snake Demon King was indeed somewhat threatening to him. Although the threat is not significant, it is unacceptable if there is any threat at all. Just as Jinzi was about to enter the venom's attack range, he suddenly reached out and grabbed an elite bear-type monster. This bear demon has a low bloodline and a low level, but it has the advantage of being big. Jinzi held up the bear demon's body, using it as a shield in front of him. The venom sprayed directly at them was all blocked by the bear demon's body. The venom spewed by the Snake Demon King was indeed potent. The moment the bear demon's fur came into contact with the venom, it began to emit green smoke, and the bear demon's fur, flesh, and bones were all being rapidly corroded. The Snake Demon King was very pleased with himself. Did you think you could block my venom with the body of a bear demon? Stop fooling around. Sure enough, the bear demon's body was quickly corroded beyond recognition, and some of the venom even dripped onto Jinzi's body. Gold could feel how much damage the venom was inflicting on his bones. Indeed, the impact was minimal. The gold bones showed no signs of corrosion, indicating that the venom hadn't even breached the gold bone's outer defenses. However, Jinzi didn't want the Snake Demon King to know her abilities. He leaped to the side, threw away the bear demon in his hand, and then grabbed a deer demon. The Snake Demon King turned its gun around, aimed its huge mouth at Jinzi, who had jumped to the side, and continued to spray venom. This is a recipe for disaster. They won't stop until they've given the Gold a venomous bath. However, the two sides were not far apart to begin with. After the deer demon's body was teetering on the brink of collapse and nothing was left in Jinzi's hands, Jinzi was only a dozen meters away from the Snake Demon King. Jinzi threw the corpse in his hand, and the corpse went straight for the Snake Demon King's big mouth. The Snake Demon King was initially disdainful. Without the deer demon's corpse to block it, all the venom it sprayed would be poured onto Jinzi's body. It wanted to see how Jinzi would resist. However, when the Gold burst forth with even greater speed, the Snake Demon King panicked. Jinzi had been holding back because he needed to take care of Feng's speed. After all, Jinzi's attributes were higher than Feng's, and if he didn't help him, his master wouldn't be able to keep up. Now, this unexpected speed terrified the Snake Demon King so much that his soul almost left his body. He had planned it all out perfectly. He was certain that his venom would land on Jinzi. That's good. The Gold suddenly increased its speed, and all the venom in its mouth sprayed into the air. For Jinzi, this 10-meter distance was just a matter of a moment. Only when the snake demon king felt its snake scales being cut off did it hiss and try to run away. But they're already close to the gold. How can they run? Jinzi was very experienced in dealing with such large monsters. He jumped onto the snake demon king's back, pierced his palm into the snake scales, and grabbed the snake demon king's flesh. Then the bone knife slashed fiercely, each strike creating a huge wound more than half a meter deep. It's as if someone is reworking the snake demon king. If the notch is neat and goes straight from head to tail, then it can be grilled over a fire. Jinzi isn't a glutton, so she definitely wouldn't do something so complicated. If one cut wasn't enough to sever the snake demon king, then she'd try another. After the second attack, the snake demon king's body crashed to the ground and continued to thrash wildly. The headless snake demon king was dead. His swaying body was merely an instinctive twitch of nerves. As the demon king's aura vanished, the demon beasts that had been charging madly toward this place immediately came to a halt, turning around quickly and running away at breakneck speed. Feng tried his best to catch up, but he couldn't catch up with many of them. However, this saved Chu Donglai's life. He had been bitten several times, and if it weren't for his thick skin, he would probably have more than just a few bloody holes on his body now. Phew, I almost died here. Chu Donglai slumped to the ground, still shaken. Just now, his adrenaline surged. Under the siege, his potential exploded, and his attributes improved. Life and death can indeed force people to unleash their full potential. However, Chu Donglai really didn't want to come back again. He didn't have Feng's strong attack power and couldn't quickly eliminate the monsters, so more and more monsters surrounded him. The more monsters there are, the smaller his range of movement becomes. If he has no range of movement and is surrounded by monsters, then he can only wait to die. Even if he has the talent of creating clones and can use it to escape, the talent cannot be used indefinitely. Each use consumes a certain amount of his health. If you run out of vital energy, you'll die even faster. Are you alright? Feng asked Chu Donglai. This guy still has some guts. In that situation just now, Feng had already rushed forward. The monster's first target was definitely Feng. If Chu Donglai hadn't rushed over, there wouldn't have been many monsters going after him. It's nothing, just a minor injury. A little medicine will do. Chu Donglai waved to Feng, his eyes shining with a light of admiration. Winning a one-on-one fight isn't a real skill. A true man is one who can slay monsters. Many powerful people turn into cowards when facing monsters. No matter how strong they are useless. Chu Donglai saw clearly how Feng slew the monster. That's a real man. Okay, I'll clean up the mess. The time to reap the spoils has come, and Feng will definitely not hold back. The first thing Feng visited was the corpse of the snake demon king. Its bones couldn't be wasted. However, after Feng devoured and fused with the snake demon king's bones, Feng frowned. Now, even after merging with the bones of such a massive demon king, Feng's 3 attributes have only increased by 1,000 points, and the increase is becoming increasingly smaller. Fortunately, some bones from other monsters could be salvaged. Gold summoned skeletons. Naturally, the more laborers the better, the faster the cleanup would be. 10 minutes later, Feng had devoured and fused all the bones of the dead monsters, increasing his attributes by another 1,000 points. The value of the pile of monster corpses was equivalent to that of the snake demon king's corpse. Afterwards, Jinzi and his underlings began harvesting materials from these monsters, including monster cores and other valuable parts. It didn't take long to kill the monsters, but it took more than half an hour to collect the loot. Chu Donglai was speechless. He then realized that Feng had so many skeleton minions. Chapter 115. How are you? Can you walk? After collecting his spoils, Feng threw the valuables into his backpack. This backpack was given to me by Shun. It's spacious and can hold a lot of things. Even if several more waves of monsters of this size came, it still wouldn't be full. Yes, it's all better now. Chu Donglai stood up, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Only now did he truly realize Feng's power. At this moment, the third brother inside the tower felt the same way. On the plane, Lao Sen already knew that Feng was very strong, but now he realized just how strong Feng really was. Especially when facing monsters, they are incredibly swift and decisive in their attacks. The key point is that Feng is not only strong himself, but his skeleton is even stronger. If you really fight him, it's 2 against 1. Don't accuse them of cheating or bullying others. They are a summoner class, and all the skills they learned are summoning related. Didn't you see Yi Feng just using basic attacks to kill monsters? He didn't even use any skills. Other professions all have their own skills, and no one can accuse anyone of cheating. He's definitely a promising talent. Third brother. You've met him. What did you think of him? Give him a year, and I'll become the 4th oldest. Oh, you think he can challenge you in a year? The speaker stared at the third brother. Bullshit. What I mean is, give him a year, and he'll be able to kill you. The third brother cursed. The person he was talking to was the leader of the demon camp, currently ranked number 1 among the students. Although the eldest brother was also a prodigy, having suppressed everyone in his 3rd year in the camp, the third brother had his own sense of justice. Even prodigies are ranked, and Yi Feng is the most prodigy he has ever seen, without a doubt. Because they all know Yi Feng's detailed information and how long it took Yi Feng to go from nothing to his current strength. After a year, the third brother felt that what he said was a bit conservative. Okay, actually, that's what I think too. Haha, you're all right. But I wonder what will happen to the second brother. He'll probably cause trouble for Yi Feng, right? The third brother grinned, quite pleased with himself. Who knows? The eldest brother shrugged. Should we release 2 more demon kings for him to practice on? No, it's not easy for us to catch some demon kings. The leader waved his hand in refusal. The 2 of them were responsible for evaluating Yi Feng and Chu Donglai, and they were in charge of deciding how things would go. That group of beasts was provoked by Yi Feng and Chu Donglai themselves. They hadn't even made a move yet. They will only make their move when Yi Feng and Chu Donglai arrive near the tower, but at most they will only release 2 demon kings. Can the demon king pose a threat to Yi Feng? Not at all. So, let's not waste the demon king we finally managed to capture. Demon kings are not something that come easily to people. All right. The third brother nodded indifferently. Afterwards, Yi Feng led Chu Donglai at high speed, and they did not encounter any monsters blocking their way. The monsters weren't stupid either. The gold was stained with the snake demon king's blood. The monsters had incredibly sharp noses and keen senses, so they all ran away from a distance. Who would come to block their way? There's no danger here. Why did third brother make it sound so scary? Yi Feng asked, looking at the tower in the distance. Chu Donglai glanced at Yi Feng. There's no danger? Brother, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. This is only possible with you. Try it on someone else. Putting everything else aside, without you, we might not have made it this far. Let's go in and see what's going on. The tower was built within a camp. The camp is not protected by high walls, but only by an electric fence about 4 meters high, which serves as the camp's perimeter. With no high walls obstructing the view, Yi Feng could clearly see the buildings within the camp. A dozen or so low-rise houses. Nothing unusual. This tower is indeed quite tall, and it looks like it's completely electrified, so anyone who touches it will get an electric shock. Is this the camp? If this is the campsite, then it's a bit too shabby. Brother Feng, something's not right. Where did the plane that picked us up go? I didn't see it fly back. Chu Donglai is quite sharp and pointed out some key points. Yi Feng nodded. In his memory, he hadn't seen any planes flying towards the city. You'll know once you go in and take a look. Hey, you guys are pretty fast. The third brother popped his head out from a room and called out loudly to Yi Feng and Chu Donglai. Third brother. Yi Feng smiled. It's much easier if you see someone you know. Seeing familiar faces means you've come to the right place. Third brother, there's no danger here. Why were you talking so mysteriously on the plane? Chu Donglai also became more assertive. Yi Feng doesn't need to say those words. He's willing to do it for him. The third brother rolled his eyes at Chu Donglai. Don't you know what's wrong with you? Why are you trying to act all high and mighty with me? You followed a good person, otherwise it wouldn't be so simple. Come on, come in quickly. The third brother took out a remote control, pressed a button, and a gap appeared in the power grid. Actually, it doesn't need to be that complicated. A few meters high electric fence can be jumped over with a simple leap. But since they've already opened their doors, Yi Feng doesn't want to be too high profile. Afterwards, Yi Feng and his group entered the camp. Yi Feng, this is currently rank number 1 in our camp. I don't think you'd want to call him boss. You can call him Xiao Chong. His nickname is Undying Xiao Chong. He's very tough. The third brother introduced the man who had just come out of the house. Hello, Yifeng. Undying Little Strong extended his hand to Yifeng. Yifeng was a little surprised. Could this person also want to test his strength? But let's give it a try. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yifeng extended his hand with a smile on his face. The undying cockroach wasn't as superficial as the third brother. It really was just a handshake. Hello, Chu Donglai. Undying Little Strong looked at Chu Donglai again. Chu Donglai was a little excited. This was the #1 ranked guy in the camp. Hello, Brother Chong. Don't be so polite. We're all the same age. Yifeng received an S-level rating during the camp entrance assessment, which is the highest rating. There's no higher one. Otherwise, Yifeng's rating would have been even higher. Chu Donglai, your rating can only be B. Do you have any objections? Xiao Chong looked at Chu Donglai. This question is directed at Chu Donglai. Yifeng is dissatisfied, but there's nothing he can do. The highest rating he can get is S-level, and there's nothing higher he can get. It mainly depends on whether Chu Donglai is satisfied. If Chu Donglai is not satisfied, he will arrange some more assessments for Chu Donglai. No objection. Chu Donglai was very sensible. Doesn't he know what he's done along the way? Giving it a B grade is already pretty good. Asking for more would be a bit greedy. Chapter 116. All right, since no one has any objections, then come with me. The cockroach that never dies extended an invitation. Yifeng and Chu Donglai didn't know what was going on, but they just followed along because they were told to. Once they entered a room, Yifeng discovered that the room was much larger than the room itself. The basement was 4 or 5 times bigger and even had an elevator. Take the elevator down. The elevator stopped after descending about 100 meters. When the elevator doors opened, Chu Donglai's eyes widened. He felt as if he had entered another world. Because looking around, it turned out to be a particularly spacious area. Looking up, the cavern above was at least 20 meters high, and it wasn't dark at all. On the contrary, it was quite bright. Many soft fluorescent lights illuminated the entire cave. Wow, such a big spender. Chu Donglai exclaimed. Our entrance is A1. There are currently 12 entrances that lead back to our camp. You'll find out about these when you go out on missions later. Come on, I'll take you to complete the registration procedures first, and you'll also receive your rewards. The immortal cockroach took the initiative to introduce Yifeng and Chu Donglai. Yifeng was also observing this underground space. It was indeed very large, and there were many openings, but he didn't know where they led. But I think we'll all find out eventually. There must be a reason why the Federation created such a place hundreds of meters underground. Yifeng can guess what that reason is, but he doesn't know if he's right. Just as Undying Little Strong led Yifeng and the others out of the elevator to complete the formalities, their path was suddenly blocked. Bolao Air, what are you doing? Third brother asked when he saw the person blocking his way. Third brother, why are you so agitated? I just came to ask about the situation. Bolao Air is just a nickname. His real name is Li Bo, and he is currently ranked 2nd in the camp. Third brother, are these 2 new recruits the ones who got in through connections? What level was their entry test? Yifeng, S rank. Chu Donglai, B rank. Third brother told the truth. There was no way to hide it, nor was there any need to. Anyone who gets into the elite camp has a competitive spirit. All assessment rankings are publicly available data within the camp, and anyone can view them. What did you say? S rank. Him. Li Bo stared at Yifeng, and even pointed his finger at Yifeng's face rudely, which was somewhat disrespectful. What? What are you doubting? This time, it wasn't the third brother who spoke, but the immortal cockroach. Xiao Qiang, I'm not questioning you. I just didn't expect those 2 guys who got in through connections to have such power. Li Bo said he believed her, but anyone could tell from his words that he didn't really believe her. He's the 2nd oldest? Yifeng asked his third brother. Third brother nodded to Yifeng without saying a word. If I beat him up, will anything happen to me? Yifeng, don't do anything reckless. The third brother grabbed Yifeng's arm. Yifeng's abilities are indeed very strong, but Li Bo is no pushover either. He has been cultivating in the camp for 4 years and is about the same age as the third brother, which is much older than Yifeng. The third brother believed that as long as Yifeng was given some time, even just a month or 2, Yifeng would definitely teach Li Bo a lesson. But now, in a head-on fight, it's not simply a matter of who is stronger or faster to win. Li Bo's skills and talents should not be underestimated. Since the third brother was ranked after Li Bo, he had obviously been beaten up by Li Bo, and he knew very well what abilities Li Bo possessed. "Li Bo, what do you want to do?" The undying little strong man blocked Yi Feng's way. Yi Feng and Chu Donglai were people he brought with him, and he was responsible for their safety. "Xiaoqiang, I'm questioning their abilities. It has nothing to do with you. If he can gain my approval, I'll acknowledge his S-level rating." Li Bo came here to cause trouble, so of course he wouldn't let Yi Feng off easily. As for why they came to cause trouble, one reason was to give this upstart, the undying little strong, a warning, and the other was to make Yi Feng realize the reality that this is the demon camp, not a place for those nobodies outside. You might be a genius outside, but here, you're just an ordinary student. Your approval? You're nothing. Yi Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He's been around for quite a while now, and apart from the few clueless guys who dared to talk to him like that at first, no one really talks to him like that anymore. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant. I know you're capable, but do you think that's the reason you dare to challenge me?" Li Bo wasn't about to let Yi Feng off the hook, and he became even more aggressive. Seeing this, the undying cockroach wanted to step forward, but Yi Feng pulled it back. "He's here to cause me trouble. I'll handle it myself." The undying cockroach looked at Yi Feng, wanting to know if Yi Feng was serious. Seeing the serious and indifferent expression on Yi Feng's face, undying cockroach knew that Yi Feng was serious. "He's here to cause trouble for me too. I'm the one who dragged you into this. If you can't beat him, just admit defeat. There's no shame in it," the undying little strong reminded Yi Feng. Yi Feng grinned, revealing a smile. "Is it all right to fight here?" "Okay." The cockroach nodded. Upon seeing this, Chu Donglai immediately retreated and moved far away. The next moment, Jinzi rushed towards Li Bo. Li Bo was arrogant. He didn't even intend to use a weapon when dealing with Jinzi. Even if gold exhibits extremely high speed, the same applies. It would be very unpleasant to talk about using weapons to take down Yi Feng. Even fighting barehanded could be seen as bullying the weak. This time, Jinzi didn't hold back. Li Bo is arguably the strongest opponent Jinzi has ever faced. According to Yi Feng's estimation, Li Bo's strength has probably reached the level of his uncle. It's still very strong. A flash of golden light, and Li Bo easily dodged it. Furthermore, Li Bo's fist slammed into Jinzi's body. Although Jinzi was not light, Li Bing was much stronger. Jinzi's body was blasted away without any suspense, landing more than 10 meters away. "Interesting, he's pretty tough," Li Bo commented after punching Jinzi, without rushing to attack Yi Feng. Yi Feng brows. "This guy is definitely a bit tricky." Then, Jinzi quickly got up and rushed over again. This time, Jinzi showed a bit of a trick. He didn't get too close to Li Bo, keeping a distance of only about 3 meters. This distance was enough for Jinzi's bone knife to strike Li Bo. Li Bo, who was not using any weapons, could only attack Jinzi's bone knife. Chapter 117. Should I go and help? Yi Feng slowly took out his Tang sword from his backpack. His question went unanswered because Yi Feng had already gone online. Although Yi Feng's movement speed was not fast, and it seemed that he was slowly walking towards the battle, this just happened to attract a lot of Li Bo's attention. Yi Feng does have a knife, after all. If we don't take precautions, are we supposed to wait until Yi Feng's knife pierces our stomach before we start taking precautions? With the pressure from Yi Feng, Li Bo's attack power decreased somewhat, and Jinzi was able to stabilize his position. When Yi Feng was about 5 meters away from Li Bo, Yi Feng suddenly drew his knife and slashed. A single strike opens up the situation. Li Bo was caught off guard when Yi Feng was able to use an attack skill. Although Yi Feng's strike came suddenly, Li Bo's abilities were undeniable, and he managed to dodge the attack somewhat awkwardly. Is this footwork? Yi Feng could tell that Li Bo had also used some skill or technique. Otherwise, at such close range, with the speed of the slash, Li Bo would absolutely not have been able to dodge it. "You little brat." Li Bo was furious. That last move had almost caused him to capsize in the gutter. Just as Li Bo was cursing Yi Feng, Jinzi's bone knife flashed with a slash. This golden slash is much stronger than Yi Feng's slash, and its flight speed is naturally extremely fast as well. Most importantly, Jinzi was able to engage in a fierce fight with Li Bo, and the distance between them was only 3 meters. Just then, a metallic scraping sound was heard. Yi Feng was quite surprised. Li Bo was indeed unable to dodge Jinzi's slash. However, the slash that struck Li Bo's chest was blocked by his armor. Li Bo was wearing casual clothes on the outside, and underneath that, he wore a suit of armor. This armor must be of a high grade, otherwise it wouldn't be able to withstand the blows from the gold. This is the armor of light. Li Bo, aren't you being a little shameless? The third brother shouted angrily after seeing the armor Li Bo was wearing. The battle that broke out here naturally attracted a lot of onlookers. Even those who didn't come in person were mostly watching from the shadows. Demons don't care whether you have a sense of shame or not. Do I need to teach you this? Li Bo retorted, while his men were not idle either, and he and Jinzi began to clash again. Although Jinzi was quite fast, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy in front of Li Bo, who had mastered advanced techniques. The situation was basically that Li Bo was betting heavily on Jinzi. If it were just a competition, Li Bo would definitely win this round. But the key issue is that this wasn't a formal competition at all. There are no time or location restrictions. You can play however you want. Feng didn't believe that Li Bo's durability could compare to gold, so he wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, with Feng occasionally stabbing him in the face, Li Bo really couldn't do anything to Feng and Jinzi without taking out his weapon. Without the aid of weapons, Li Bo's attack ability was greatly reduced. Several attacks hit Jinzi, but only blasted Jinzi away, leaving Jinzi completely unharmed. Kid, you asked for this. Li Bo couldn't help but say. If you want to bully the weak, then go ahead and bully the weak. However, as soon as he took out his weapon, someone ran over and shouted for him to stop. Stop it, all of you. The trainees in the camp clearly all knew who the voice belonged to. They all stepped back, making room for a larger open space. Li Bo also stopped what he was doing, without drawing his weapon. Feng didn't know who the person was, but he chopped them down without hesitation. Feng, how dare you? You dare to lay a hand on me in front of the instructors. Li Bo angrily rebuked Feng. Feng glanced at the unkillable cockroach. Who knows if this person is an instructor? If he isn't, Feng won't give him any face at all. Undying Little Strong nodded to Feng. Then, Feng and Jinzi stopped fighting at the same time. On your first day at the camp, it's not a big deal to mess with the perennial runner-up, but you absolutely cannot go against the instructors. Li Bo, what are you doing? Instructor Wang, I'm sparring with Feng, right? Li Bo looked at Feng, a hint of warning in his eyes. Instructor, I don't think this is a friendly exchange. I think it's a provocation. Do we have a deathmatch arena or something similar in our camp? Will Feng give Li Bo face? Regardless of Li Bo's reasons for criticizing Feng, the result is that Li Bo is going to criticize Feng. That's enough. Feng definitely won't give Li Bo any face. There's a ranking battle in the camp in a month. It's a fight to the death, and you can challenge anyone you want. Is Instructor Wang someone who's afraid of trouble? Of course I'm not afraid. The demon camp is for raising wolf cubs. If you don't have enough courage, no matter what class you awaken or what talents you possess, you can't get in. Settling personal grudges during ranked matches has become an unspoken rule within the elite camp. Okay, I'll challenge Li Bo then. You? Challenge me. Li Bo knew that Feng was probably a pretty arrogant person, and he had heard some things about Feng. But Li Bo never expected Feng to be so arrogant. In just 1 month, I will challenge myself to be the second oldest. This guy really thinks he's something special. Keep in mind that Li Bo didn't use any weapons or even any skills to deal with Feng. Did this give Feng the confidence to act this way? Yes, is it wrong to challenge you? Feng retorted. Okay, really okay. I hope you'll still have the courage to challenge me then. All right, deduct 5 days' worth of resources from Li Bo and give the compensation to Feng. Feng's rating wasn't done by Xiao Chong, it was done by us. Li Bo, if you still have any complaints, you can bring them up now. Instructor Wang was quite authoritative. Despite Li Bo and his group's arrogance, they couldn't be arrogant at all when facing the instructors of the demon camp. Because most of the instructors here came from the elite training camp, and each one of them was more monstrous than the last. Otherwise, do you really think that this space built underground in the wild would be so sturdy? Monsters aren't benevolent. Once they detect your location, they'll definitely attack. The fact that this place remained unscathed demonstrates just how powerful this elite camp truly is. I have no objection. I'll be waiting for your challenge then. Although the resources he spent over the past few days were a little painful for Li Bo, it was only a small amount. Compared to teaching Feng, That arrogant guy. A lesson. What were those resources? Since both sides agree, then it's settled. Everyone disperse. Have you all finished your task for today? Do you still have time to watch the show? Chapter 118. After Instructor Wang shouted, all the onlookers dispersed, whether they were in the open or in the shadows. Li Bo's expression was not good. Instructor, is it all right if I go with him to check his grades? Li Bo was still unwilling to let Yi Feng off so easily. An S-level rating. What level is that? Li Bo only received an A rating upon joining the camp, and so did the seemingly invincible cockroach. Currently, there are no S-level ratings among the campers. Q equals plus equals %. It's not that these people are too bad, but that getting an S-level rating is too difficult. Can. Instructor Wang did not refuse. While absolute fairness is impossible within the camp, relative fairness is still achievable. Everything within the camp is open to questioning. Of course, this must be done under reasonable circumstances. Now, Li Bo's questioning is a reasonable one. Since Instructor Wang had already agreed, Yi Feng naturally didn't say anything, since he had already obtained 5 days' worth of resources anyway. I wonder what resources this perennial runner-up can obtain in 5 days. I don't even know if I can exchange it for the bones Yi Feng needs. Yi Feng doesn't really need other resources. Then, led by Instructor Wang, Yi Feng and the others entered a room. This step wasn't originally needed, but it was included to silence Li Bo because of his questioning. Give me your badge. After entering the room, Instructor Wang looked at Yi Feng and said. Yi Feng nodded, took off the badge, and handed it to Instructor Wang. After Instructor Wang received the badge, he placed it on a device that resembled a projector. The screen appeared, and this thing looked like the memory stick of a dashcam, containing a lot of crucial footage. You don't need to watch anything else. Just watching the footage of Yi Feng and Jinzi hunting the Demon King is enough. The entry test was arguably the easiest. Not only were you able to fight back against a horde of beasts, but you were also able to kill a Demon King. This level. What? Are you satisfied? When you joined the camp, could you have killed the Demon King under these circumstances? We originally wanted to continue testing them, but capturing the Demon King was quite difficult, and we didn't want to waste resources, so we didn't release the Demon King. Li Bo, is there anything you're unhappy with about our actions? The third brother took the initiative to start a fight. Actually, before they entered the camp, they could have easily taken down some of the weaker Demon Kings in one-on-one combat. But that takes time, and they can't let any external forces interfere or disrupt their rhythm. But Yi Feng was different. His knife moved swiftly and smoothly. If someone with this level of strength can't reach S rank, then no one can. I understand. Li Bo fell silent. He had just tested Yi Feng's strength, which was indeed quite impressive, but he hadn't expected Yi Feng to perform like this when facing a demonic beast. Your resources for 5 days are allocated to Yi Feng, the third brother said again. This was decided by Instructor Wang, and Li Bo dared not disobey. He took out his badge and then touched Yi Feng's badge. The resource points have been transferred to Yi Feng's badge. Instructor, I need to go train now, so I'll be going now. Instructor Wang grunted in response, but did not offer any further comment. Third brother, what can we exchange resource points for? Li Bo gets 80 resource points every day, which can be exchanged for a lot of things. You'll see in a little while. Yi Feng didn't know what 80 resource points represented, so he didn't comment on it. All right, let's go. Instructor Wang handed the badge back to Yi Feng and said goodbye. The group left, this time heading towards the center of the cave. Along the way, the third brother explained to Yi Feng the functions of the structures inside the cave. The central part of the cave is a functional area. Things like receiving supplies, exchanging resources, and resting all happen in the central area. The outermost part of the cave is the training area, not for practicing techniques, but for gravity chambers, reaction speed training rooms, and the like, which are distributed around it. What Yi Feng cares about most here are the training room for mental strength training and the skill instruction room. The camp offers detailed explanations of various skills and has instructors who specialize in teaching those skills. That's right, it's about teaching skills. It's not about making the skill appear on your panel, but about letting you know how the skill works, teaching your body to use it on its own. For example, certain footwork techniques can indeed greatly improve combat skills. Yi Feng lacks this skill, whether it's displayed on the panel or not is irrelevant. Soon, Instructor Wang led Yi Feng and the others to the resource room. Yi Feng, S rank. Chu Donglai, B rank. Give her the badge. There's a list of things you can exchange for over there. She can take a look at what she wants to exchange for first. Okay, thank you, instructor. Yi Feng presented the badge again, but to Yi Feng's surprise, the person in charge of this resource room was a pretty young woman. Chu Donglai's eyes were practically glued to this pretty girl. If Yi Feng hadn't pulled him back, this guy would probably have embarrassed Yi Feng today. S rank, what an amazing little brother. The beautiful woman smiled, revealing 2 dimples on her face. She was quite pretty. However, Yi Feng didn't see it because he had already run over there to see what resources he could exchange for. The equipment in this elite camp is indeed quite good. The tablet-like devices record information very clearly. Yi Feng was dazzled by the abundance of resources. Fortunately, this thing has a search function, and Yi Feng directly entered the word bone. The search actually yielded results. The lowest quality bones are rare monster bones, but there are also monster king bones and even beast god bones. Furthermore, the uses and resource point values of various monster bones are clearly explained. Moreover, the record also details what talents a certain monster possesses, the uses of its bones and flesh, and how to eat it, all explained in great detail. If those talented demonic beasts devour and fuse with their bones, can they obtain their talents? Yi Feng was a little tempted. However, it seems I'm still a bit short on resource points if I want to exchange for the Demon King's bone with talent. Yi Feng looked around and found that the Demon King bone he had his eye on was worth at least 500 resource points, which was quite expensive. Chu Donglai was also examining it, his eyes shining. Sure enough, things that were hard to obtain outside could be exchanged for resource points in this demon camp, and he knew he had come to the right place. Soon, the young lady had finished her business. She personally returned the badges to Yi Feng and Chu Donglai and patiently explained them to them. My 2 brothers, your resource points have been recorded. From now on, you will be automatically issued resource points every day. If you want to exchange for anything, just come to me. Touch your badge to this machine, and I will see how many resource points you have. Would you like to give it a try? Chapter 119. Brother Feng, take a look. Chu Donglai didn't care at all how many resource points he had, but he was very concerned about how many resource points Yi Feng had. Good. Yi Feng himself also wanted to know how many resource points he had. When he started to look, Yi Feng was startled by the numbers that appeared. How come there are so many? Yi Feng looked at Chu Donglai in surprise, then looked at the pretty young woman. Hee. Hello everyone, my name is Zihan. This little brother Yi Feng's entry evaluation is S level, and you can get a month's worth of resource points upon entering the camp. The purpose is to help you improve yourselves as quickly as possible within this month, hence the large number of resource points. Zihan shrugged and told him the truth. That's a bit much, isn't it? 3,500 points. Yi Feng initially thought the bones were a bit expensive, but now he feels they're not expensive at all. How many bones can be exchanged for 3,500 white spots? You could exchange 7 of those Demon King bones that possess special talents. If this were exchanged for some ordinary Demon King bones, it would yield even more. You have an S rank rating, so you can get 100 resource points every day. The rest are from your winnings. Let me see how many I have. Chu Donglai was also quite tempted, and he immediately checked how many resource points he had. However, when Chu Donglai saw the numbers on the screen, his face immediately fell. Why is there so little? Because you're a B level, right? Zihan replied matter-of-factly. A B-level rating only grants 30 resource points per day, totaling less than 1,000 points per month. Okay, I understand. Sister Zihan, what's your ranking here? Chu Donglai was only slightly disappointed for a moment before it passed. He knows his own abilities perfectly well. If he were to receive the same treatment as Yi Feng, he would feel unworthy. Me? You can ask around yourselves. I'm going to work now. Zihan gave a mysterious smile, then turned and went back to her workstation. Quickly check what resources you want to exchange. Once you've made the exchange, I'll take you to your lodgings. The 3rd brother approached as soon as Zihan left. Actually, he wanted to see what Yi Feng wanted to change. Yi Feng nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. However, Yi Feng didn't do anything reckless. He only exchanged for a Demon King skeleton, the kind worth 500 resource points. Yi Feng wants to try and see if he can absorb the talent. If we can absorb the talent, that would be the best. We can then use our resource points to exchange for these Demon King bones. Yifeng can hunt down ordinary Demon King bones by simply going out and exploring. If you can't absorb the talent, then exchange the resource points for more ordinary Demon King bones, or even some Beast God bones. They're quite cost-effective. After seeing what Yifeng had exchanged, the third brother didn't comment. He took Yifeng and Chu Dong to find their accommodation, while undying Little Strong followed Instructor Wang and went off to do something unknown. Yifeng was a newcomer, so he didn't ask any more questions. The accommodations arranged for Yifeng and Chu Donglai were a bit out of the way because all the other places were occupied. Fortunately, all the rooms here are single rooms, and the conditions are quite good. After explaining the details to be aware of, the third brother also left. You'll have to take care of the rest of the tasks at the camp yourself. In Yifeng's view, this place doesn't really look like a training camp. It's more like a sect or similar organization. Because there are no mandatory requirements for you to do anything here. It all depends on your own initiative. You can choose not to cultivate at all. You can simply slack off every day. Of course, no one who comes to a place like this is an ordinary person. Everyone is quite ambitious. Yifeng's situation has settled down, and things are also going smoothly with Nangong Shue's side. However, the training camp where Nangong Shue was located did not have such a high degree of freedom. They needed to attend classes on time every day, and there would be dedicated fire magic teachers to teach them various techniques, experience in using skills, and so on. Nangong Shue had a very enjoyable first day of classes. This is, after all, a training camp specifically for teaching fire-type ability users. The instructors are all very professional, and Nangong Shue benefited greatly from just one day of classes. However, on the second day after Nangong Shue entered the training camp, another person arrived at the camp. She was also a stunningly beautiful woman, with looks and figure that rivaled Nangong Shue's. This caused an uproar throughout the entire camp. The sudden arrival of two stunning beauties was bound to excite the restless young men in the training camp. "Hi, classmate. My name is Shang Wanzi. We're both freshmen. Can we be friends?" Shang Wanzi stood in front of Nangong Shue with a smile on his face and extended his hand to her. Who is Shang Wanzi? She is the Crown Prince's sister. The humans in the underground cave are truly resourceful. They managed to get Shang Wanzi into the training camp in such a short time. There are many things to take care of during this period, such as Shang Wanzi's identity, school registration, and so on. This was the first time Nangong Shue had experienced something like this. A complete stranger you've just met wants to be your friend. Nangong Shue felt it was a bit abrupt. Nangong Shue was still a little hesitant, mainly because her mind hadn't quite processed it yet. Shang Wanzi didn't care about any of that. She walked to Nangong Shue's side and took Nangong Shue's arm. "Shue, their eyes are so annoying. I only feel safe when we're together. Let's be friends, okay?" After being shaken a few times, Nangong Shue finally came to her senses. If Shang Wanzi were a man, Nangong Shue would definitely have forced him to fight back with a big fan. But Shang Wanzi is a woman, which... "Okay, then we'll be friends from now on," Nangong Shue said, while grabbing Shang Wanzi's chest. "Oh, I just saw it. How come it's so big? How did it grow like that? Is there some secret recipe?" Nangong Shue gave a strange laugh. They were all quirky and clever little girls, and when they got together, the girls were actually, "You filthy woman, take this." Shang Wanzi's pretty face turned red, and she wanted to retaliate. Nangong Shue laughed and ran away. The two beautiful girls were putting on this act right in front of everyone, leaving all the innocent young boys in the camp completely dumbfounded. "We're in luck now." "Yes, but you can only look, not touch. At least, no one can touch Nangong Shue. Whoever touches her will die." Yifeng is very famous now, and everyone knows about the relationship between Nangong Shue and Yifeng. If Nangong Shue were to get involved, Yifeng wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His many admirers would be enough to kill her. Shang Wanzi chased Nangong Shue all the way to Nangong Shue's dormitory. The two didn't joke around as much inside. After introducing themselves to each other again, Shang Wanzi sat down next to Nangong Shue. "Shue, how did you and Yifeng meet?" Chapter 120. A wolf will eventually show its fangs. It's just a matter of time. Shang Wanzi is not very patient. She originally intended to go directly to Yifeng's training camp. However, That place is called the Demon Camp, and the procedures for entering the camp are very strict. Not just anyone can get in. Although Shangguanzi has considerable backing, there is no way to arrange for him to enter the Demon Camp in a short period of time. However, they can arrange for Shangguanzi to enter the training camp where Nangong Shui is located. Once I've established a good relationship with Nangong Shui, getting close to Yifeng will only be a matter of time. Furthermore, you can also inquire about Yifeng's situation from Nangong Shui. If all else fails, kidnapping Nangong Shui to threaten Yifeng is also an option, which can be considered killing two birds with one stone. We've known each other since we were very, very young. I envy you. I've never even held hands with a boy. What does it feel like to hold hands? What does it feel like to kiss? You? I don't know. Why don't you find a man yourself and you'll know? Nangong Shui's face turned red. Why ask such a direct question? Just tell me, please tell me. Shangguanzi started acting cute again. These women, once they start talking about these private topics in private, they're definitely best friends. With Shangguanzi's deliberate contact, the two became acquainted, but their relationship deteriorated to a superficial one within a day. It's not that Nangong Shui is naive or doesn't care about others. The main reason is that Shangguanzi looks too harmless and is a pretty girl, similar to Nangong Shui. What bad intentions could a pretty girl have? Nangong Shui had never had any female friends since she was a child, so when such a proactive guy suddenly appeared, Nangong Shui really couldn't handle it. This is also Yifeng's fault. If he had told Nangong Shui that beautiful women are the best actresses, Nangong Shui probably wouldn't have been so easily won over by Shangguanzi. In the following days, the two women became as close as one person. They weren't quite at the point of being able to talk about anything, but they were pretty close. However, what Nangong Shui said was basically true, while what Shangguanzi said was all made up. Yifeng, hurry up, stop practicing. The bones you exchanged have been delivered to you. In the reaction speed training room of the Demon Camp, Yifeng was enduring a rapid attack from 20 guns. Within the Demon Camp, using the training room is free of charge, which is far superior to that of a university. Moreover, the training equipment is much better. The reaction speed training equipment can support up to 50 rifles attacking at the same time, while the highest level at the university is only 10. They're here. Inside the training room, Yifeng responded immediately after hearing Lao San's call. Not all the resources you can exchange are within this camp. It just means that the item is available within the Federation. If the item you exchange isn't in the camp, then it will take time to adjust it. Clearly, the items Yifeng redeemed were quite high-end and definitely wouldn't be kept in the camp. When Yifeng left the training room and followed the third brother to the resource room, he could see the huge skeleton placed outside the resource room from a distance. These 500 resource points were well spent. Regardless of how good the Demon King's skeleton looks, Yifeng is pleased to see it because the skeleton is large enough. It is about 5 meters high and 40 meters long. They don't look like creatures that could exist in modern society at all. They look more like extinct dinosaurs. This Demon King's name is somewhat similar to that of a dinosaur. It's called the Terror Beast Demon King. Yifeng didn't know exactly what this thing looked like when it was alive, as he had never seen it, but the bones seemed to be quite impressive. Quickly, begin your performance. Zihan, Yifeng is here. He's about to start his performance. Don't you want to watch? The third brother shouted into the resource room. You're here, Zihan's clear voice rang out. Normally, there aren't many people coming to the resource room. Since resource points are distributed independently, people in the training camp generally save up their resource points before returning to exchange them for items. Therefore, although there are now more than 100 people in the demon camp, Zihan's work is actually very easy. Little brother Yifeng, hurry up, let me see. Zihan urged Yifeng as soon as she stepped out the door. Yifeng grinned, feeling like a monkey in a zoo. Okay, for the sake of bone, I won't hold it against you. Look closely. Yifeng stepped forward and placed his hand on the massive skeleton. Then, both Lao San and Zihan stared wide-eyed. They had known about Yifeng's abilities for a long time, but knowing and seeing them in person are two different things. It's already quite astonishing that Yifeng was able to turn the Crown Prince's entire skeleton into bone fluid and devour it. But what do they see now? I'm not bragging, but even one of the bones of this terrifying beast king is bigger than Yifeng's body. But this massive skeleton turned into liquid right before their eyes, eventually flowing into Yi Feng's body. Where can I go to reason with this? However, Yi Feng frowned after absorbing the skeleton of the monstrous beast. He was somewhat dissatisfied. It wasn't that Yi Feng was dissatisfied with the improved attributes. Purely in terms of attributes, he was very satisfied. The skeleton of the Terror Beast King had increased all 3 of his attributes by 2,000 points. With Yi Feng's strength, increasing by 2,000 points is already a lot. The talent was barely worth mentioning. The dinosaur's talent was strength-based, but no one knew its exact name or had given it a name. After devouring the skeleton of the Dinosaur King, Yi Feng's strength talent increased by 2%. This is actually optional, since it's not surprising to get something by consuming gold. To Yi Feng's dissatisfaction, his bones showed no change whatsoever. Keep in mind that his current attributes have reached over 50,000 points, so theoretically his class grade should be able to be upgraded to S grade. Moreover, while others can awaken a skill every 5 levels, Yi Feng has not gained any skills since evolving into the Skeleton King class. This time, Yi Feng's level increased by 1. Some Demon King bones could provide experience points, while others could not. Yi Feng did not know the specifics. It's great that it provides experience, but it's frustrating that you still don't have an awakened skill even after reaching level 40. Yi Feng had a suspicion that he wouldn't gain any new skills once he reached level 100. If that's the case, then it'll be really tough. Wow, Yi Feng, you're amazing. Zihan jumped up and appeared in front of Yi Feng. If it weren't for the difference between men and women, she would definitely have made a move on Yi Feng by now, instead of just looking at him indiscriminately. Chapter 121. Don't blame Zihan for being like this. The third brother also wants to take a good look now. The huge skeleton disappeared and was swallowed into Yi Feng's body. How does such a small body hold so much bone fluid? This is practically the 9th wonder of the world. Well, it's all right. It's my talent. I have something to do. I'll be going now. Yi Feng couldn't stand the way Lao San and Zihan were looking at him, so he ran away very fast. Because the 2 men's eyes were becoming increasingly sinister, Yi Feng felt that they had an urge to dissect him and study him. That won't do. Yi Feng wants to live a good life. Third brother, this little guy is pretty tough. What if he gets bored and comes after me one day? Zihan said to the third brother, watching Yi Feng's retreating figure. No, his target is Li Bo. A month will be very quick. Just as the third brother was speaking, Yi Feng came running back in a flash. Sister Zihan, I'd like to get something changed. Okay, you can go by yourself. Zihan nodded to Yi Feng. Yi Feng entered the house with ease and exchanged all his remaining resource points for Demon King bones. Although the Beast God bone is more effective than the Demon King bone, it is also more expensive. We should wait until the Demon King bone is no longer effective against Yi Feng before using the Beast God bone. Using the Beast God bone directly now would be a waste. Li Bo is in trouble. I've heard about his cultivation progress these past few days, and it's terrifyingly strong, the third brother whispered to Zihan after Yi Feng entered the room. Really? Tell me about it. Women are naturally gossipy. The third brother, that repressed pervert, had his eye on Zihan for a long time. Now that he had a chance to get close to Zihan, he was definitely going to make a good impression. When Yi Feng came out of the resource room, he saw 2 people chatting animatedly. Upon closer listening, good heavens, the protagonist was actually himself? I'm leaving now. Yi Feng pointed to his nose, and then to the road he had gone. Unexpectedly, the third brother and Zihan waved to him without even looking at him, saying, let's go, let's go. Yi Feng, so, if you want to ask something, can't you just ask yourselves directly? Why do I have to be gossiped about behind my back? And what they're saying is getting more and more outrageous. Yi Feng was deaf to their conversation. If he listened to them chatter any longer, he probably wouldn't even be human anymore. Fortunately, Yi Feng ran away again. This month has gone by quite quickly. Yi Feng was so busy cultivating every day that he didn't have time to get to know people. Moreover, everyone in the demon camp is quite busy, and Yi Feng can only recognize about 30 people. I saw this while attending a skills class. After a month of training, Yi Feng's strength has greatly improved. Leaving aside the improvement of various attributes, the main focus is on practical combat ability. This skills course was indeed very useful. Yi Feng practiced some footwork techniques, and relying on his own speed, He was now able to dodge attacks from 50 spears in the reaction training room. Occupation, Skeleton King. Rank A. Level, 44 physical condition, 70071 strength, 70183 plus, 20120. Agility, 70094 plus, 12612. Spirit, 1085 skill. Summon Skeleton King. Summons a Skeleton King with 1.5 times the user's own attributes to fight. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Summoned creatures can learn the skill, which can unleash a 10-meter-long sword aura. The sword aura's power is 1.2 times the strength value. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Summon Skeletons. A skill exclusive to the Skeleton King, which summons 5 skeletons with 1/5 of the king's own attributes. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Monarch's Domain. A skill exclusive to the Skeleton Monarch. Allied undead within the domain receive the Monarch's Blessing, gaining a 10% increase in attributes, a 10% reduction in damage, and a 10% increase in skeleton regeneration speed. Enemies suffer the Monarch's oppressive aura and have a chance to enter the negative statuses of fear and panic. Talent. Bone Fusion Jade Bone. Jade crystallized skeleton, great strength. Increases own strength by 30%. Swiftness. Increases own attack speed by 22%. Bone Strengthening. Bone strength increased by 16%. Agility. Increases own agility by 18%. Fearless. Invincibility value plus 16. Yi Feng's current attributes are 70,000. His mental strength is over 1,000. And the amplification of his various talents has shown its terrifying potential. The strength talent provides the greatest boost, and with that boost, the attribute has reached 90,000. Although Jinzi's profession didn't improve, and he didn't gain any skills by leveling up, Jinzi's attributes were 20% higher than Yi Feng's, with his strength attribute easily exceeding 100,000. This doesn't even take into account the temporary properties of gold. If the summoned gold has the strength attribute, its strength attribute could reach 150,000. It's fair to say that Yi Feng's attributes have roughly doubled in a month, but how much his combat ability has improved is unclear. We'll only know after a fight. However, Yi Feng knew that his improvement was somewhat alarming. He was like a sponge, frantically absorbing nutrients. Moreover, Yi Feng discovered a rather serious problem. The skills Yi Feng mastered, even Jinzi could use. Furthermore, Jinzi's combat skills are far superior to Yi Feng's. Let's talk about reaction speed. Yi Feng was attacked by 50 spears at the same time, and sometimes he was hit. Gold wouldn't be hit at all in the reaction training room. Firstly, because Gold's properties are stronger than Yi Feng's, and he possesses all the skills Yi Feng knows. Secondly, because Gold can perfectly utilize its own advantages. His body was just a skeleton, without flesh and blood, and his body was hollow all over. Jinzi dodged the bullets with great ease, and his movements were very small. Yi Feng was a little envious of this state. Unlike him, in the reaction training room, he was like an eel, having to twist and turn in all sorts of ways just to make sure he could dodge bullet attacks. Yi Feng, don't stay up too late cultivating today. Tomorrow is the monthly competition, and that kid Li Bo has opened a betting pool. The third brother's voice rang out from outside the training room. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately rushed out of the training room. Betting odds? What does that mean? It's like running a gambling den. He's the bookmaker, and anyone can place bets. Do you know what your odds are? The third brother spoke mysteriously. The third brother had some understanding of Yi Feng's cultivation progress. In the words of the third brother, Yi Feng is a pervert. Li Bo is probably going to suffer a huge loss this time. How much? 1 to 10. You're dreaming. Your odds are 1 to 2, while his are 1 to 1.1. The third brother rolled his eyes at Yi Feng. What is this child thinking? 1 to 10? Do they really think Li Bo is a fool? What if he throws the match? He can make money however he wants, so he'll never lose out, right? Wake up. There's no such chance. Even if he were willing, would you be willing to cooperate with him? Besides, he can only win, not lose. This not only represents honor, but also has practical benefits. Ranking is related to resource points. How could he not know the choice between having a full meal every day and having a single full meal? Chapter 122. That doesn't make sense. Even if he loses to me, he'll still be ranked third. He'll definitely have fewer resource points, but not by much. But if the stakes are too high this time, you didn't intentionally lose to him, did you? The third brother stared at Yifeng nervously. What are you doing? Yifeng clutched his clothes tightly. The look in Lao San's eyes made Yifeng wonder if this guy had some kind of special fetish. Do you think you might intentionally lose to him? The third brother kept staring intently at Yifeng. Won't. Phew, that's good. I've bet everything on you, so you can't throw the match. The third brother took a deep breath, indicating that he was relieved. If Yifeng bets on himself to lose, and then deliberately loses, am I such a tasteless person? However, can participants place bets? Yifeng's eyes lit up. If I could place my own bets, I could go big this time. Shouldn't that be possible? Even if you can't place the bets yourself, can't you find someone else to place them for you? Okay, you're the one. Yifeng smiled and patted the third brother on the shoulder. Yes, lend me 100,000 resource points first. Once I win, I'll give you 10% of the winnings. Get lost. Do I look like someone with 100,000 resource points? The third brother roared angrily. He had staked all his wealth on Yifeng, and all that was left was a little over 6,000 resource points. Yifeng talks about 100,000 yuan all the time. Why doesn't he just rob someone? I can place the bet for you, but I don't have any resource points. Who has more resource points? Yifeng himself didn't have any resource points. This incredible fortune was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Yifeng would definitely regret it if he didn't seize it. The campers are all poor and can't possibly have 100,000 resource points, but there is indeed someone who can help you. Who? Zihan. Sister Zihan? Yifeng was full of questions. Zihan is the student in charge of the resource room. Yes, she is a student. In Yifeng's opinion, Zihan must be working in the resource room every day to earn resource points. How can a working animal have so many resource points? Yes, it's Zihan. She has resource points. You can go to her, but the interest rates she charges for loans are a bit high. How tall? Yifeng asked casually. 9 out, 13 back. Wow, it's really dark. What if we can't pay it back? Her dad is the head instructor of the camp. If you don't want to pay it back, that's fine too. We'll just deduct it from your monthly allowance. Damn, this is so dark. Let's go find her. Yifeng ran out and headed straight for the resource room. No, don't go to the resource room. She's not there. Go to the arena, this way. The third brother followed Yifeng out the door and shouted loudly. Yifeng slapped his forehead and realized what was going on. Zihan is also a student at the camp's monthly competition, so she must have participated in it as well. When Yifeng arrived at the arena with the third brother, Chu Donglai was the first to greet him. Brother Feng, these guys are despicable. They all bet on that B************* D Li Bo to win. Chu Donglai said viciously as soon as he arrived, clearly very dissatisfied with those who placed the bets. Look, Li Bo's face has turned dark. He's adjusted the odds again. Your odds are now 1 to 3, but there aren't many people betting on you to win. It's improved again? Yifeng was pleasantly surprised. Yes. Chu Donglai nodded. Li Bo is indeed in a bad mood right now. He thought he could get a lot of resource points this time. Li Bo also knows about Yifeng's recent performance. To be honest, Yifeng really has a chance to win. With such high odds, there will definitely be people who will take the risk of betting on Yifeng to win. That way, I can earn a lot of money. But now, not many people are betting on Yifeng to win, and his limited resource points aren't even enough to pay out the money to those who did. Have you seen Zihan? Sister Zihan? She's over there. Chu Donglai pointed in a direction for Yifeng. When Yifeng looked over, he saw Zihan. Afterwards, Yifeng went straight to Zihan. Chu Donglai wanted to go with Yifeng, but was stopped by Lao San. It's uncertain whether Zihan will lend Yifeng that many resource points. Yifeng might lose face if she is rejected. Therefore, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Sister Zihan. Yifeng greeted her sweetly as she approached Zihan. Yifeng, is there something you need? Zihan knew Yifeng quite well. Yifeng would never contact her unless there was something wrong. Something came up. You guys chat, we'll go get ready. The girls surrounding Zihan tactfully spoke up and then went to the side. What's up? Sister Zihan, I want to take out a loan. How many? The more the better. I know your rules. I'll pay you back after the monthly competition. Yifeng didn't give a specific number. He didn't know what value he held in Zihan's heart. If Yi Feng were to ask for a loan of 100,000, he was afraid that Zihan would refuse. Now that you've said that, Zihan should be able to lend him some money. Based on the current ratio, even if it's 15 out of 13, Yi Feng still won't lose money, let alone 9 out of 13. I don't actually have that much authority. I can give you 100,000, and you can just pay me back the original price later, Zihan replied after a moment's consideration. Huh? Isn't that breaking the rules? How about this? I'll borrow 100,000 and pay you back 130,000 by the end of the month. Zihan originally thought that Yi Feng breaking her rules was Zihan's business, but Yi Feng couldn't accept it with a clear conscience. Okay, but little brother, are you really confident you can win? Zihan asked, blinking. Zihan knew exactly what Yi Feng wanted to do, and she actually wanted to try it out herself. Okay, I'll transfer it to you now. Zihan took off her badge. Yi Feng is the same. The transfer was quite fast. In fact, Zihan has more than just this many resource points. She could easily get another 100,000. The key issue is that Zihan is afraid Libo can't afford to pay the compensation. 200,000 triples, that's 600,000. How big is Libo's betting pool in total? Currently, the resource points bet on Libo to win are less than 300,000. In this situation, even after Libo defeated Yi Feng, he still had to spend over 100,000 resource points to fill the gap. If Libo owes 100,000 yuan, can he handle it? 10,000 might be enough to tide me over, but more would definitely not be an option. That's why Zihan lent Yi Feng so much. She simply couldn't lend more. Thanks. I'll return it to you when I'm done. With the resource points credited, Yi Feng waved the badge in his hand and gave Zihan a smile. Okay, I won't place any bets. Good luck. Okay, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Yi Feng left and headed straight for the betting area. The betting was about to close, and if he didn't place his bet soon, it would be too late. Chapter 123. Can I place a bet? Yi Feng approached the betting table and stared at Li Bo. Enemies meeting are bound to be hostile, and Li Bo naturally showed Yi Feng no kindness whatsoever. Of course you can, but you can only bet on winning. Li Bo was still hoping that Yi Feng would place a bet, so that he could lose less. If I kill you, how will you compensate me with these resource points? What if there aren't enough resource points in this pool to compensate me? Yi Feng is quite worried about this, because Yi Feng would kill Li Bo whenever he had the chance. How could he compensate Li Bo for his resource points if he was dead? Kill me? You think you can? Li Bo laughed angrily. There's always a chance, isn't there? Yi Feng shrugged. What do you want? Find a guarantor to cover it up. I'm betting 100,000 yuan on me winning. Yi Feng's words caused quite a stir. Li Bo's actions were already quite eye-catching, but Yi Feng's bet of 100,000 yuan at once caused even more ripples. You really want to bet 100,000? Li Bo's eyes widened. That's 100,000. If he could defeat Yi Feng, he could get more than half of the 100,000 resource points, and then he could exchange them for whatever he wanted. I will be his guarantor. Zhao Si, the crowd exclaimed, recognizing the speaker. Who did you say? Yi Feng almost spat something out. The rankings within the camp held no appeal for Yi Feng, so he didn't pay any attention to them. Upon suddenly hearing the nickname, Zhao Si, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. If Yi Feng hadn't known his situation, he would have wondered if he had wandered into the wrong recording studio or switched channels. Zhao Si was confused. He didn't know what Yi Feng was laughing about. Zhao Si, only have a shortfall of 30,000 to 40,000 resource points in this betting pool. I can be the guarantor. However, if you win, I want 30% of the profits. Zhao Si said this to Li Bo. Clearly, Zhao Si favored Li Bo and believed he could win. This time, if Li Bo wins, Zhao Si will get 20,000 to 30,000 resource points. If Li Bo loses, he will have to use 30,000 to 40,000 to cover his losses. The benefits and risks are almost equal. Okay, Li Bo didn't really want to agree, but he couldn't bear to part with the 100,000 resource points Yi Feng had offered. It's better to earn something than nothing, right? Okay, that's settled then. I bet 100,000 and I win. Yi Feng placed his bets with great style. After he finished making his bet, Chu Donglai also came up to join in the fun. Although he didn't have many resource points, even a small amount is still something. After that, no one placed any more bets. Everyone knew Li Bo's abilities, and indeed, not many people thought Yi Feng would win. Before long, a group of instructors appeared, as if they were waiting for the storm to end. The monthly comparison is conducted once a month, and everyone knows the rules, so there's no need to waste time explaining. Anyone dissatisfied with the rankings can initiate a challenge, and all instructors act as referees. These instructors are exceptionally capable. While not all of them possess the potential to become kings, they are close. With them here to keep things under control, the trainees can fight to their heart's content without holding back, and there's virtually no chance of anyone dying. Moreover, the medical standards here are almost top tier in the Federation. As long as you don't die, you can recover completely, which is quite remarkable. This month's competition wasn't particularly exciting, as the battles between the other players weren't very interesting. When the instructor announced the start, everyone's eyes were on Feng and Li Bo. Since everyone is being so polite, I won't stand on ceremony. Come on, you silly dog. Feng beckoned to Li Bo with his finger. Li Bo's anger was written all over his face. Feng showed him absolutely no mercy, publicly humiliating him. All right, I'll grant your wish. The two then went on stage, but Feng brought Jinzi with her. Are you ready? The instructors were very familiar with the situation in the camp, and they naturally knew about this competition. The camp doesn't mind such situations happening among the trainees. In fact, they are quite happy about it. Anger can also be a driving force for spiritual practice. There's a saying that goes, shame leads to courage. Ready? Feng spoke first. I'm ready too. Let's begin then. As soon as the instructor said start, Jinzi's figure vanished instantly. It was so fast that even the golden light became invisible. At this point, the gold possesses two characteristics, strength and agility. Each of the two attributes increases by 20%. Feng's skeleton is that strong? The instructors were all shocked. They knew what level Feng was at when he first arrived at the camp. Now, Feng's skeleton has become significantly stronger, almost doubling in power. Yes, Li Bo is in a bit of danger. The instructors have a wealth of combat experience. Even before they actually clashed, they could already foresee the general outcome. However, what they saw was only the speed that Jinzi displayed. When Jinzi swung his knife and slashed, the instructors fell silent. Compared to the growth rate of gold, the strength is obviously even more abnormal. This is clearly evident from the air ripples caused when the sword is swung. Li Bo was a capable man, and he saw through it too. He didn't even want to use a weapon to resist this blow, because he was afraid he couldn't withstand it. But what's the point of not resisting? Jinzi is too fast. If he misses with one strike, he can use a combo attack. There will always be a time when Li Bo can't stop him. Get out of the way. Li Bo roared after he understood, and his blood and chi surged out as if they were actually being expelled from his body. The skill he uses is called resisting enemy, which uses his own vital energy to push enemies away. This move is actually very effective. It's Li Bo's professional skill. However, while it works well against creatures with flesh and blood, it might not work well against gold. Jinzi's entire body is a skeleton, and the surface area of his body in contact with the outside world is much smaller. When the blood and chi surged onto the gold, most of it passed through the holes in the gold's body and did not play its proper role. The surge of blood and chi was useless. Jinzi's bone knife showed no mercy, relentlessly slashing at Li Bo. After dodging Jinzi's attacks several times, Li Bo finally couldn't keep up with Jinzi's speed and had to use his weapon to withstand the attacks. The two long swords came into contact, collided, and the air exploded. Centered on the point where the two blades came into contact, the collision of forces created a brief vacuum around them, as the air was forced to other areas. Everyone stared in disbelief as they watched another air ball, more than a meter in diameter, formed as the air was squeezed out. Just then, Li Bo couldn't withstand the force of the golden bone knife, and his body staggered back a few steps. If we retreat now, there will be no hope left. Jinzi's attack speed was extremely fast, one strike after another, relentlessly. Chapter 124. Li Bo could tell that Jinzi was aiming to kill him. Every strike was aimed at a vital spot. He knew that things couldn't continue like this. Charge. Li Bo used his skill again. This skill is quite powerful, with built-in invulnerability. After withstanding one of Jinzi's slashes, Li Bo directly knocked Jinzi away. Although Jinzi has a higher physical strength, he does not have any super armor skills. After knocking Jinzi away, Li Bo didn't stop and rushed straight towards Yifeng. It's really annoying to be treated like a pushover every day. Yifeng knew that Li Bo was using him as a target to get rid of him. Yifeng took out his Tang sword and slashed at the target from a distance. The slashing blade energy headed straight for Li Bo's face. While the invincible body cannot be knocked back, frozen, stunned, etc., but injuries will still occur. If a person is split in two, they are definitely not going to survive. Yifeng believes the referee should take action, but the referee showed no intention of taking action, as if he had a grudge against Li Bo. No, the referee thought Li Bo could block my attack or dodge it, so he didn't come on to help. The next moment, the blade energy collided with Li Bo. There was no bloodshed. Li Bo blocked Yifeng's attack, but his clothes were in bad shape, and a red line of blood appeared on his chest, leading to his groin. The combat suits were all torn apart. Li Bo was still shaken. If that attack had been any more powerful, his body would have been cleaved in two. Yifeng has only been cultivating for a month, and he's already this powerful. What will happen to him in the future? No, there will be no after. Li Bo knew he had completely offended Yifeng. If Yifeng could live well, then Li Bo would not be able to live well either. Therefore, Li Bo became even more frenzied after taking a slash. If they can't kill him, it seems the only option is to cut his neck, Yifeng muttered. You can't die from being chopped in the body, but you'll definitely be fine if you chop your neck. Thor, descend, Li Bo said. This is not a summoning skill, but Li Bo's talent. He will summon a lightning body, which will attach itself to Li Bo. The talent level is not low, it is an A-level talent. This lightning body not only enhances Li Bo's own attributes, but also imbues his attacks with the power of lightning. Li Bo's attributes increased by 1 level due to his talent. Now Li Bo's speed is on par with Jinzi's, and there isn't much difference in strength either. The two fought a fierce and brutal battle. The trainees in the camp were also very excited. Most people are now cheering for Li Bo. There was nothing they could do. They had staked their entire fortune on Li Bo. Yifeng automatically blocked out these unfriendly voices. All he wanted to do right now was kill Li Bo. If they keep letting Jinzi fight Li Bo, their chances will be extremely slim. But if he uses himself as bait, Li Bo will definitely have an opportunity. So, Yifeng went on. He took his Tang sword and went to help. When Li Bo saw Yifeng rushing towards him, he mentally evaluated Yifeng. Idiot. Yifeng didn't know exactly how stupid he was, and Li Bo didn't say either. After Yifeng joined the battle, even if Li Bo had the lightning body fused into his own body, it would be useless. Yifeng and Jinzi worked together very well, making Li Bo suffer terribly. The footwork learned at the camp was basically useless. Zhang Wei also learned and mastered these footwork techniques, even better than Li Bo. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Li Bo to avoid the attack. Yifeng, you're asking for it. Li Bo shouted, having just taken a blow from Jinzi. Even though you blocked it with your arm, you can't let the person who hurt you get away. Li Bo, do you have any last words? Yifeng's voice rang out. I'll leave you. Before Li Bo could finish speaking, Jinzi unleashed a slash. While Li Bo was doing his best to block Jinzi's attack, Yifeng immediately stepped forward and moved closer to Li Bo. Before Li Bo could react, Yifeng had already grabbed Li Han's wrist. Got you. Yifeng revealed a cruel smile. Chu Donglai, who was watching from the audience, felt Tao Hua inexplicably tighten. Chu Donglai's inner fears were not unfounded. Yifeng is indeed preparing to take Li Bo hostage. This way, one can test whether devouring human bones will grant them a talent. Yifeng quite liked this talent of being able to stand on lightning. What are you going to do? Li Bo's bad premonition grew even stronger. Then, Yifeng squeezed Li Bo's wrist tightly. Li Bo's bones are indeed quite hard. His wrist was pinched, and although the bone was gone, the skin and flesh on the bone suffered. In less than the blink of an eye, Yifeng had his hand on Li Bo's wrist bone. Goodbye, Devourer, etc. Stop. The instructors spoke up almost simultaneously. If he lost all his bones, would Li Bo still be Li Bo? But it was too late. If the instructors had called a halt earlier, and Yifeng hadn't managed to touch Li Bo's weak point, then Li Bo would naturally have been fine. Safety and death can be separated by only a moment. At least that's how Yifeng's enemies are. Some enemies may be able to suppress Yifeng, or even harm him, but as long as Yifeng gets to your core, the scales of victory will tip completely. Yi Feng was an obedient person. When the instructors told him to stop, he let go of Li Bo. However, Li Bo, who was spared by Yi Feng, was not grateful. Instead, he cursed Yi Feng's family 1,000 times. Although Yi Feng released his grip quickly, in that instant, Li Bo's arm, ribs, and spine were all gone. His upper body hung limply over his lower body. This is not my fault. My abilities are limited. If he had only fought my gold, he wouldn't be in such a bad situation. He attacked me on his own initiative. Yi Feng offered some excuse for his actions. Whether others believe it or not, that's his version of events. As for whether Li Bo can be saved, Yi Feng doesn't know. Bone regeneration is probably not an easy task. There's no room for blame. The winner takes all. That's just how the world works. Yi Feng, I want you dead. The instructors didn't say anything, but Li Bo couldn't help himself. Although his spine is gone, the bones in his skull are still there, enough to support Li Bo as he speaks a few words. Yi Feng ignored it. He wanted to see if he had gained a talent. And sure enough, there was a pleasant surprise. Lightning Body. Pseudo-rank summons lightning to attach to the upper body of oneself or a summoned creature, granting oneself or the summoned creature the attribute of lightning. Fake. Yi Feng glanced at Li Bo. If you devour all the bones in Li Bo's body, you should be able to get the original talent, right? Chapter 125. Yi Feng, how could you be so cruel? Exactly. It's just a regular monthly competition. You should have just one. Why did you have to cripple Li Bo? It's not easy for the Federation to produce a genius like us. By crippling Li Bo, you're letting countless monsters go free. Do you even realize that? A few adorable little ones popped out from the crowd. Yi Feng didn't know what their purpose was in saying those things, but that didn't stop Yi Feng from criticizing them. You're not convinced? Then come at me. Yi Feng has already dealt with the second-ranked camp leader. How dare these people who are inferior to Li Bo still make a fuss? The group of people who had been jumping around fell silent. The medical staff then took Li Bo away. Regardless of whether he could recover, they were determined to try to save him. Am I ranked second now? After Li Bo was carried away, Yi Feng glanced in the direction Li Bo left and then asked the referee. Yes, if no one challenges you, you will be the second best in the prodigy camp. The instructors were also a bit confused. Even they didn't expect Li Bo to lose. Keep in mind that Yi Feng has only been in the demon camp for a month. If Yi Feng stays in the camp for 3 or 4 years, shouldn't all the instructors be laid off? Is anyone going to challenge me? Yi Feng's heart was burning with excitement. He gained so many resource points this time. With so many resource points, how many bones could he buy to strengthen himself? Thinking about how his attributes were about to skyrocket, Yi Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Seeing Li Bo's miserable state, who would dare to challenge Yi Feng? Now, even the seemingly immortal Xiaoqiang is wondering whether he should simply give up his position to Yi Feng if Yi Feng challenges him. Fortunately, Yi Feng wasn't that assertive and didn't care much about the empty title of first place. With no one challenging Yi Feng, he left the ring and headed straight for Zhao Laosi. Zhao Laosi, where are the resource points? Wait a minute, I'll go get Li Bo's badge. I definitely won't run away. Zhao Laosi had also come to his senses at this moment. This time, he was caught in the crossfire. In just a few words, he lost countless resource points. It was too difficult. All the resource points in the bet are with Li Bo. Even if Zhao Laosi is killed, he still won't be able to produce that many resource points if Li Bo's badge isn't taken. Hey, Yi Lao Air, you're awesome. The third brother came to Yi Feng's side, his eyes smiling. Li Bo's removal from the list is a good thing. His ranking will remain unchanged. Given Li Bo's current condition, could he possibly beat the third brother? This name doesn't sound good. Yi Feng shook his head. The title of second brother really didn't sound good at all. Haha, you know that too? You've really made a name for yourself this time. I've also gained quite a bit. I'll get a lot of resource points this time. Everyone around was listening, and when the third brother mentioned the resource points, countless people started slapping their thighs in disbelief. The vast majority of people in the camp lost because they all bet on Li Bo to win. Especially for those gambling addicts. The losses are even more devastating because they have bet their entire fortune. Some guys even went so far as to borrow money. Just like Yi Feng, in order to take advantage of Li Bo. Fortunately, the loan amount wasn't large, Otherwise, several people would have jumped off buildings today. The rest is not a big problem. It's just a monthly comparison, so it's not that important. Only Li Bo dropped out of the top 10. The other positions remained unchanged. There were some changes after the 10th place, but it was just a matter of moving up or down one place. There isn't anyone like Yi Feng who makes a triple jump right from the start. After all the rankings were confirmed, the instructor went on stage and said, "The monthly competition is over. We are very satisfied with this competition. Keep up the good work, everyone. Yi Feng, you are granted 3 days of leave, which you can use at any time." "I need it now. I need to go back to the city," Yi Feng said hurriedly, without any hesitation. "Okay, I'll arrange the plane now. Third brother, you take Yi Feng to wait." "Okay." The third brother agreed. At this moment, Zhao Laosi returned, and his face looked very unpleasant. How much can other gamblers win? How much compensation can he, as a guarantor, receive? Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, never act as a guarantor for someone else. The responsibility is enormous. "Yi Feng, let me exchange resource points for you." "Okay, transfer the money." Yi Feng took out his badge. Yi Feng's profit was the easiest to calculate. Without a leader, he bet 100,000 and made a net profit of 200,000 resource points. Zhao Laosi readily transferred 300,000 resource points to Yi Feng. Yi Feng turned his back to Zhao Laosi and walked towards Zihan. "Sister Zihan, I told you, I'll return it to you after the competition." Yi Feng took out his badge and handed it to Zihan. Zihan smiled gently. "If I had known, I wouldn't have lent you so much. I would have only lent you 50,000, and I could have earned more myself. If this happens again, should I call Sister Zihan?" "Okay, it's settled then." Zihan is becoming more and more curious about Yi Feng. This little man is too strong. "Okay, I'm going to the resource room. The bones I exchanged should be delivered to the camp within 3 days, right?" Yi Feng was thinking about returning to the city and wouldn't stay here waiting for the monster bones to be delivered. Therefore, Yi Feng wanted to find out what was going on, since he had definitely exchanged a lot this time, and Yi Feng was afraid that the Federation wouldn't be able to support it. "Okay." Zihan nodded to Yi Feng. "Then I'm relieved. I was really worried that I would replace all the resources in the resource room. You only have a few resource points. Even if you had hundreds of times more, you still couldn't exchange them all." Zihan rolled her eyes at Yi Feng. "You think you can empty the entire Huaxia Federation by yourself? Do you really think Huaxia has no one? That's fine, that's fine." After transferring 130,000 yuan to Zihan, Yi Feng rushed to the resource room without stopping. Chu Donglai followed behind Yi Feng. Everyone knows that Chu Donglai is Yi Feng's man. Now, who in the entire camp would dare to look down on Chu Donglai? Regardless of our own abilities, our eldest brother's strength is absolutely top-notch. Yi Feng spent all his earned resource points in the resource room, exchanging them all for monster bones. In the end, Yi Feng herself didn't know exactly how many she changed. She just ordered whatever she liked. That's how capricious she was. After Yi Feng finished operating the equipment, he immediately went to find Lao San. Yi Feng really didn't know where the plane was parked. Chu Donglai stood at the entrance of the resource room like a waiting-for-husband stone, his eyes full of resentment. Having been away from the city for a month, Chu Donglai really wanted to go back and visit. Unfortunately, only Yi Feng had a vacation, while Chu Donglai did not, so he could not leave. The third brother was already waiting for Yi Feng. When they saw Yi Feng coming from a distance, they all stopped discussing and watched as the third brother led Yi Feng to the airfield. Chapter 126. Our camp actually has a place like this? Yi Feng stood inside the parking area, his eyes darting around. He had only been in the demon camp for a short time and hadn't had time to wander around or do any missions, so apart from the functional areas, Yi Feng really didn't know much about the other places. Now, under the guidance of the third brother, Yi Feng has gotten to know a new place. There are 10 aircraft on the tarmac, including helicopters and fighter jets. Yi Feng couldn't tell the models, but he knew that they were all vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. If it were just a helicopter, that would be fine, since these things can take off and land vertically anyway. But fighter jets can also take off and land vertically, which is really impressive. Don't ask Yi Feng how she knew. The answer is simple. She saw it with her own eyes. Because a large circular opening has been made in the airspace above the tarmac, which can accommodate vertical takeoff and landing of aircraft, but only vertical takeoff and landing, because the opening is only so big. You can only return to the city by helicopter, not by other aircraft. Are you leaving now? Let's go. But you won't be the one flying the plane, will you? Yifeng looked at the third brother with some concern. Only the third brother was with Yifeng. There were no pilots. Who do you think you are? I'm a professional. The third brother patted his chest. I don't really believe it. You'll find out soon enough. Let's go. The third brother was also quite excited. He hadn't flown a plane in a while, and now that he had this opportunity, he was definitely going to have a good time. Why do I feel like you're more anxious than I am? It's all right. Even if there's any danger, I can jump out of the plane. I won't die from the fall. Let's go. Yifeng muttered something to himself, then boarded the plane. The third brother doesn't need a co-pilot. He's quite skilled at operating the plane, and you can tell he's flown a lot before. The helicopter left the camp, the entrance to the helipad closed, and from the outside it looked like a huge metal disc. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at the Federation's generosity. Creating such a place in the wild is definitely not an easy task. However, this doesn't seem to have much to do with Yifeng. The phone worked when the plane entered the defense zone because there was a signal in the city. Who was the first person Yifeng contacted? Is this even necessary? It must be Nangong Shui. When Nangong Shui, who was in class, saw who was calling, she disregarded classroom discipline and quietly took out her phone to answer it. Nangong Shui originally thought that she could just quietly talk to Yifeng for a while. But to her surprise, Yifeng's first words broke Nangong Shui's defenses. What did you say? You went back to the city. Nangong Shui was also a little confused. Yifeng had called, so naturally Yifeng had returned. If Yifeng hadn't returned to the city area, how could he make a phone call when there was no cell phone signal? Yeah, I'm back. How's it going at the training camp? Okay. Are you coming to find me? Okay. Send me the address. Yifeng naturally wouldn't refuse. After the third brother delivered Yifeng to the first district, he returned. He didn't have a holiday and couldn't stay there. There will be no shortage of training after we return. Uncle, I'm back from the demon camp. Oh, you're back? That's great. No one will stop me from bringing you all those things. They stopped you. They didn't stop me. They didn't have the guts, but... Zhang Chong couldn't continue speaking. How do you explain that? They don't have the guts, but does Zhang Chong have them? Zhang Chong didn't have any either, so all the good things that his three uncles had prepared for Zhang Wei were stopped. Now that Yifeng is back, everything they prepared can be put to use. Xiao Feng, where are you? Uncle, I'm in the first district, going to see Xiao Xue. Look at Xiao Xue, have you contacted her? Zhang Chong asked, showing concern for Yifeng. I've contacted them. All right, go ahead. Your uncle will bring you the monster bones later. No, I have 3 days off. I'll go see my uncle after I finish watching Xiao Xue. Really? That's great. Your uncle is waiting for you at home. Hearing that Yifeng was coming to visit, Zhang Chong was even happier. Okay, then I'll go to my uncle first. Go. After informing Zhang Chong, Yifeng didn't contact anyone else. The Yi family didn't need Yifeng to personally notify them. Zhang Chong and the others would definitely inform the Yi family. At the entrance of the fire ability camp in Zone 1, Nangong Shui gazed into the distance like a young bride eagerly awaiting her arrival, hoping to spot Yifeng as soon as possible. Standing next to Nangong Shui was Shang Wanzi. Although she didn't appear as excited as Nangong Shui, she was also very much looking forward to it. It was worth it for her to spend so much time by Nangong Shui's side. You must understand, Shang Wanzi is the princess of the underground caves, and she has never done anything like this before. However, she endured it for Yifeng's sake. Xiao Xue, why hasn't your man arrived yet? I'm getting worried. Is he really like those people say, a fierce and menacing figure? Shang Wanzi made conversation, asking questions while gazing into the distance. He's not fierce at all, Nangong Shui replied. If it were any other question, Nangong Shui might have answered casually, since she had important matters to attend to. But if you ask whether Yifeng is fierce or not, Nangong Shui has to take it seriously, as it concerns Yifeng's reputation. TCH, your man, you'd definitely say yes, right? Didn't he say he'd come today? Why is he taking so long? Could something have happened to him? Pa, shut your mouth. Nangong Shui stepped forward and covered Shang Wanzi's mouth. This action clearly shows that the relationship between Nangong Shui and Shangwan Zi has indeed warmed up considerably recently. All right, I surrender. I won't say anything more, okay? Shangwan Zi said with a smile, suppressing her disgust. Shangwan Zi was extremely annoyed by Nangong Shui's behavior. If she touched Nangong Shui's lips, Nangong Shui would have to wash them countless times. All right, I'll let you go. Nangong Shui generously released Shangwan Zi. Not long after, Yifeng appeared. This place is occupied by the fire ability camp, and under normal circumstances, no one comes here. It's not a restricted area, but it's pretty much one. Yifeng has had his ID checked by countless people along the way, which has certainly been difficult. Fortunately, perseverance pays off, and Yifeng saw Nangong Shui standing at the entrance of the camp. At this moment, Nangong Shui was completely oblivious to others when it came to men. When she saw Yifeng appear, she ran towards him without any regard for her own safety. Shangwanzi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of murderous intent. However, Shangwanzi quickly suppressed her murderous aura, put on a smile, and walked towards Yifeng. Chapter 127. Nangong Shui ran to Yifeng and then jumped and hung on Yifeng. You really came? I thought you were kidding me. Is your food any good? How come you haven't gained any weight in a month? Yifeng put his arm around Nangong Shui's slender waist and gave it a couple of playful pinches. It's great. I just can't gain weight. I'm naturally beautiful. That's true. She's naturally beautiful and getting prettier and prettier. Ahem. I don't want to disturb you either, but may I say a word? Shangwanzi coughed lightly twice. Upon hearing Shangwanzi's voice, Nangong Shui immediately got off Yifeng. If this keeps hanging there, who knows how Shangwanzi will laugh at her in the future. Who are you? Yifeng looked at Shangwanzi. She is my friend. Her name is Shangwanzi. Yifeng, I've heard so much about you. Could you please give me your autograph? Shangwanzi took out a pen and a small notebook. A signature? Yifeng was taken aback. Isn't this the kind of treatment only celebrities get? Shangwanzi is truly the first person to find his own autograph. Of course, your signature may not be worth much now, but it will definitely be very valuable in the future. I'll save it for now. Shangwanzi smiled quite happily. At least that's what Yifeng thinks. Xiaoxue, quickly have your man sign an autograph for me. Just one will do. Shangwanzi tugged at Nangong Shui twice. Nangong Shui remained silent, simply raising her head and quietly looking at Yifeng. What can Yifeng say? Just sign it, and that's it. Does it matter if the handwriting is beautiful or artistic? When the crooked characters Yifeng appeared in Shangwanzi's notebook, she pouted and muttered, "So ugly." "Hey, it's ugly, don't take it. Give it back to me." Nangong Shui exclaimed and tried to snatch the notebook from Shangwanzi's hand. The two girls had developed a habit of playing around together, and soon they were in a chaotic mess, even treating Yifeng as an obstacle. Nangong Shui snatched the notebook and hid behind Yifeng. Shangwanzi pounced on her to grab it back, leaving Yifeng unable to move or stay still. Nangong Shui hid behind Yifeng, while Shangwanzi kept swaying in front of Yifeng, occasionally grabbing Yifeng in an attempt to ambush Nangong Shui. Yifeng was a little uncomfortable with these minor physical frictions. Nangong Shui didn't think much of it, but the hearts of all the old bachelors in the camp were broken. Indeed, comparisons are odious. The two most beautiful women in the camp are now circling around a man. Normally, these two would never give them a kind look. I'm just asking you, are you feeling uncomfortable or not? Stop. Yifeng has a sense of boundaries. He wouldn't mind if Nangong Shui rubbed against him, but he couldn't stand Shangwanzi rubbing against him. So, Yifeng grabbed Nangong Shui's small hand and handed the notebook to Shangwanzi. Shangwanzi frowned slightly, but acted very quickly, snatching the notebook away in one swift motion. We got it back, so we won't be a third wheel anymore. Shangwanzi, having snatched the notebook, turned and ran, making a face at Nangong Shui, who was baring her teeth and trying to chase after her, but was held back by Yifeng. How did you meet? Although Yifeng is not very old in this world, he has memories of 2 lifetimes. Although Shangwanzi's behavior seemed normal, Yifeng was aroused by her touch just now. Didn't Shangwanzi realize that? No. She sensed it. She knew it was intentional. What does it mean that a woman who deliberately seduced him became Nangong Shui's friend? Huh? You mean her? Nangong Shui asked, pointing at Shang Wanzi's back. Yi Feng nodded. I met him on my second day at camp. Afterwards, Nangong Shui told Yi Feng about some things between her and Shang Wanzi. Yi Feng listened quietly without interrupting. Shang Wanzi's actions all sounded normal, but when combined with her seduction of Yi Feng just now, they became abnormal. Will Yi Feng keep it a secret? Of course not. He only has 3 days off and doesn't have time to compete with Shang Wanzi. Be careful of her. Her motives for approaching you are not pure. What did you find? Nangong Shui did not refute Yi Feng. It would be foolish for someone to question a man they had known for over a decade for the sake of a best friend they had only known for a month. Moreover, Yi Feng's senses have always been much sharper than hers, so there must be a reason why Yi Feng said that. Nangong Shui wanted to find out the reason. Just now, she deliberately seduced me and rubbed against me. Even if she has a carefree personality, she wouldn't be this carefree. You've already dribbled the ball and bumped into someone. Can you still call that being careless? But if you bump into someone and then sway and dawdle, can that be considered careless? It was clearly intentional. I understand. I will be careful. There's no need to show it, but if you need to leave the camp, inform your uncle or Yi Shan. Yi Feng spoke to Nangong Shui very solemnly. Okay, I know. How many days off do you have? Nangong Shui was too lazy to talk about Shang Wanzi anymore. Since Yi Feng has already said that Shang Wanzi approached her with ulterior motives, Nangong Shui will naturally no longer consider Shang Wanzi a friend. Nangong Shui would never do something like pushing her man to her best sister. 3 days. Tomorrow I'm going to visit my uncle and the others in the 5th district. I'll take the day off to be with you, Nangong Shui said immediately upon hearing this. No trouble. No. Okay, go ask for leave. I'll wait for you outside the camp. Yi Feng pulled Nangong Shui toward the camp. Nangong Shui was secretly pleased as Yi Feng pulled her along. When Yi Feng led Nangong Shui to the camp entrance, Yi Feng held the back of Nangong Shui's head and then kissed her on the forehead. Go. Nangong Shui felt even happier. What's this? This is a declaration of sovereignty. There were a lot of people watching at the camp entrance. Anyone who wasn't blind could see Yi Feng kissing Nangong Shui's forehead. Okay, I'm going. With a touch of shyness, Nangong Shui ran into the camp to ask the instructor for leave. Yi Feng then summoned gold. The gold from before has already been swallowed up by Yi Feng. Jinzi made a grand entrance, its dazzling golden appearance truly captivating. But when Jinzi released his king's domain, all the students watching were dumbfounded. They had the illusion that they were being stared at directly by the Demon King at close range. Nangong Shui is my person. Anyone who dares to have any ill intentions will be killed. I, Yi Feng, am ruthless and merciless. You all know that, right? The camp was completely silent. Who dared to respond to Yi Feng? If you don't answer, I'll take it as your agreement. Remember what I said. Chapter 128. Will it be difficult for Nangong Shui to take leave? Within this training camp, Nangong Shui also enjoys special privileges, okay? It's just asking for leave. It's very easy. When Nangong Shui returned, Yi Feng smiled, as if those cold words from before hadn't come from his mouth at all. After Nangong Shui left with Yi Feng, the camp erupted in chaos. Of course, there's no one to judge Yi Feng. Even if she's unhappy, she can only keep it to herself and won't say it out loud. Shang Wanzi's expression was not good. Shang Wanzi guessed that Nangong Shui would have called out to her when she asked for leave. Then she would be able to legitimately follow Yi Feng, but Nangong Shui didn't invite her at all. They didn't even say a word. Nangong Shui. Afterwards, Shang Wanzi also went to ask for leave. Shang Wanzi also has special privileges, so it's not difficult for him to ask for leave. However, after Shang Wanzi left the camp, Yi Feng and Nangong Shui were nowhere to be found. They had already left the 1st district. 5th district. Airport. Yi Feng and Nangong Shui arrived by connecting flight. Yi Feng. Yi Feng was stopped by a burly man as soon as he got off the plane with Nangong Shui. Are you the older brother from 4th uncle's family? Why are you calling me brother? Call me younger brother. I'm not as old as you. I just look a bit older than my age. But you've never seen me before. How do you know my father is Su Meng? The man was quite surprised and puzzled. Hee, it's nothing. Did your 4th uncle send you? Yi Feng, can I say you look exactly like your father? Yeah, brother Zofeng, let's go home first. My dad and the others are so happy to hear you're coming. By the way, my name is Sukai. You can call me Xiao Kai. All right, Xiao Kai, let's go. Yi Feng came to the 5th district to see these uncles. And of course, he also wanted to get some good stuff from them. The supplies that Zhang Chong and his team prepared couldn't be delivered into the camp, so Yi Feng had to come and get them himself. As for whether you'll feel embarrassed about taking things, there's really no need to worry. You can return whatever you've taken later. This must be sister-in-law Shui. She's really beautiful. Su Kai looked at Nangong Shui and smiled a little sheepishly. Hello, Xiao Kai. Nangong Shui was a little scared. If Su Kai hadn't said he was younger than Yi Feng, Nangong Shui would definitely have thought he was at least 30 years old just by standing there on the street. Hee, let's go first. Su Kai led the way, got into the car, and it was all done in one smooth motion. The construction of District 5 is much more advanced than that of District 13, and it is also much better planned than that of District 1. People living here don't have much pressure. There are many smiling faces on the streets, and you can hardly see anyone with a worried expression. Yi Feng didn't care about any of that. Led by Su Kai, they quickly arrived at the Su family's residence in the 5th district. The Su family is also a large family. Anyone who can be brothers with the descendants of the Yi family must have a strong family background. Zhang Chong, Hai Tao, and Su Ming were already waiting there. However, before they could even see Yi Feng, he was surrounded by a group of women. It looks just like him. It really looks just like him. It must be the 3rd brother's child. Xiao Feng, you've suffered a lot these years, haven't you? Let your aunt take a look. Yes, he's lost some weight. That damn Yi Chun, why doesn't he just die? A group of women were chattering away. They were all relatives of Yi Feng's uncles. However, after reminiscing for a while, they pulled Nangong Shui away. Yi Feng looked bewildered, not having had a chance to recognize everyone. He only came to his senses when he saw Zhang Chong and the others. Eldest uncle, 2nd uncle, 4th uncle. How was your experience there? If you haven't made much progress, we won't go, Su Ming said first. 4th uncle, the camp is fine. Aren't you going back? That won't do. There's still a huge pile of monster bones waiting for Yi Feng to collect. If he doesn't go back, wouldn't it all be a waste? Okay, come and eat. Everything is ready. A group of men sat down at the table. Yi Feng knew what was going on. Women are not allowed at the main table. Although Yi Feng thought it was a bad custom, he was just a junior, and this wasn't his home. So what could he say? When in Rome, do as the host says. The conversation at the dinner table was quite pleasant, and no major issues were discussed. When they were almost finished eating, Zhang Chong finally spoke up. Shall we go and take a look at the Yi family? Does he know? Yi Feng asked. Yes, I know you're back. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. Let's go take a look. Okay, after you finish eating, go get the bones we prepared for you first, and then go take a look. Zhang Chong nodded to Yi Feng. Zhang Chong was happy that Yi Feng was willing to visit the Yi family. Ultimately, Yi Feng is the heir of the Yi family. An hour later, Yi Feng and Nangong Shui left the Su family, and Su Kai took Yi Feng to the Yi family. However, when he arrived at the Yi family's gate, Su Ming did not intend to go in. He parked the car outside the manor. Brother Feng, you and your wife go in. Our family hasn't had much contact with the Yi family in recent years, so I don't want to go in. I'll go in when you become the head of the Yi family. Don't wait for me. I'll contact you if anything happens. I don't know when I'll be able to get out. Okay, then I'll go home first. If you're leaving, let me know in advance, and I'll come pick you up. Okay. Yi Feng nodded to Su Kai. Then Su Kai ran away in a flash. Su Kai was influenced by Su Ming and genuinely disliked the Yi family. After Yi Feng watched Su Kai leave, the Yi family gate opened, and Yi Shun led the way out. Xiao Feng, you're back. Yi Shun's eyes were a little red. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Yi Feng felt heavy-hearted. Even if he didn't want to face it, he had to. I'd like to see where my dad lived when he was a child. Is that too much trouble? It's no trouble at all. How could it be troublesome? Come with Grandpa. Yi Shun smiled. Regardless of Yi Feng's purpose in coming, as long as Yi Feng is willing to come, that's good. Oh, right, Xiao Xue, your mother is here too. You must miss her. She's waiting for us to eat. Thank you, Grandpa Yi, Nangong Shui said. Nangong Shui was genuinely grateful for this. With Li Ro at the Yi family's house, Nangong Shui no longer needed to worry about Li Ro's safety. Let's go. Yi Feng was a little troubled. He wanted to eat again. He's not a glutton. He just finished eating, and if he continues eating, it really was fine. I have a strong constitution, digest quickly, and eat high-quality food that can be converted into qi and blood. So I just eat, and everything is fine. At the dinner table, Li Rose saw Nangong Shui and Yi Feng. Li Rose's tears fell like rain. After all, she hadn't seen her children for so long. How could she not miss them? Chapter 129. Yi Shun's eyes welled up with tears because of Li Rose's actions. Li Rose can see her children every now and then. But what about Yi Shun? All right, big brother, don't be sad anymore. Xiao Feng is back now. With Xiao Feng back, everything will be all right. The speaker was an old man who looked much older than Yi Shun, but he addressed Yi Shun as big brother. Yes, that's right. Xiao Feng is back. Everything will be all right. Afterwards, the food was served and people ate and drank. Yi Feng didn't eat much, but he did figure out the relationship between himself and the group of people at the table. The Yi family, Yi Shun's lineage, indeed only has one son, Yi Xiang, a single line of succession. However, there were quite a few male members from other branches of the Yi family. There were two older brothers accompanying him at the same table, but Yi Feng didn't remember their names. Because it's not important. After the meal, a group of elders gave out some red envelopes and left. This meal served as a way to get to know people, so that we don't end up misunderstandings later. After they finished eating, Li Rose took Nangong Shui to Li Rose's place. The mother and daughter must have a lot to talk about. After leaving only Yi Shun and Yi Feng, Yi Shun really didn't know what to say for a moment. With Yi Shun's abilities, he wouldn't be this flustered even if he met those who had been granted the title of king. Where is Yi Shun? Can I go see him? Yes, of course. Yi Shun nodded to Yi Feng. Then Yi Shun took Yi Feng to find Yi Shun. Yi Shun's life is not good. He is imprisoned and his strength is sealed. Yi Shun is not under house arrest now, but is really imprisoned in a place that is like a prison. It's not that the conditions are terrible, but they're definitely not good. Seeing Yi Shun imprisoned in such a place, Yi Feng was naturally very satisfied, but he didn't show it. As for the secret smugness, that's something you can keep to yourself. There's no need to tell anyone else. Can I speak with him alone? Okay. Yi Shun didn't hesitate and turned to leave. After Yi Shun left, Yi Shun slowly raised his head. I don't understand. Your life should be pretty good. Even though my dad is in the Yi family, your life shouldn't be bad. So why is this happening? Yi Feng stared at Yi Shun. Yi Shun's face was covered in a beard, making him look completely different from the person Yi Feng had first met. You don't understand. As long as he's around, I'll never have a chance to get ahead. Tell me, how did you harm him? Yi Feng suppressed his anger. This person is never satisfied. If Yi Feng were Yi Shun, Yi Feng definitely wouldn't cause trouble. Why should we cultivate anything? Let the eldest brother cultivate. All the family matters should be handled by the eldest brother. He can just be a spoiled brat, not doing any work and only enjoying the resources. Isn't that good? What's so good about actually becoming the head of the Yi family? I know my older brother has been good to me, so I didn't want to kill him. I just made him lose his memory. You know what? I thought that after my brother lost his memory, his strength would definitely weaken and it would be difficult for him to improve in the future. But he's still so powerful. Even with amnesia, he's still stronger than me. Why? What makes him so special? I'm not reconciled. I want to kill him. I need him dead. So I attacked him again. He's so stupid. He still has no defenses against me at all. I succeeded. I clearly succeeded. The Chosen One clearly told me he was dead, so why is he still alive? And why did he marry and have you? Why? If it weren't for you, I would be the young master of the Yi family, able to have whatever I wanted. The young master of the Yi family? He's nothing more than a dog kept by the Chosen One of the gods, Yi Feng commented. Yi Chen only gave a general overview, without going into too much detail, but that was enough for Yi Feng. The details weren't important. You're here to laugh at me? Yes, you have the right to laugh at me. I didn't expect you to have such great potential, even stronger than your father. I can't compare to you anymore. Do whatever you want of me. I won't kill you. When my dad comes back, I'll let him finish you off himself. Come back? Impossible. Your father has been forced into the underground cave. So many years have passed, he can't possibly come back. He died in the underground cave long ago. Yi Chen seemed to have gone mad. Yi Feng could say anything else that wouldn't provoke Yi Chen, but this was different. This was something he had been planning for years, and he couldn't accept its failure. Yi Chen was still somewhat unwilling to accept this, believing that he was just unlucky. But if even Yi Xiang didn't die, what would all my years of planning amount to? Didn't Yi Chen tell you? My dad is still alive, in the underground cave. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The chosen one of God would not lie to me. Huh. You're such a grown man, yet you're still so naive. Don't you know what kind of people are favored by the gods? Yi Feng's opening remarks were a cold shower. Let's stop dreaming in broad daylight. You, the one favored by the gods, has a prince. Do you know anything about him? Yi Feng didn't believe that the matter of the crown prince was over. Other chosen ones are hard to catch, but there's one right in front of Yi Feng now, so asking him won't hurt. The crown prince. Say what you know. If you do, I'll make your life easier. The crown prince is a caveman, but that's just my guess. I don't know if I'm right or not. You want to kill him? No, he is dead, killed by my blade. Yi Feng made a surprising statement. Yi Chen lost his balance and took a few steps back. You killed the crown prince? You're finished. Yi Chen pointed at Yi Feng and roared. So what if we kill them? What can they do? Do the chosen ones dare to show their faces now? He is not a person favored by the gods, but he was born with an air of nobility. It is said that he is a very talented person among the people of the underworld. You killed the crown prince. The people underground will definitely not let you go. Yi Chen seemed to be possessed, his tone gradually becoming more and more frantic. You won't let me go? It's been a while since I killed him. Why hasn't anyone come after me? Don't worry, the trouble is yet to come. It seems you don't want to improve your diet or live a good life. After saying that, Yi Feng prepared to leave. Since he couldn't get any information out of Yi Chen, Yi Feng decided not to give him any special treatment. Wait a minute, what do you want to ask? Is it about the underground people? You're not too stupid. Tell me everything you know. I'm telling you. Yi Chen suddenly looked up. Yi Chen had long since given up on the chosen ones, since they had already sent people to kill him. In this situation, if one still expects divine favor, then one should not even die in the way one deserves. You'd better tell me something that interests me. I know what kind of information could save my life. Don't worry. Chapter 130. Speak. Yi Feng hadn't expected to gain much anyway. He was going to go into the underground cave sooner or later, and it shouldn't take long. His mental strength had already exceeded 1,000, and he could control the gold over a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, which should be enough. Besides, his attributes will be greatly improved upon returning to camp this time, which should be enough. Therefore, the more you know about places like underground caves, the better. The people of the underground are afraid of sunlight, but there are also those who are not afraid of sunlight. We call these people sunwalkers. They are very powerful, and there is more than one of them, not just the crown prince. If you kill the crown prince, they will not let you go. What I need to know is what's happening below the cave, not the sunwalkers. If the sunwalkers were truly that powerful, they would have taken over the Federation long ago. Therefore, Yi Feng is not worried about the ground situation at all. Underground? I don't know. Yi Chen shook his head. How could he possibly know what was going on down below the cave? Useless thing. Yi Feng muttered to Yi Chen before standing up. Yi Chen didn't say anything. He didn't seem to care much whether his condition could improve. Sunlight Walker, Prince Shangguanzi. Is this woman a sunwalker? She deliberately approached Yi Feng, because Yi Feng only knows Shangguanzi now. If Shangguanzi really came from the underground cave, then she must know the details of the underground cave. With that thought in mind, Yi Feng returned to the main hall of the Yi family. My strength has improved a lot. I can now control the distance of the gold over 1,000 kilometers, so it can enter the underground cave. Yi Feng revealed directly. What? Yi Shen's eyes widened. Yi Shen had anticipated that Yi Feng's strength would improve rapidly. However, Yi Shen did not expect Yi Feng's strength to improve so quickly. This time, I obtained a lot of resource points in the camp and exchanged them for a lot of monster bones, which can greatly improve my strength. I want to give it a try. You can try, but you can't go into the cave. This is no joke. Yi Shen will not let Yi Feng enter the underground cave easily. It's a place that eats people, and we can't take the risk. My son has already had an accident. My grandson absolutely cannot have an accident too. Yes, I've heard of sunwalkers. The Crown Prince is one of them. There should be quite a few sunwalkers in the Federation. If I kill the Crown Prince, they will approach me. I now suspect someone. Who? Yi Shen asked hurriedly. Yi Shen didn't care at all about the Sunwalker. He only cared about who this person was and whether he posed any threat to Yi Feng. Shangguanzi is in the same camp as Xiao Shui. If she is a Sunwalker, then she should know a lot about the underground cave. I need to confirm her identity. What do you want to do? Investigate her for me. Okay, half an hour. After saying that, Yi Shen left. With the capabilities of the Yi family in the 5th district, investigating Shangguanzi's identity information would be quite easy. The reason it took half an hour was that Yi Shen wanted to investigate something that wasn't in the information. Yi Feng couldn't wait any longer, so he went to Li Rou's place as well. Yi Feng also has a lot to say about this godmother. Li Rou naturally gave Yi Feng many instructions as well. Yi Feng didn't find it nagging at all. On the contrary, he found it very endearing. Only your family members would tirelessly remind you and care about you like this. People who don't care whether you live or die, who would care about these things. Just as the mother and her 2 children were chatting, Nangong Shui's phone rang. It's Shangguanzi, Nangong Shui said to Yi Feng after glancing at the phone. Answer her, see what she's up to, but don't let her figure it out. Good. Nangong Shui nodded and then answered the phone. Xiao Shui, you guys ran way too fast. If I hadn't asked around, I wouldn't have known you'd come to the 5th district, Shangguanzi said with a hint of complaint. Oh, you've come to District 5? I'm accompanying Yi Feng home for a visit. I was so excited that I forgot to tell you. Sorry, I don't care. You're home now, so you're the landlord. Come pick me up. I've come to the 5th district too. You two have to treat me to something delicious. Okay, where are you? I'll come pick you up now. Nangong Shui responded to Shangguanzi after Yi Feng nodded to her. I just got off the plane. Okay, then don't move. We'll go now. Your classmates are here? Then you should treat them well. You should go now. You don't need to stay home with me. Li Rou urged after Nangong Shui hung up the phone. Okay, godmother, we'll be back tonight. Yi Feng pulled Nangong Shui up. Go ahead, have a good time with them. Li Rou waved to Yi Feng. Afterwards, Yi Feng and Nangong Shui left. The Yi family took great care of Yi Feng. There was someone specifically assigned to accompany Yi Feng, and before Yi Feng could even make any requests, this person had already prepared a car for Yi Feng. Young master, this is the car prepared for you. If you need a driver, we have someone in our family who is on standby at any time. No. Yes, young master. Yi Feng refused the car that the Yi family had prepared for him. He wasn't a real landlord, so he didn't know what was in the 5th district. Yi Feng made a phone call to Su Kai. Su Kai had been waiting for Yi Feng's call, and in just 5 minutes, he drove over to pick her up. The 3 set off, with Yi Feng and Nangong Shui sitting in the back. Su Kai asked all sorts of questions along the way, trying to find out why the Yi family had treated Yi Feng badly. However, when they arrived at the airfield, Su Kai shut up. Brother Feng, is this the person you said you were going to pick up? She's so beautiful. She's almost as good-looking as your wife. When Su Kai saw Shangguanzi, his eyes widened in disbelief. He's not your type, so you'd better not get your eye on him, Yi Feng said, even though it was the first day she had met Su Kai. But Su Kai is Su Ming's son after all, and Yi Feng certainly can't watch Su Kai jump into a fire pit. What if this guy really falls in love with Shangguanzi? What will Su Kai think when Yi Feng kills Shangguanzi? Huh? Your dish? My goodness, can't you leave some room for others to survive? Su Kai suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Feng. Yes, Feng Gu is indeed good-looking, and he has the looks to back it up. But you already have one by your side. How can you still be thinking about another one? Yi Feng stared at Su Kai. This idiot really dares to say anything. It's only because Nangong Shui knows what happened that Yi Feng couldn't clear his name no matter what he did. Just take it this way. Nangong Shui laughed as she pushed open the car door and ran out. My brother, teach me. Su Kai now looked at Yi Feng as if he were a god. Before Yi Feng could even speak, his sister-in-law had already spoken up for his brother. What kind of womanizing techniques are these? Poor Su Kai, he hasn't even touched a woman's hand yet. With such methods, how could Su Kai not covet her? Chapter 131. Teach my a asterisk asterisk. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Su Kai. This guy really wants to mess with everyone. Would Su Kai give up his love just because of Yi Feng's words? That's definitely not the case. On this day, Su Kai began to pursue Shangguanzi intensely. Su Kai's behavior annoyed Shangguanzi so much that she didn't even have a chance to flirt with Yi Feng. Finally, Shang Wanzi reluctantly suggested that they hunt down monsters. Since Yi Feng still had a holiday, they decided to temporarily form a demon hunting team to hunt demons outside the city. This matter poses virtually no danger to Yi Feng and his group. Their strength speaks for itself. So it's no different from suggesting a spring outing. Before Yi Feng could say anything, Su Kai readily agreed. "Brother, let's go, okay?" Su Kai pleaded with Yi Feng. He felt this was his chance. If he could just play the hero and save the damsel in distress once, it would be perfect. Okay. Yi Feng also wanted to see what kind of trouble Shang Wanzi was up to, so he didn't refuse. The temporary team set off, and Shang Wanzi's eyes were filled with joy. Nangong Xuan naturally had no objections. She only needed to hold Yi Feng's arm and stand next to him. She didn't care about anything else. The plane took off and headed straight for District 13. Since this is Yi Feng's territory, everything is familiar and easy to operate. The plane landed directly at the border garrison camp in District 13. As soon as Yi Feng got off the plane, he was surrounded by a large number of soldiers in the blink of an eye, just like a celebrity. The soldiers of District 13 know very well what Yi Feng has been doing lately. Su Kai was dumbfounded to see a group of men so supportive of Yi Feng. When did the border troops become so enthusiastic? Finally, Da Zhuang led the way, driving Yi Feng and the others to the outside of the second line of defense before the matter was considered closed. Once in the wild, Su Kai became focused. Whenever he encountered a monster, he would pounce on it like a mad dog, and after killing it, he would grin foolishly at Shang Wanzi. Yi Feng looked utterly helpless at the sight. "Miss Shangwan, it's safe here now. You can come over," Su Kai said with a smile, carrying the wild boar demon he had just slaughtered in one hand. Su Kai thought he looked pretty cool, but he didn't realize how silly he was acting. Being covered in blood was anything but cool. Shang Wanzi could only suppress her displeasure and cooperate, saying, "Brother Su Kai is really amazing." Well, if it weren't for those repeated calls of brother, Su Kai might not have fallen for her so quickly. A beautiful young girl, top-notch in every way, calls you brother the moment she opens her mouth. Can you handle that? Hey, come on over here. Su Kai continued grinning foolishly. On the other side, not long after Yi Feng and his team left the second line of defense, another dozen or so squads went out from the vicinity. Who are they? That goes without saying. Having finally managed to get Yi Feng into the wild, it's impossible for the chosen ones not to make a move. In less than half an hour, these dozen or so teams, totaling over 100 people, had surrounded Yi Feng and his group. "You guys are pretty bold. Do you know who I am?" Su Kai stepped forward again at this crucial moment. The Su family of the 5th District is no joke. Su Kai believes that anyone with a bit of knowledge would be intimidated upon hearing his identity. Isn't this a great opportunity to show off your abilities? Therefore, Su Kai stepped forward. The Su family's Su Kai. Well, before Su Kai could even introduce himself, the other person had already said it. "You are the chosen ones." Su Kai wasn't stupid. These guys were all covered up, dressed like the chosen ones. Since they were able to reveal their identities, they must be after me. "Brother Feng, you guys go first. These guys are after me, don't worry about me." Su Kai's righteous indignation remained, undiminished despite the fact that the other side outnumbered him. "Shao Kai, are you the only son in your 4th uncle's family?" Yi Feng finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Su Kai looked at Yi Feng in confusion. "Could it be that my father has some illegitimate child outside? If my mom finds out about this, will my own dad even be able to live? 4th An is still young. Why don't you let my 4th uncle learn a trumpet again?" Nangong Shui couldn't help but laugh when she heard Yi Feng's teasing, but she kept restraining herself, holding Yi Feng's arm tightly, trying to hide her pretty face so that Su Kai wouldn't see it. Shang Wanzi was speechless. Why would a man like that be interested in her? Why can't I feel happy at all about being noticed by a man like this? Su Kai didn't know what Yi Feng wanted to do. "Brother Yi Feng, I'm scared." Shang Wanzi moved closer to Yi Feng. She hadn't had many opportunities before, so she didn't get close to Yi Feng. After all, she couldn't make it too obvious. Now, the opportunity to create has arrived. In such a dangerous situation, if he goes to Yi Feng for protection, no one can say anything about it, right? As expected, Yi Feng did not refuse Shang Wanzi's tugging. Shang Wanzi grabbed Yi Feng's other arm. "Catch this idiot, capture him alive." Also, capture those 2 women alive so the brothers can have some fun with them. As for Feng, kill him. Let's do it. The Great War began. Sukai suffered a lot of attacks, but he was a berserker, so he was tough and his equipment was extremely defensive. He was sure he wouldn't have any problems in a short time. Feng's side was even easier to deal with. Jin Zi took the lead and summoned 5 skeletal skeletons, whose defensive circle could block most of the attacks. Feng was able to handle the rest on his own, and for a while, there really wasn't any danger. On the contrary, gold began to wreak havoc. What are the properties of gold now? Is it possible for just anyone to stage an accident for you? A-level awakened individuals who are 50 or 60 levels below are simply not worth a single blow from gold. The attribute gap is too great. However, this is yet another time that the Chosen Ones have come to deal with Feng. How could they not be fully prepared? The skeletal skeleton was damaged when 3 extremely high-ranking Chosen Ones appeared. These 3 Chosen Ones are indeed very strong, with attributes similar to Jinzi's. It's unlikely that they could destroy Jinzi, but the skeletons Jinzi summoned are not so resilient. With the help of a group of divinely favored beings, one skeleton after another fell down. However, at this time, many of the Chosen Ones also died. At least 30 or 40 people were lying on the ground, all of them headless. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Should we go and help? Shangguanzi pretended to be scared, her hand trembling as she held Feng's. I don't know if it was because she was too excited. Chapter 132. No need. The gold itself is enough. Feng shook his head and refused. Is Feng just bragging? That's not true at all. The 3 experts from the Chosen One's side are besieging the gold. They want to dismantle it. Even with the help of other favored beings on the outside, and with all sorts of supernatural abilities flying around, and their power not being low, gold is like steel and is basically immune to these supernatural attacks. The experts among the 3 Chosen Ones were also helpless against Jinzi, and they didn't even dare to use the strategy of exchanging injury for injury. It appears as if they are besieging the gold, but in reality, they are resisting the gold's relentless attacks. That bone knife swung around so fast you couldn't even see its shadow anymore. According to Feng's estimate, gold can be slashed at least 5 times in 1 second, which is incredibly powerful. As long as these Chosen Ones don't cheat, the gold will definitely be enough to kill them. However, would those favored by the gods be so particular about things? Would they refrain from cheating? That's simply impossible. Not cheating is simply not in the nature of someone favored by the gods. Nothing unexpected happened on Sukai's side. Leaving 5 God-chosen ones behind would be enough to hold Sukai back, or even wear him down. Therefore, apart from the 3 experts who besieged the gold, all the remaining chosen ones were heading towards Feng. Feng frowned slightly. With Shangguanzi around, he couldn't take the initiative. What if Shangguanzi did something to Nangong Shui? Kill Feng and capture those 2 women alive. One of God's chosen ones shouted loudly, as if no one could hear him. The statement may seem reasonable at first glance, but if you look at it from another perspective, it's a different story. The fact that the chosen ones are shouting like that is definitely an excuse to spare Shangguanzi's life. After all, no matter how things turn out today, Shangguanzi has to return to the Federation. Without a legitimate reason, why are you, Shangguanzi, allowed to live? Feng drew his Tang sword and slashed out. Those who talk too much nonsense deserve to die. The slash flew past, and a pile of heads fell to the ground. Feng's slash killed 6 people and left 4 or 5 others with some parts lying on the ground. Kill him. There's no need to be polite, just do it. A large amount of supernatural power rushed towards Feng. Feng was naturally not going to sit idly by and wait for his death, so he pulled the 2 women away to escape. Despite being with 2 women, Feng's dodging movements were incredibly fast, and large-scale attacks couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. For example, before the firewall could even form, Feng dragged the 2 women away. A firewall can only burn in vain. If Feng's activity range was only a tiny bit, that would be fine. He could just set up a wall of fire. But once there's nowhere to hide, Feng will inevitably have to enter the wall of fire anyway. However, these people simply cannot restrict Feng's space for movement. Feng can go wherever he wants. If he really rushes in front of a chosen one, that chosen one either runs away or dies. There are only two paths. There is no way to resist. Shang Wanzi saw this and was very anxious. She had mobilized so many people to surround and kill Yi Feng, but Yi Feng handled it with ease. It was terrifying. Why is his physical form so strong as well? As he pondered this, Shang Wanzi couldn't help but take out a dagger from his spatial backpack. Since Yi Feng is so strong, then I should just make sure he's not that strong. Yi Feng's attention was half on Shang Wanzi, and he noticed when Shang Wanzi took out a dagger. However, Yi Feng acted as if he hadn't seen anything. Just as Shang Wanzi aimed the dagger at his waist and was about to stab him, Yi Feng suddenly changed his move. He sheathed his Tang sword, grabbed Shang Wanzi by the neck, and pushed him away. Despite being suddenly attacked by Yi Feng, Shang Wanzi's dagger failed to pierce Yi Feng's body. Gold, stop playing around, kill them all. Yi Feng lower order. Jinzi did not use his full strength because he did not employ any combat techniques. Of course, when Jinzi gets serious, Yi Feng's achievements in the training camp immediately become apparent. Yi Feng didn't care at all about the specifics. If you make another move, I'll strangle this Sunwalker. When Yi Feng uttered the words Sunwalker, all the besieging chosen ones stopped attacking. Actually, there aren't many of them left. Shao Kai, come here. Yi Feng called out to Su Kai. This guy is indeed quite resilient. He actually withstood the attack from a group of people whose strength was roughly equal to his own. He vomited a lot of blood and looked quite disheveled. However, his disheveled appearance could not hide the pain in his heart. Brother Feng, did you already know? Su Kai's question was tinged with tears. I do know a little, but I'm only now completely certain. You're making fun of me, Su Kai isn't really stupid. If he still can't figure out what's going on by now, then the Su family really needs to develop a new account. Don't get agitated, recover first, Yi Feng reassured Su Kai. Shang Wanzi still held the dagger in her hand. Yi Feng was choking her so badly that she could barely speak. Even if she could make a sound, it was a hissing sound as if she was about to be strangled to death. Nangong Shui looked at Shang Wanzi. I treated you like a friend, but you treated me like a fool. Attack. Kill them now. On the other side, Jinzi had already killed 2 of the 3, leaving only the strongest one struggling to hold on, but he couldn't hold on for much longer. Upon hearing this command, the chosen ones instinctively wanted to take action, because this person is their direct superior. However, Shang Wanzi suddenly made a stop gesture to the person behind him, and then threw away the dagger in his hand. Because of the difference in arm length, Shang Wanzi's hands could not reach Yi Feng, and she knew that she had no way to resist Yi Feng. Therefore, after throwing away the dagger, Shang Wanzi made a gesture of begging for mercy. Yi Feng hadn't intended to kill Shang Wanzi right now. Otherwise, Shang Wanzi would have been strangled to death long ago, as her fragile neck couldn't withstand the force of Yi Feng's grip. After Yi Feng relaxed his grip a little, "Spare me," came Shang Wanzi's hoarse, pleading voice. However, Yi Feng didn't even look at it. Jinzi's side was making great progress. The last strong man had been killed by Jinzi, who was now slaughtering those who had just besieged Yi Feng. After several of these people were killed by Jinzi, they realized that something was wrong, so they turned around and ran away. They can't care about those who are not Sunwalkers or not. This was a situation that Shang Wanzi had not anticipated. If she had known, she wouldn't have gotten close to Yi Feng. If she had approached Nangong Shui, if she had caught Nangong Shui, then now. Chapter 133. It's too late to say anything now. Shang Wanzi was too confident in herself. She believed she had not been exposed and had no flaws. She believed she could control the rhythm of the battle, and even if the chosen ones weren't up to par, she could still kill Yi Feng with her own power. It was all because she was too presumptuous and too hasty. The chosen ones were not enough to cut down the gold, and those who tried to escape could not escape at all. Jinzi was back in less than 10 minutes. All the fleeing chosen ones were killed by the gold. Now, we can have a proper talk. Yi Feng released Shang Wanzi. However, Jinzi's bone knife had already pressed down on Shang Wanzi's shoulder. If Shang Wanzi does anything wrong, Jinzi's knife will cut off Shang Wanzi's head. Yi Feng, stop with the nonsense. You know my situation, and I know quite a bit about yours too. Caveman, Sunwalker, right? Shang Wanzi frowned. This Yi Feng certainly knows a lot. Tell me about the situation in your underground cave. Yi Feng wasn't in a hurry to kill Shang Wanzi, He had plenty of time. Ask slowly and carefully, without letting Shangguanzi realize what the real question is. Otherwise, Shangguanzi will definitely have you under her thumb. I can't tell you. Kill him. Will Yi Feng give Shangguanzi a chance to negotiate? That's definitely not the case. There are more cave dwellers than just Shangguanzi on the surface. If Shangguanzi dies, there will definitely be other cave dwellers coming to cause trouble for Yi Feng. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, then find someone who is. Wait a moment. Before Jin Zi could even make a move, Shangguanzi shouted loudly. She cannot die. I'll talk. Shangguanzi had indeed wanted to negotiate with Yi Feng, but she didn't expect Yi Feng to be so decisive, not giving her any chance at all. Now you've shown the awareness of being a prisoner. Speak. I do come from the underground cave, and I am the Sunwalker you mentioned. As for the situation inside the underground cave, I don't know where to begin. What's this about divinely favored beings and demonic beasts? This is not something we control. We only have the authority to command them. Actually, you can think of our underground cave as a tribe. Our tribe is not powerful. The one who truly controls the chosen ones and the monsters is the underground cave royal family, not us. Shangguanzi told the truth, and her expression was somewhat dejected. Yi Feng brows. Originally, Yi Feng thought the underground cave was a very large underground space, like an underground city, a place that was thousands or tens of thousands of times larger than the demon camp, and could support a lot of people. But now, listening to this situation, it seems that's not the case. How many people are in your tribe? My tribe only has a little over 3,000 people. The prince you killed before was my brother, the heir of our tribe. I am his sister. A tribe of 3,000 people is really not that many. Are you cavemen very strong? Yes, we are much stronger than you. However, most cave dwellers are afraid of sunlight. Otherwise, we would have come out of the underground long ago. What is your purpose in attacking the surface? Shangguanzi thought for a moment and replied, I don't know, and neither does my father. This is an order from the royal family. We are just executors. If we fail to fulfill the royal family's orders, our tribe will be punished. Yi Feng's head was a little sore. How many tribes are there in the underground world? About 3,000 or so. 3,000 again. If all the cave tribes were this size, their numbers would actually be quite substantial. Do you know how many people there are in total? Around 5 million, Shangguanzi replied after a moment's thought. Yi Feng frowned. It seemed the gap between the rich and poor within the underground cave was quite large. More importantly, the cave dwellers can control monsters and those favored by the gods. Overall, surface humans are indeed quite weak. Moreover, if there are 5 million people, how can one find their own father? Are we supposed to fight our way through tribe by tribe? Yi Feng, I don't know much else, Xiaoxua. I really consider you a friend. I had no choice but to do this. Please help me, okay? Shangguanzi knew that Yi Feng was a ruthless and heartless guy. Therefore, Shangguanzi changed her target. If you hurt my feelings, I can forgive you, but I will not forgive you for trying to kill my man. That's just how Nangong Shui is. If you offend her, she might not care that much. At worst, she'll just ignore you. But Shangguanzi was just about to kill Yi Feng. If Yi Feng hadn't been so strong and vigilant, Shangguanzi would have already succeeded. The thought of Yi Feng dying in front of her caused Nangong Shui's heart to ache. Moreover, Shangguanzi was able to get close to Yi Feng because of her. How could Nangong Shui let her off the hook? With tears in her eyes, Shangguanzi said, I really can't die. If I die, my tribe will have no heir, and our tribe will perish. I don't want to do this. We were living happily in the cave. Shangguanzi was on the verge of a breakdown. But do you really expect Yi Feng to let her go like this? Absolutely impossible. I won't kill you yet. I'll hand you over to the Federation. Whether you live or die depends on how well you cooperate. No, absolutely not. If you hand me over to the Federation, they will know immediately that the royal family will annihilate my tribe. What's it to me? However, I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Yi Feng appeared quite indifferent. What method? Shangguanzi looked at Yi Feng, eagerly anticipating what Yi Feng would say next. You are a Sunwalker. You must know many of the strongholds of the Chosen Ones, and even their identities. If you cooperate, we can take action against these Chosen Ones at the same time. As long as no one favored by the gods reports it, the news of your capture won't leak out, right? Shangguanzi didn't expect Yi Feng to have such an idea. However, If I really do that, there will be no turning back. It is not easy for royalty to produce a person favored by the gods. If all the chosen ones are killed and all the strongholds are destroyed, it will ruin the royal family's plans that have been in place for many years. Only in this way can you survive, and your tribe will survive. The choice is yours. Yi Feng crossed his arms, not in a hurry at all. Yi Feng has already paved the way. Whether Shangguanzi chooses to walk it or not is up to him. Shangguanzi was caught in a dilemma. Will she follow the path Yi Feng has given her? However, Shangguanzi knew that the path Yi Feng had provided offered them at least a sliver of hope for survival. If we don't leave, we'll die immediately. Chapter 134. Can I trust you? Shangguanzi looked up at Yi Feng, her eyes misty. You can try to believe it. Yi Feng would never believe such crocodile tears. Who are you crying to? You've killed countless people already. What? You get this expression just because some people from your tribe died. Okay, I'll cooperate with you. I'll tell you everything I know. Shangguanzi made her decision. We'll talk about it when we get back. There's no rush. You can think about it carefully, the more specific the better, and make sure you don't miss anything. If your tribe is destroyed because of you, then it has nothing to do with me. Yi Feng gave Shangguanzi a reminder, which was both a reminder and a threat. Shangguanzi nodded to Yi Feng, knowing that Yi Feng was right. If any fish manage to slip through the net, it's not a huge problem. The most crucial thing is that we absolutely cannot overlook any strongholds. Because the strongholds of the chosen ones contain the bones of the beast god, they can communicate with the underground caves. Although they can only communicate with their own father, what if they can also communicate with people from other tribes? If other underground tribes found out that many of the chosen one's strongholds had been destroyed, then it would be her tribe that would suffer. Yi Feng didn't waste any more words with Shangguanzi. He led Shangguanzi back the way they came, and there were no further incidents along the way. Upon returning to the border army camp, Yi Feng took Shangguanzi to a small dark room without saying a word. Shangguanzi held paper and pen, carefully recalling and writing as she went, without needing anyone to supervise her. Sukai was furious outside, his teeth itching with anger. He felt that Shangguanzi had toyed with his feelings. At the same time, in the 5th district, the Yi family, the Zhang family, the Hai family, and the Su family all received Yi Feng's message. Such tasks of eliminating strongholds should naturally be done by our own family members. Only tasks that our own family members cannot handle will be assigned to other families. This is not just a matter of achievement, it also brings huge benefits. There must be supplies stockpiled in the strongholds of the chosen ones. Of course, Yi Feng wasn't concerned about the supplies. What he cared about were the beast god bones inside the chosen one's stronghold. The beast god bone is an absolute tonic for Yi Feng. The 4 major families in the 5th district began mobilizing their manpower. They don't plan to personally take action against the strongholds of the chosen ones in the previous districts. Because there are quite a few outposts to manage, they can't spare that many people. Moreover, the closer a region is to the front, the stronger the chosen ones are, and attacks on their strongholds will result in damage. However, the 4 major families will not let go of the 5th district, including the strongholds of the chosen ones that follow. However, the number of people mobilized must be substantial, and these people cannot be told exactly what they are to do. Only those who are truly trustworthy will know even a little bit of information. It was 3 days later when everything was in place. Yi Feng, who had been back at camp for 2 days, asked for leave again. Yi Feng will definitely have to participate in the attack on the stronghold of the gods' chosen ones. He can't just sit idly by. In the past 2 days, Yi Feng has also received what he deserved in the camp. All the monster bones he exchanged have arrived, and the camp is almost completely occupied by monster bones. Even at Yi Feng's speed of devouring bones, it took him almost half a day to devour them all. Although it took half a day to get things done, the results were huge. At this point, Yi Feng's attributes have changed drastically. Occupation, Skeleton King. Rank A, Level 52 Physical Condition, 170071 Strength, 170183 Agility, 170094 Spirit, 2085 Skills. Omitted all attributes increased by 100,000, and mental strength reached 2,000 points. The overall strength has more than doubled. In the camp's reaction training room, Yifeng muttered to himself as he adapted to his current body. My attributes have increased so much, and I've absorbed and fused with so many Demon King's bones. Yet the bones inside my body haven't changed at all. How many bones does it need to fuse to evolve? Yifeng was very distressed. There was no specific information, which made him very frustrated. If there were detailed information, he wouldn't have to scratch his head like this. Yifeng originally thought that once his attributes reached 100,000, his bones would change and his profession would be promoted to S rank. However, Yifeng's attributes have now reached 170,000, and his bones are still jade bones, without any qualitative change. If 100,000 won't do, how about 1 million? Just thinking about that number made Yifeng's head ache even more. Although Yifeng's attribute increases very quickly, jumping from 100,000 to 1 million is no easy feat. If Yifeng really had 1 million attribute points, he could become the king on the spot. Could it be related to talent? Yifeng flipped through his attribute panel, his gaze finally settling on the talent, bone strengthening. The fact that the bones and hair do not change is not really related to the attributes. The main factor is the quality of Yifeng's own bones. If you're looking for a quick way to improve bone quality, then the key is definitely the talent for bone strengthening. However, improving this talent is quite difficult, because only by devouring and fusing with little gold can this talent be improved. Summoning little gold 10 times will at most result in the bone strengthening trait twice. Never mind, I'll improve eventually anyway. After composing himself, Yifeng left the training room. He had other things to do and didn't have time to dwell on this kind of issue. Now, thanks to the intense training, Yifeng has adapted to his current physical condition. Today is the day to reap the benefits of the gods' chosen stronghold, and Yifeng cannot afford to delay. If Yifeng can get enough beast god bones this time, he estimates his stats will definitely exceed 200,000, and maybe he'll get some other surprises too. No matter how much he gained, after dealing with the stronghold of the god-favored ones, he planned to control Little Gold to explore the underground cave. Whether or not we can find his biological father, Yi Xiong, is another matter. Let's first explore the situation inside the cave. Yifeng believed some of what Shang Wanzi said, but certainly not all of it. In District 13, Yifeng is the head of the whole department. Yifeng was accompanied by 4 other people from the demon camp. Zihan, who was ranked 5th in the camp, also came along. This time, the mission was issued within the demon camp, and Yifeng didn't exactly ask for leave. He came on official business. Yifeng, this is where you live. Just give the order. The undying Little Strong was quite aware of his position. He knew that the real leader among the trainees in the camp was Yifeng, not himself. The reason he can still hold the #1 spot is because Yifeng has not challenged him. Yes, Yifeng, just tell us what to do. We're not afraid of those chosen ones. The third brother patted his chest and said. Zihan just smiled and didn't say anything. The other person, who was ranked 4th, was more reserved and also didn't say anything. Chapter 135. In District 13, there are a total of 6 strongholds of the chosen ones. We will each be responsible for one. Some people from the Yi family will assist us. I have only one request. It doesn't matter if a few chosen ones escape, but the beast god's bone inside the stronghold must be found. Good. Clear. The invincible cockroach and the third brother responded. Given their strength, it's perfectly reasonable for each of them to be in charge of a god-chosen stronghold, as their strength is more than sufficient. This move will not only earn Yifeng a good reputation, but also a significant amount of resource points as a reward. Destroying the stronghold of the chosen ones is a major undertaking within the camp, yielding more resources than capturing the Demon King alone. We took action precisely at 8 p.m. that evening. All the highly skilled individuals favored by the gods have dedicated personnel monitoring them. By acting simultaneously, we can maximize the chances of capturing all those favored by the gods in one fell swoop. If there are any who slipped through the net, then there's nothing we can do. We've done everything we could. We can only leave the rest to fate. Yifeng was in charge of 2 camps of the chosen ones. He dealt with one himself, and Jin Zi dealt with the other. It was a simple matter. Yifeng now controls gold over a distance of 200 kilometers, enough to cover the entire 13th district. Moreover, the 2 strongholds under Yifeng's control are not far apart, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yifeng also wanted to test his ability to multitask. When Yifeng didn't direct Jinzi would only act on instinct and could complete simple instructions. Therefore, Yifeng needs to allocate some of his consciousness to control the gold. When the general offensive began, Yifeng, alone with a sword, blocked the entrance to the God-Chosen One's stronghold. "Who are you?" Yifeng's sudden appearance startled the Chosen Ones in the stronghold. Because Yifeng wasn't masked or wearing the special attire of those favored by the gods, he was clearly not one of their own. "I'm here to kill someone," Yifeng said coldly. "You?" Yifeng. With Yifeng's current abilities, killing these ordinary Chosen Ones is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Only after Yifeng passed this person did the person's head separate from his body. These stinking rats, they've made their hideout so complicated. The strongholds of the God-Chosen Ones are mostly located in underground tunnels. These tunnels were already interconnected, but they have become even more complex after being modified by the God-Chosen Ones. Fortunately, Yifeng made quite a commotion, and all the Chosen Ones in the stronghold flocked to Yifeng's side. They can't not come either. The strongholds in the city basically only have one entrance and exit. They won't make too many entrances and exits because the more entrances and exits there are, the greater the chance of being discovered. Therefore, if they want to live, they must kill Yifeng, the intruder. Too weak. Is there anyone stronger? Yifeng said coldly as he killed. Those favored by the gods were terrified by Yifeng's killings, and those who were still alive dared not approach him. They fled. Inside the tunnels, there were many passages leading in all directions. Yifeng was all alone. If Yifeng went to other passages to chase after others, then the rest of the people could escape. Yifeng hadn't really considered this issue. However, the problem was quickly resolved. Because Yifeng is not alone. "Come down," Yifeng said. Then the Yi family members who were waiting outside the entrance jumped down. There were only 5 people in this group, but all of them were level 40 awakened individuals. That's enough to deal with the Chosen Ones in District 13. "Young Master." The 5 people jumped down and exclaimed in unison. Yifeng nodded slightly. "You all stay here, I'll go in." "Yes. If you devour and fuse twice a day, you get 5,000 points a day, which is roughly equivalent to 5 beast god bones." Yifeng had no intention of helping. He was going to guard the city gate. The progress of Immortal Xiaoqiang and Lao Senzihan is much slower. They have only made about halfway through. What does it mean if your eyes can't keep up? Soon, the stronghold under Yifeng's command was cleared, while Jinzi's side had already finished, and Jinzi had brought the beast god bone to meet up with Yifeng. Then, Yifeng ventured into the labyrinthine tunnels. It was even simpler for Jinzi. 5 skeletons blocked the door, and Jinzi went in and started killing them all. But after they had contact with him in person, they realized that outsiders had no idea what Yifeng was all about. This young master is too strong, so strong that even they can't quite understand him. Devour. Yifeng's own strength is also ridiculously high. Yifeng also discovered that he had no problem controlling gold remotely and could multitask. Clearly, this Chosen One knew things were going badly, so he hid the beast god's bones. What is the greatest gain from clearing out the strongholds of the gods? Desperate Chosen Ones will definitely try to escape the city, and Yifeng doesn't want to let any of them go, so he's going to block the gate. Fortunately, Jinzi is now incredibly strong, with its 3 basic attributes reaching 250,000. Each time it devours something, it can increase Yifeng's attributes by 2,500 points. For Yifeng, the biggest gain was the beast god bone. This means that if Yifeng so chooses, they have no ability to resist him. With such strength, why would they need to worry? But when Yifeng sped away, they couldn't even see a shadow of him. Rumors circulate that Yifeng's summoned skeletons are incredibly powerful. While Yifeng himself is not weak, he is not ridiculously strong. Just as Yifeng arrived at the city gate, a battle broke out there as expected. Of course, this is also because they know Yifeng's strength. Having found the beast god's bone, Yifeng naturally couldn't just keep it to play with. He immediately devoured and fused with it. 5 skeletons were enough to completely block the tunnel. The Demon King's bones are no longer of much use, and the beast god's bones are just SOSO. Therefore, if Yifeng wants to improve his strength in the future, he will really have to rely on gold. Jinzi's overall strength is undeniable. He can eliminate the chosen ones much faster than Yifeng, so it's understandable that he dealt with them before Yifeng. The only drawback is that you can't gain experience or mental strength. The attribute improvement wasn't that significant. The 3 attributes only increased by a little over 900 points. Mental strength increased by 100 points, and experience also increased, but it's still far from leveling up. Putting everything else aside, the speed Yifeng displayed was enough to baffle them. They believed their eyesight was absolutely excellent. It's all right, but it's getting harder and harder. I'll have to rely on myself from now on, Yifeng muttered, then continued to hunt down the remaining chosen ones. Yifeng found the beast god's bones inside the stronghold, but not in the place where the beast god's bones were stored. He found them in the spatial backpack of a god's chosen one. The Yi family members are very efficient, and no one questioned Yifeng's decision. How can someone so young be so strong? Chapter 136. The city's defenders are using firearms to suppress the advancing chosen ones. There were only 5 of the chosen ones, but they were all quite strong, and they were steadily advancing even under the attack of firearms. If only firearms were used to apply pressure, they should be able to break through. Unfortunately, Yifeng arrived. Yifeng, standing behind these people, killed them one by one with a single slash, taking their lives without them even noticing. Who are you? It was quite late, and although the city guards had seen Yifeng kill those few chosen ones, they dared not let Yifeng get close. Bianjun, Yifeng. Yifeng introduced himself. In the 13th district, mentioning Bianjun's name is far more effective than mentioning the Yi family in the 5th district. Yifeng? You are Yifeng. The soldiers guarding the city were shocked. Yifeng is now a celebrity, a prodigy who came from their District 13, and these soldiers naturally know that. If the occasion hadn't been so inappropriate, they would have rushed up to Yifeng for his autograph. Yes, more people will probably come. Be careful. Yifeng showed no intention of approaching. Now is not the time for idle chatter. It's advantageous for Yifeng to be far from the city gate. Then, Jinzi arrived and handed over the collected beast god bones to Yifeng. Only then did the soldiers guarding the city truly believe Yifeng. Yifeng's golden skull henchman is iconic. Other skeleton commanders don't have skeletons like Yifeng's. It really is Yifeng. Yifeng, come to us quickly. The goalkeepers showed their enthusiasm. No need. You all guard the city gates and don't be careless. Jinzi, go and help them. Yifeng ordered Jinzi. These soldiers were people who risked their lives, and Yifeng understood their hardships very well. If Yifeng has the ability, he should naturally help them. Thanks. The soldiers were deeply moved. As expected, Yifeng came from humble beginnings, and his attitude towards them was different. Even after being recognized as an ancestor by the Yi family, he didn't have the arrogance of a large family. If it were someone from another prominent family, they wouldn't care whether they lived or died. Yifeng not only cared about their lives, but also assigned them a powerful bodyguard. Although we're on a mission right now and can't touch or grope the gold, it's still nice to be able to stand next to it and feast my eyes on it. Yifeng miscalculated. There weren't many powerful chosen ones in District 13 to begin with, and it was already quite an achievement for 5 people to make it to the city gate. Even if the rest managed to escape the stronghold, they would most likely be killed on the way. However, human nature is ugly, and the fighting in the city stirred up the evil in many people's hearts, leading to frequent outbreaks of looting and vandalism. These matters are not Yifeng's responsibility. Others will handle them. He is only responsible for guarding the city gates. It takes about an hour. Undying Little Strong and his companions each led their respective teams to the city gate. The cleanup is complete, and the follow-up investigation has been handed over to the law enforcement team. Even if there are any who slip through the net, they certainly won't get away with it. These are the bones of the beast god. The third brother handed the collected bones of the beast god to Yifeng. They all knew that Yifeng needed the beast god's bone. The fact that the beast god's bone was handed over to Yifeng was already a tacit agreement in this operation. Without such benefits, would the 4 major families of the 5th district have mobilized their entire forces? Do you really think there's no danger at all in cleaning up those favored by God? 3 people died and 6 were seriously injured in the cleanup operation in District 13. This is still in District 13. If it were in the previous districts, the casualties would be much more severe. Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony. He put away the beast god bone and devoured it on the spot, increasing his strength once again. However, the improvement is small, so no additional power is needed. Another hour later, the cleanup operation was declared complete. All known strongholds of the Chosen Ones have been cleared from all regions. This is the largest cleanup operation in many years. Originally, no one in the Federation knew what had happened. A curfew was suddenly imposed, prohibiting people from leaving their homes, and then fighting broke out in the city, not just one city, but all the cities. People under curfew will naturally go online when they're bored. After exchanging information, everyone was filled with anxiety. Fortunately, the official news from the Federation came out relatively late. After learning that it was the Federation that was clearing out the strongholds of the Chosen Ones, people showed smiles of satisfaction. How can I describe this? It's like the Huaxiao people are overjoyed to hear that their homeland has been attacked by Japan. Mission complete. I'm heading to the 5th District and won't be back at camp for a while. You can go back on your own. At the city gate of District 13, Yifeng spoke to Undying Little Strong and his companions. After consuming enough beast god bones, Yifeng planned to go to the underground cave. It was hard to say exactly when he would be able to return to the camp. I understand. You go ahead with your work, and don't go back unless you have to. It's too stressful, the third brother said half-jokingly. That won't do. Yifeng is so handsome, he's a pleasure to look at. He's much better than you guys. Yifeng, come back soon. Zihan spoke to Yifeng with a slightly flirtatious look while giving him a wink. Zihan knows about the relationship between Yifeng and Nangong Shui. But so what? You're not married or have children yet, are you? This is an open pursuit, not some secret affair. Besides, it's not impossible for us to be lovers. Truly outstanding men deserve to be so attractive to the opposite s*x. If Nangong Shui is willing, Yifeng is willing, and Zihan is willing too. Okay, Sister Zihan. Yifeng was a little overwhelmed, but he was definitely happy inside. After saying goodbye, Yifeng boarded a plane bound for District 5. The damage in District 5 was much more severe than in District 13, and the number of dead and injured was naturally much higher. There's nothing we can do. The Chosen Ones here are simply stronger. Even though many Chosen One strongholds were cleared out before, it didn't make a difference. Those favored by the gods who weren't eliminated last time are the real big fish. The destructive power of this large fish is incomparable to that of rotten fish and shrimp. However, the gains were also enormous. The 5th District cleared out 6 more strongholds of the Chosen Ones and killed 300 or 400 Chosen Ones, all of whom were quite powerful. As for those who slipped through the net, there were definitely some. Even Shangguanzi didn't know the true identities of those favored by the gods who were hiding too well. My lord, something terrible has happened. All the strongholds of the Chosen Ones on the surface have been wiped out at the same time, resulting in heavy casualties. It is estimated that less than 1/10 of them survived. After offering the beast god's bone, a big shot from the 5th District quickly spoke. This person not only escaped alive, but also stole a bone from the beast god. Things that happen on the surface must be told to the cave dwellers. However, what he didn't know was that the person he was reporting to was Shangguanzi's father. After all, their tribe is now in charge of matters on the surface. If they don't report to him, who else can they report to? Chapter 137. What did you say? Shangguanzi's father asked, his hands and feet turning ice cold. What exactly happened to cause this situation? Where's my own daughter? My lord, it's like this. The person giving the report repeated it again, speaking quickly and concisely. Understood. I have a task for you. Now, gather the rest of the people and don't move. Yes. The divinely favored ones who received the mandate responded remarkably quickly. The organization did not abandon him, nor did it abandon them. There is still hope for them. But is that really what Shangguanzi's father thought? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who could have done something so big? The only person Shangguanzi's father could think of was his daughter. Even if other Chosen Ones were captured, they couldn't possibly bring out so much mud, because no Chosen One knew so much. Daughter, you can't get hurt. Old man Shangguanzi paced anxiously. If something happened to his only descendant, the entire tribe would truly fall into the hands of others. As for the matter of those favored by the gods dying, Shangguanzi's father didn't care at all. If the chosen ones are gone, we can just train more. With a few tricks, the royal family won't notice anything amiss. The key issue now is how to find his daughter and how to kill the remaining chosen ones. As long as the chosen ones don't report it, the royal family will never discover that the chosen ones have been wiped out. Yifeng wasn't in a hurry at all. A large number of beast god bones were delivered to Yifeng, which was the result of the efforts of the 4 major families in the 5th district. As for the beast god bones seized in the previous few regions, they didn't have much of a connection with Yifeng. Yifeng didn't insist. Having these beast god bones was already enough. To devour, to merge. The captured bones were enough to piece together half of the skeleton of the beast god, and were of immense value. The gains were, of course, enormous. Yifeng's attributes, which had just been significantly improved a few days ago, have skyrocketed again. All 3 attributes increased to 250,000. Although it wasn't a terrifying doubling of the previous level, the increase was still significant. The key is that Yifeng's mental strength has increased by 1,000 points. He now has over 3,000 points. Furthermore, Yifeng's level increased to 55, and he learned a new skill. To be precise, it should be said that Jinzi mastered a skill. Combo slash. Unleash 4 consecutive slashes on the target at extremely high speed, with each slash dealing 10% more damage. Yifeng didn't know exactly how fast this extremely fast speed was, but judging from the description, this skill seemed quite powerful. Furthermore, Yifeng can control this skill as long as he consumes gold, which makes it even more appealing. However, Yifeng cannot learn this skill yet, because the gold he summons has not mastered this skill. It would be useless to devour it. He can only wait for the summoning skill to cool down before he can summon new gold. Young master, the patriarch asked me to ask you what your next steps are. One of the Yi family's subordinates asked Yifeng in a low voice. He was sent by the Yi family to deliver the beast god's bones to Yifeng. The fact that Yishen entrusted him with something so important shows that he was highly trusted by Yishen. I'm going to check out the underground cave. I'm taking this woman with me. Yes, I will take men and follow the young master. The man did not refute Yifeng's decision, but he said he would follow. Yifeng knew that Yishen was worried about him getting into trouble, so he didn't take it to heart. So be it. Yifeng didn't plan to go into the underground cave on his own anyway. Let's go. Yifeng called to Shangguanzi. Shangguanzi had already resigned herself to her fate. She nodded slightly to Yifeng and then led the way herself. With an indigenous person from the cave leading the way, there was no question of getting lost. About a day after leaving District 13, Shangguanzi had led Yifeng deep into the territory ruled by the monsters. Without someone familiar with the area to guide them, they wouldn't have been able to find the entrance to the underground cave at all. I'll do whatever you say. Shangguanzi behaved quite obediently. Yifeng isn't stupid. If he couldn't see the problem, he wouldn't be in this business. Others who enter the underground cave face a near-death experience, as a large number of demonic beasts will rush out from the interconnected caves to launch an attack. Shangguanzi knew perfectly well how ruthless and decisive Yifeng was. She knew perfectly well how powerful her people were. Stopping in the dark, underground cave was merely giving Shangguanzi's tribe an opportunity to negotiate. After Jinzi received the dominoes, he hung them around his neck. These dominoes could prevent monsters from attacking Jinzi and also served as a token. According to Shangguanzi's description, they could reach their tribe by going about 100 kilometers into the underground cave, so Yifeng didn't need to worry about not being able to control the distance. That's fine. Give your things to Jinzi. Yifeng stood still. Yifeng and his group definitely don't have such a thing. Playing tricks, Yifeng's gaze turned cold. In this dark place, his eyes seemed to generate their own light. You really want me to go in with you? Yifeng didn't answer, but instead asked a question in return. Yifeng and his group traveled such a long distance without encountering any attacks. Don't try anything funny. Don't have any ulterior motives. Lead the way. Yifeng ordered. Shangguanzi felt as if she were being stared at by the gaping maw of an abyss, and her hair stood on end. A true deep dive into the underground caves? Stop joking, that's impossible. Yifeng wouldn't risk his life. Shangguanzi didn't dare to say a single unnecessary word. Just as Yifeng was manipulating the gold deep into the underground cave, Yishen arrived, wounded. Subsequently, Shangguanzi dictated the route to their tribe to Yi Feng, who then manipulated gold to penetrate deep into the underground cave. Yi Feng followed Shangguanzi into the underground cave. The same applies after entering the underground cave. It's plausible that high-level monsters would recognize cave dwellers. But along the way, they encountered mostly ordinary monsters. I know, it's this one. Shangguanzi took a domino off her neck. What is that? Shangguanzi's expression was somewhat strange. If I dare to provoke Yi Feng, she will definitely not survive. Would you like to come down with me? Upon arriving at the entrance to the underground cave, Shangguanzi's complexion regained some color. Although Yi Feng is very powerful, if Yi Feng dares to personally enter the underground cave and her tribe, then Yi Feng will die. Ordinary demonic beasts ignored them, which meant that Shangguanzi possessed something that made the demonic beasts avoid her. Once Shangguanzi's father sees the dominoes hanging in the gold, he will naturally know what to do. At first, there was some light when you entered the cave, but as you went deeper, the light disappeared. To be precise, the entrance to the underground cave connecting to the Shangguanzi tribe could not be found. They had not encountered any attacks from monsters along their journey. Chapter 138. Yi Shun, a powerful figure who was about to be crowned a king, was injured. Some of the high-ranking members of the divine favored ones in the 5th district were killed by Yi Shun, and the wounds on Yi Shun's body were left by them. Now, Yi Shun can't afford to recover from his injuries. He's here to protect Yi Feng. Yi Shun knew he couldn't stop Yi Feng, so he didn't contact Yi Feng at all. He simply asked the people following Yi Feng to leave a signal along the way. Even though Yi Shun was injured, he was still extremely fast. Not long after Yi Feng manipulated the gold to go deep into the cave, Yi Shun caught up with Yi Feng from behind. At this moment, Yi Shun had a strong smell of blood on him, which he had picked up while killing monsters along the way. Why are you here? Are you injured? Yi Feng frowned slightly when he saw Yi Shun. The bloody smell on Yi Shun's body came not only from the blood of the demon beasts, but also from Yi Shun himself. Yi Feng has strong 5 senses. His nose can distinguish them. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Yi Shun said with a smile. Regardless of whether Yi Feng's attitude is good or bad, it's a form of care for me, which is good. Old people can be just so shameless sometimes. Heal here, Yi Feng said, unable to offer any more words of concern. It's all right. What's the situation now? Yi Shun only knew the general outline of Yi Feng's visit to the underground cave, and he didn't know exactly what Yi Feng wanted to do. Yi Feng's opinion of Yi Shun had changed, so he naturally wouldn't hide it from Yi Shun. You want to cooperate with her tribe? Yi Shun was a little shocked, not expecting Yi Feng to be so bold. Well, rather than letting them secretly develop their chosen ones, we might as well help them and turn them into tools in our hands. Moreover, they can also help me find out where my father is. Yi Feng shared his thoughts. Finding someone inside the cave is no easy task, and expecting Yi Feng to overturn the entire cave by himself would probably take far too long. Yi Feng couldn't wait. Shangguanzi's initiative to come to Yi Feng gave him the idea of supporting a puppet. As for whether it's like dealing with a tiger for its skin, let's not worry about that for now. Anyway, the advantage is with Yi Feng right now. Yi Feng has already grasped the Achilles heel of Shangguanzi's tribe. As long as this tribe doesn't obey, Yi Feng won't even need to lift a finger. He just needs to tell the other underground tribes the facts, and Shangguanzi's tribe will definitely not be able to escape. Shangguanzi felt bitter. Look at them. They're discussing how to deal with their own people without even trying to avoid suspicion. I'm saying this to your face so you can be mentally prepared. You can think about it first, and when your father comes, you should try to persuade him. Yi Feng is waiting for Shangguanzi here. Do you really think Yi Feng was just telling you this for no reason? I know, I understand. Shangguanzi nodded to Yi Feng. What Yi Feng said is indeed feasible. As long as they cooperate, the chosen ones will become the weapon of their tribe, and other tribes will be unable to interfere. If other tribes develop new chosen ones, Shangguanzi and his group can tell Yi Feng and have him kill the people from those other tribes. If the chosen ones maintain their loyalty to their tribe, the royal family will not easily harm their tribe, and their tribe may even receive many benefits. What they have to give in return is to help Yi Feng find his father. As for whether the Huaxiao Federation would pose a threat to the underground humans, Shangguanzi was not worried at all. Just as cave dwellers cannot swagger into the surface humans entering the caves are certain to die. Even powerful figures at the king level are no exception. How many king-level powerhouses are there among the humans in the underground world? There are at least 3,000 of them, and every tribe has such a presence. Without such a strong leader in charge, how can the stability of the tribe be guaranteed? The people in the underground world are not a monolithic group. Wars can break out between them. After all, the territory is only so big. If you don't grow stronger, you'll just have to wait to be swallowed up by other tribes. You're very smart. I really admire you. Thank you, Shangguanzi said to Yi Feng against her will. On the other side, Jinzi, carrying dominoes, entered the open area beneath the cave without any hindrance. This is the settlement of Shangguanzi's tribe, which covers an area much larger than that of the demon camp. Yi Feng didn't look closely at the exact amount, because the gold was now surrounded by a group of cavemen. However, these cave dwellers did not touch Jinzi because they all saw the dominoes hanging around Jinzi's neck. These dominoes are considered tokens of their tribe, so these cave dwellers certainly wouldn't easily lay a hand on the gold. Soon, Shangguanzi's father appeared. What are you? Why are you on top of the dominoes that were on my daughter? Shangguanzi's biological father is truly powerful. When he unleashed his aura, Yi Feng, through the gold, could sense that he was a king-level expert. Gold can't speak, but it can make gestures. Jinzi raised his hand, extended a finger and beckoned to Shangguanzi's father, then turned and slowly walked back. As long as Shangguanzi's biological father still wants Shangguanzi to live, he will definitely follow. If he were to kill Jinzi, Yi Feng wouldn't suffer any loss. At worst, he could kill his daughter to avenge Jinzi. However, Yi Feng knew that where she was now was not safe. If their father, Shangguanzi, a prince-level figure, were to forcibly take action against them, Yi Shun would be no match, nor would Yi Feng. Let's go back to the ground, Yi Feng said, then led the way without explaining anything. Of course, Shangguanzi would definitely bring him along. He was using him as leverage. Yi Shun didn't ask any further questions. His grandson was very opinionated and wouldn't easily accept other people's opinions. Returning to the ground would make Yi Feng safer, so Yi Shun naturally wouldn't stop him. After Yi Feng and the others left, Shangguanzi's biological father silently followed behind Jinzi. The other cave dwellers did not follow, as they were all calmed down by Shangguanzi's biological father. The gold didn't move very fast, mainly to give Yi Feng enough time to return to the ground. Jinzi quickened his pace when Yi Feng and the others left the cave and returned to the sunlight. Just as Jinzi was about to leave the cave, Shangguanzi's biological father became unhappy. The light inside the cave was already making him uncomfortable. If Jinzi came out of the cave, he would not be able to follow because he was not a sunwalker and could not be exposed to sunlight. Your daughter is in my hands. We can talk. Yi Feng shouted outside the cave, his voice sure to be heard by Shangguanzi's biological father. Shangguanzi was a good communicator. After hearing Yi Feng call out, she also spoke up. Father, I'm here. Chapter 139. Upon hearing Shangguanzi's voice, Shangguanzi's biological father disregarded the gold and bypassed it, arriving at the entrance to the underground cave. It was already quite bright here, and Yi Feng could see the face of Shangguanzi's father. Yi Feng didn't look at other places so carefully. He was looking into Shangguanzi's father's eyes. His eyes had no whites. The entire pupil was black, making them increasingly frightening the closer you looked. What you up to? Doing business with you can also be described as a partnership. Yi Feng began by explaining the specific details of his thoughts. During this time, Shangguanzi's father did not interrupt Yi Feng, and Yi Shun naturally did not speak either. However, he was on full alert at this moment. As soon as Shangguanzi's father showed any sign of making a move against Yi Feng, he would immediately take Yi Feng away. Fortunately, Shangguanzi's biological father did not intend to take action. Yi Feng truly grasped the Achilles heel of Shangguanzi's father. Not only did Shangguanzi fall into Yi Feng's hands, but he also couldn't refuse what Yi Feng said. Is rebuilding God's favored ones really that easy? It's not easy at all. But if there is official help from surface humans, things become different. They have no real loyalty to royalty. If there is any special feeling they have, it is fear and dread. The royal family uses absolute power to suppress the tribes under its control. All tribes are merely pawns in the royal family's hands. They didn't even know why the royal family was attacking the humans on the surface. Yifeng's proposal could not only help his tribe overcome the crisis, but also allow it to grow and expand. Given these conditions, Shangguanzi's biological father had no reason to refuse. Your condition is simply that we help you find your father? This is just the most important condition. There are some other minor conditions that are very easy for you, Yifeng said after nodding. Tell me first. Shangguanzi's biological father didn't think those small conditions would be easy to meet. I need bones, the bones of the beast god. You should have quite a few, right? Of course, bones from other cavemen are also acceptable. The bones of the caveman race also have the same effect as the bones of the beast god. Getting more Yifeng is acceptable. Shangguanzi's biological father stared wide-eyed. Of course, even if he glared, Yifeng couldn't really see it, since he didn't have any whites in his eyes. Beast god bones, bones of the caveman race. What do you want to do? Beast god bones are important strategic resources distributed by the royal family. Don't even think about the caveman race's bones. There must be bones of family members in Shangguanzi's tribe, since even cave dwellers experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. Over countless years, there must have been quite a few bones accumulated. But is it possible to do something that betrays one's own ancestors? I'm talking about the bones of other cave tribes. Yifeng would never do something as simple as digging up someone's ancestral grave. Cooperation requires sincerity. Who would want to cooperate with you if you start by doing something so immoral? Therefore, Yifeng was referring to other cave tribes. That won't do either. I can't help you with this kind of thing. Old man Shangguan refused directly, leaving Yifeng no way out. If you can't help me, can I do it myself? You can tell me where the other cave tribes are buried, and I'll go and retrieve them myself. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You have no reason to kill me. Your daughter is in my hands, and the future of your tribe is in my hands. Not only will you not kill me, you would rather nothing happen to me. Yifeng's words were very logical and well-reasoned. Upon closer reflection, that makes perfect sense. If it weren't for Yifeng, Yi Shun would go crazy. Would he even cooperate? Cooperation my ***. This matter won't be over until we wipe out Shangguanzi's family. Therefore, killing Yifeng would only bring harm, not any benefit. Even if Yifeng is killed, how much benefit will the royal family offer? He might even wipe out his tribe, because he caused the collective death of the chosen ones. What you say makes sense. I can help you. Do you have any other requests? Shangguanzi's father relented. He has already made his decision and accepted this condition, so whatever conditions Yifeng proposes next, he will not agree to them. We can't let Yifeng lead us by the nose and everything. That's all. Yifeng smiled. That's all. Old man Shangguanzi's eyes widened again. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Yifeng really had no other requests. In fact, he had already received enough benefits. As long as the cooperation was successful, the Yi family would become the real boss behind the new god's chosen one. Yifeng could use the power of the Shangguanzi tribe to find his father, and he could also reap huge benefits. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement at the thought of being able to excavate the ancestral graves of the caveman tribe. Although bones can deteriorate due to the erosion of time and environment, but somehow, some bone essence can be preserved. Anyone who has dug up someone else's ancestral grave knows that when you open a decaying coffin, there are only piles of white bones inside, not a trace of flesh or blood. Yifeng couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become if he dug up all the ancestral graves of the 3,000 tribes in the underground cave. Okay, then let's do it your way. We don't need to sign a contract, right? It's just a piece of waste paper. If you think signing it is useful, I have no objection, Yifeng said, shrugging. What kind of society is this? Signing a contract? Then my daughter. She is the leader of the chosen ones within the Federation and can only stay within the Federation. She cannot return to the underground world. Controlling Shangguanzi is essential. In that case, I have a request. Old man Shangguan's tone became more serious. Yifeng nodded. He had already received so many benefits, so agreeing to some minor conditions was acceptable. You marry my daughter. Shangguanzi's father's words were astonishing. Not only did Yifeng almost choke on his breath, But Shangguanzi also stared at his father in disbelief. She is the tribe's little princess, the Sunwalker, and the future ruler of the tribe. Seducing Yi Feng was out of necessity, but what does this mean now? A reason. Yi Feng didn't immediately refuse. If you marry my daughter, I will trust you completely. My tribe will become a weapon in your hands, including myself. In the future, your children will be the chiefs of our tribe. Is Shangguanzi's father a simple person? That's definitely not the case. He thinks very far ahead. His previous collaboration with Yi Feng was not a solid relationship at all, and he was naturally aware of Yi Feng's talent. The future Yi Feng will be someone he will have to look up to. Now that you have the opportunity to get closer to Yi Feng, why not be more proactive? If I become Yi Feng's father-in-law, maybe his tribe will have a chance to become royalty someday. Chapter 140. Impossible. Yi Feng refused without even thinking. If he marries Shangguanzi, what will happen to Nangong Shui? It's absolutely impossible for Yi Feng to abandon Nangong Shui over something so trivial. I know you already have a woman, but it doesn't matter. You can marry too. Shangguanzi's father did not give up or get angry. Instead, he made a suggestion that most men could not refuse. No. Yi Feng refused without hesitation. This is my bottom line. Change your request. Yi Feng didn't give Shangguanzi's father a chance to speak. Are you worried about your little girlfriend? Never mind, let's leave it at that for now. You need to help me establish the stronghold of the Chosen Ones first. I'll figure out a way to use the beast god bones for communication. As for the bones of the other tribes, that will have to wait a while. Shangguanzi's father did not insist, but he already had other ideas in his mind. If Yi Feng's approach is blocked, then he should contact Nangong Shui. In Shangguanzi's father's opinion, Yi Feng's refusal to agree to such an attractive proposal must be because of Nangong Shui. Once Nangong Shui is won over, Yi Feng will definitely not refuse. Yi Feng. The two parties reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation, and Shangguanzi was taken away by Yi Feng. Shangguanzi's father didn't say anything about this, saying that things should be done step by step. Back in the city, Yi Feng was a little troubled. What should we do about Shangguanzi? Should we send her back to that training camp? What if that ***ch finds a chance to run away? Are you worried I'll run away? Shangguanzi relaxed a lot. At least she knew she definitely wouldn't die anytime soon. You are indeed quite clever. Don't worry, I won't run away. As long as you can ensure that the chosen ones you find are loyal, I won't run away. If I run away, my tribe will be dragged down. You can trust me. Shangguanzi looked at Yi Feng very seriously. Yi Feng thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. Running away would bring Shangguanzi absolutely no benefit. When you get back, don't say anything inappropriate to Xiaoxue. Yi Feng warned Shangguanzi, then turned to leave. The rest will naturally be handled by the Yi family. Yi Feng doesn't need to worry about it. Seeing Yi Feng about to leave, Shangguanzi shouted, "You really don't like me? Why should I like you?" Yi Feng replied without turning his head, "Am I not pretty?" Shangguanzi was still not giving up. "Pretty? Then why don't you like me? If there are too many beautiful women and I wanted to like them all, wouldn't I be too busy?" Yi Feng pursed his lips, then walked away, not bothering to continue chatting with Shangguanzi. Shangguanzi stomped her foot in anger. Yi Feng didn't worry about what happened next. He led his team back to the demon camp. He was excited to dig up the ancestral graves of the cave people once the cave was ready. Shangguanzi was also sent back to the training camp. When she saw Nangong Shui, she rushed towards her. Despite Nangong Shui's tense defense, Shangguanzi hugged her without any warning. "Xiaoxue, I'm sorry." Shangguanzi apologized as soon as she opened her mouth. "I'm sorry, I can't accept that." Nangong Shui's expression was cold. Afterwards, Yi Feng said goodbye to the instructors in the camp and then left. Since Yi Feng is valued so highly by the underground royal family, it wouldn't hurt to let Yi Feng make contact with them. Nangong Shui's answer was even more straightforward. Shangguanzi cried so hard that her face was streaked with tears. Most people couldn't bear it. From now on, this place can truly be used as a training ground. However, after discussions among the Federal High Command, they decided to let Yi Feng try to make contact with the underground royal family. There might be danger. The underground royal family must be very strong. Shangguanzi's father is so strong. The royal family must be even more extraordinary. Grandpa is afraid they might have the ability to harm you from a distance. Grandson, don't feel pressured. Even if you don't agree, no one can force you. It's okay. I promise, I'll go back with you now. Communicating with the royal family of the underground world is no small matter. I admit I intentionally approached you, and my goal was to seduce Yi Feng through you. But we've known each other for so long, and I genuinely consider you a friend. I don't want to lose you as a friend. Really, can you forgive me? However, she will not give up. Okay. Yi Feng agreed after a moment's thought. Shangguan Zi watched Nangong Shui leave, never expecting that the naive and innocent Nangong Shui would be so difficult to fool. For days later, cannot. New chosen ones have been selected, and new beast god bones have been sent from the underground caves. No one knows where Shangguan Zi's father got them from. You'll never know what they want to do if you don't make contact with them. The instructors in the camp had no reason to keep Yi Feng, because Yi Feng's strength was beyond their comprehension. Most instructors were no match for him now. I won't make things difficult for you in the future, but we won't be friends anymore. Take care of yourself. Nangong Shui pushed Shangguan Zi away and left. However, in the end, it depends on Yi Feng's own wishes. If Yi Feng is unwilling, no one can force him. Even moral blackmail won't work. Yi Feng simply doesn't have that thing. They've only been in the demon camp for a few days, and they're already this fierce. What can they say? This training camp is better left undone. What's up? Yi Feng asked Yi Shun as he wiped his sweat as he came out of the training room. With the re-establishment of the Federation's Chosen Ones organization, Shangguan Zi's tribe is now considered safe. Yes, regarding the underground world, they want you to join the Chosen Ones. The underground royal family wants to communicate with you. Yi Shun's expression was very serious. Therefore, Yi Shun refused to do so. No one knows what this beast god bone is, not even Shangguan Zi's father. No one knows what tricks the royal family of the underground caves might have up their sleeves. What if they managed to harm Yi Feng in various ways? After all, they all wanted to know what the underground royal family was up to. The underground royal family must have had a purpose in doing so many things. On this day, while Yi Feng was training, Yi Shun arrived at the training camp. Sigh, all right. Yi Shun knew that Yi Feng was a person of her own mind. Since Yi Feng had already made her decision, there was no point in saying anything. It was completely useless. Xiaoxue, can't you really give me a chance? I've never had any friends growing up, and I feel really comfortable around you. I swear, I will be sincere to you from now on, and I will never lie to you about anything. I will do my best to help you and Yi Feng. Please forgive me just this once, okay? Nangong Shui's heart wasn't made of iron. Most importantly, Shangguan Zi's words that he would do his best to help Yi Feng touched Nangong Shui. Thinking about what Yi Feng had just said to her. Chapter 141. 5th District. Headquarters of the Chosen Ones. Inside the magnificent building, thousands of people dressed in black and wearing identical black masks stood in neat rows. These are soldiers drawn from all over the Federation. Every one of them can withstand the test. Their strength and discipline are top-notch. Yi Shun led Yi Feng into the headquarters of the Chosen Ones, and he was quite proud when introducing Yi Feng to the group. There are quite a few good men in the Federation. No, at least 1/3 of those favored by the gods must be women. Yi Feng shook his head. Yi Feng didn't care about these people's abilities or discipline. At least we can't let the people on the other side of the cave think it's too fake. Yi Feng herself has encountered many women within the Chosen Ones. Women are not a minority in this organization. Now, all Yi Feng can see are men. If some sunwalker from the underground caves were to come and inspect, wouldn't this be exposed on the spot? You're right. Yi Shun nodded in satisfaction. This was something none of them had expected. Let's go see what the royal family in the underground caves is up to. Yi Feng did not offer any further suggestions, as the Federation had already handled other matters quite well. As for the offerings to the beast god, that's easy to deal with. There are plenty of people who would commit such crimes. The more chaotic the times, the more people like this there will be. It's not difficult to grab some people to serve as sacrifices. Afterwards, Yi Shun led Yi Feng to the 3rd underground level, where a beast god bone, roughly the same size as Yi Feng, was placed. Yi Feng really wanted to devour and merge this thing, but in the end, Yi Feng restrained himself. Then, Yi Shun tapped the bone 3 times. Soon, Shangguan Zi's father's voice came through. It's me, Yi Feng said. Nephew, you've come at the right time. You should already know what happened, right? What do you think? Shang Wanzi's father addressed him warmly and spoke in a gentle tone. However, Yi Feng ignored this. I can join the Chosen Ones, which will bring you a lot of benefits, right? Yes, the royal family has always hoped that the Chosen Ones could recruit geniuses from within the Federation. You are already on the royal family's list, and the royal family will be very happy if you can join. How could I not be happy? Yi Feng represents not only himself, but also the Yi family of the 5th district. If the Yi family could completely side with the Chosen Ones, wouldn't it be much easier to do things in the future? What do they want from me? I don't know. I'm not qualified to inquire about what the royal family is planning, but don't worry, the royal family won't harm you now. On the contrary, they should offer you quite a few benefits to appease you. Okay, contact them. Please wait a moment, Shang Wanzi's father said in an even gentler tone. He then contacted the royal family, as he dared not keep Yi Feng waiting for too long. Shang Wanzi's father didn't dare to offend Yi Feng, this young man. In less than 3 minutes, a movement came from within the bones of the beast god. Are you Yi Feng? I am. Who are you? Yi Feng's voice remained cold and indifferent. Yi Shun and the others have already left the room. Regardless of whether the underground royal family can sense their presence near Yi Feng through the beast god's bones, they are determined to leave. They were able to hear the conversation between Yi Feng and the Cave King, the royal family of the underground world. He didn't explain who this person was, making it a bit mysterious. Can you represent the royal family? Now that I've come to contact you, I can naturally represent the royal family. Okay, I'll join the Chosen Ones. How much benefit will you give me? I can join and I can leave at any time. Even if my joining the Chosen Ones is exposed, I will be fine. Yi Feng's voice remained unchanged, neither humble nor arrogant. Do you think a mere underground royal family can make Yi Feng bow down? That's impossible. That's realistic, and I like it too. I heard you like monster bones, right? I have lots and lots of them, and I can give them all to you. Oh, I really like bones. You have a good gift sense. However, we can't give it away for nothing. I need you to do something. The underground royal family was ready to draw their swords. What is it? Tell me. I want you to destroy the demon camp. You can use the power of the God-chosen ones as you please. Don't tell me you don't know where the demon camp is. Can. I'm telling you, as long as you. What did you say? The members of the underground royal family were clearly a little stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Feng to agree so readily, which left him speechless, unable to utter the words he had prepared. I said I agree. Do you have any other requests? It's just wiping out a demon camp, isn't it? Let alone one, we could wipe out 10 or 8 of them. Those favored by the gods are all federal citizens. Reporting false information is a piece of cake for them. As for whether any demon beasts or demon kings will come to investigate, that's definitely possible. We can just have the demon camp moved to a different location then. If the Federal High Command doesn't agree, Yi Feng wouldn't mind razing the demon camp to the ground. You just agreed like that? I can hardly believe you. What? Do I have to make some conditions before you'll believe me? Are you a coward? Yi Feng was practically cursing the underground royal family while pointing a finger at their foreheads. However, the underground royal family member was not angry. It's not that. It's just a little. Never mind. Since you've agreed, I'll have someone send you what you need. By the way, let me tell you, I only contact Shang Wanzi and her tribe. Other cave dwellers don't come looking for me. I have a bad temper, and if they have a bad attitude, I can't guarantee I won't take action against them. Oh, you've taken a fancy to Shang Wanzi. The underground royal family member was a bit gossipy. The royal family member could understand Yi Feng's explanation. Yi Feng spoke to him with such a tough attitude, which showed that she was a very strong-willed person. Shang Wanzi must have used some method to drag Yi Feng into this, but now it seems that she must have used her own body. Therefore, this member of the underground royal family was still very eager to find out exactly what had happened between them. You'd better not ask what you shouldn't know. My relationship with you is just a partnership. I won't pry into what you're planning to do. I have no affinity for surface humans, and it's the same with you. As long as you don't mess with me and can bring me benefits, I'll help you. You're honest. I can promise you that you'll only be allowed to have contact with Shang Wanzi from now on. The underground royal family didn't ask any further questions, and Yi Feng's ability to chat like this made him feel much more relaxed. If Yi Feng immediately fawned over him, he really wouldn't feel at ease. Send over the monster bones as soon as possible, the best beast god bones. Once I get the benefits, I'll take action. For details, ask the other chosen ones. Don't bother me unless it's something important. After saying that, Yi Feng turned and left, showing absolutely no leniency towards this underground royal family. Chapter 142. The demon camp needs to be relocated. After Yi Feng left, Yi Shun and the other bigwigs exchanged glances. They certainly couldn't really wipe out the demon camp, but they also couldn't let the cave dwellers discover that something was wrong. Therefore, the place where the demon camp was located could not be left untouched. Yes, we also need to find the people who died in place of the demon camp now. The members of the demon camp are all prodigies. They are to be sacrificed to the beast god. They don't know what the beast god will get in return, but they are certain that some people will have to be sacrificed. Those who commit crimes and break the law have now found a way to give back to society. Accompanied by Shangguanzi, Yi Feng toured the current headquarters of the Chosen Ones. Before he even left, the plan that Yi Shun and his team had customized was already delivered to Yi Feng. Yi Feng did not raise any objections to this. He certainly wouldn't worry about things that weren't his concern. The royal family of the underground caves also began their operation after ending the call. The bones of the beast god were not particularly valuable to the royal family of the underground caves. Giving Yi Feng a few would be enough to satisfy him. Everything went very smoothly. The underground royal family delivered the beast god's bones to Shangguanzi's tribe, and then Shangguanzi brought them to Yi Feng. In just 3 days, a large number of beast god bones were delivered to Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the piles of beast god bones. I'm going to the demon camp. In a few days, I can report the news of its destruction, Yi Feng instructed Shangguanzi. Shangguanzi nodded to Yi Feng. Understood. By the way, my father has already selected ancestral sites for 2 tribes. You can go there when you have time. Yi Feng was quite satisfied with the efficiency of Shangguanzi's father. In the past, going to a burial site alone to dig up someone's ancestral grave would have been a bit dangerous, but now, after absorbing and fusing so many beast god bones, Yi Feng's strength will definitely increase significantly. Even if he is not a king-level opponent, escaping should not be a problem. When Yi Feng returned to the demon camp, the others in the demon camp were packing their belongings to leave. It won't be long before those death row inmates are brought here, and then a symbolic battle will break out. However, none of this has anything to do with Yi Feng. Back at the camp, Yi Feng immediately began to devour the beast god's bones. A large number of beast god bones fused into Yi Feng's body, causing his attributes to surge, and his experience and mental strength to steadily increase. Yi Feng even forgot to check the attribute panel. The feeling of bone fluid integrating into his own bones was truly amazing. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, his jade-like bones began to change. However, the change was slow, and the amount of bone fluid needed to completely transform them into other materials would probably be considerable. After all the beast god bones had been devoured, Yi Feng finally withdrew from that comfortable feeling. View panel. Occupation, Skeleton King. Rank A. Level, 59 Physical Condition. 350071 Strength. 350183 Agility. 350094 Spirit. 3685 Skills. Omitted. I thought I could improve a lot, but I didn't expect it to be this little. Yi Feng frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. This is because the 3 attributes only increased by 100,000 this time, and the level increase was even more pitiful, only increasing by 4 levels in total. Even the beast god's bones aren't working very well anymore, sigh. However, 100,000 attributes is not too few. It will take some getting used to. Yi Feng returned to the demon camp to adapt to his newfound power, so he didn't delay. At this time, the others in the demon camp had already quietly left the demon camp. Within the demon camp, there are many entrances that are not monitored by the demon beasts, and those condemned to death are also sent here through these secret entrances. But Yi Feng doesn't need to worry about any of this. 3 days later, when Yi Feng walked out of the training room again, there were already 2 rows of people standing in front of him. These people were dressed in the uniforms of those favored by the gods, and there were about 200 of them in total. Young master, the people who are going to make a move are all here. The person standing at the forefront of the chosen ones spoke to Yi Feng. This person is a member of the Yi family and is currently one of the leaders of the God-favored ones. These are death row inmates deliberately released by those favored by God. For example, the chosen ones lying in ambush outside the camp. Although the individual abilities of these chosen ones are not as good as those of the Demon King, their overall strength is very powerful. 2 or 3 of them working together can withstand a Demon King. They saw the chosen ones infiltrate the camp and sensed the fighting activity within. The Demon Kings responsible for monitoring the area were quite excited. However, they simply watched quietly from the sidelines, without any intention of doing anything else. Yes, the royal family received so many high-quality offerings, so we will definitely benefit a lot as well. Yi Feng knew what the above meant. The death row inmates are scattered throughout the camp without unified management. They cannot leave here. The higher-ups want to make the performance more realistic. They all look good. What about the death row inmates? An escaped death row inmate has no chance of survival. The death row inmates were naturally unwilling to be killed like this. This approach now avoids arousing suspicion. Yes, all of this is to ensure authenticity. None of them realized that the chosen ones were acting. They were simply amazed by their current strength. Then, the 200 people started to move. They had a clear division of labor, and soon a battle broke out in the camp. Yi Feng lower order, because they had not noticed that there were divinely favored ones lying in ambush nearby. Okay, I understand. Arrange for 50 men to put on a show outside the camp. Once they've killed enough, release a few death row inmates. It seems that Yi Feng is really capable. This time, even if the demon camp is not wiped out, it will definitely be severely weakened. Who wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity? Let's get started. The great battle has broken out, but the situation is not one-sided. Although the chosen ones are strong, these death row inmates are not weak either, and the battle will not stop in the short term. Half a day later, someone suddenly attacked. If they can survive in the hands of these chosen ones, then they won't have to die. This is a benefit the Federation has given them, and it's their only chance to live. When these chosen ones made their move, the surrounding demon kings were all startled. If they manage to escape and are captured by those demon kings, then all of this will have been for nothing. If there hadn't been any signs of a major battle here, people would definitely be suspicious. The Demon King had been monitoring the area around the demon camp for some time. When a death row inmate appears, the divine favorites lying in ambush outside immediately appear and take action. After the demon camp is destroyed, the demon beasts will definitely come to investigate. So, at this point, not only were their professional abilities not restricted, but they were also given equipment, giving them the means to resist. Chapter 143. With this discovery, how could the demon kings not be filled with emotion? If all those favored by the gods possess such abilities, their status in the hearts of the underground royal families will likely surpass that of these demon kings. However, even if one were to try and trick the chosen ones, now would not be the time. They wouldn't dare to play any tricks in their operation to wipe out the demon camp. If the underground royal family finds out they've been up to something, they'll all probably be dead. The fighting on the ground quickly subsided, and the escaped death row inmates died very quickly. The battle underground was not so quick. The death row inmates will to survive unleashed a formidable fighting force, and the chosen ones have already suffered casualties. Some reckless death row inmates believed that capturing Yi Feng would save their lives. After their meticulous planning, a dozen or so death row inmates finally arrived in front of Yi Feng. Chop up all the gold. What's Jinzi's current strength? With all the amplifications, the gold's attributes have reached 500,000. This is a half-king level expert. These death row inmates, though somewhat capable, were far inferior to Jinzi. However, although Jinzi was quite fast at cutting people, there were still about 10 people on the other side, and some of them were able to get past Jinzi and rush towards Yi Feng. Nonsense. Repeatedly executed. Yi Feng has not used this skill yet. 2 people happened to appear, giving him the opportunity to practice. When Yi Feng chose to use his skill, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot, becoming a truly phantom-like existence. Then, blood splattered continuously from the bodies of the 2 people rushing towards Yi Feng. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, 4 attacks were completed, and Yi Feng's figure returned to its original position, as if he had never moved at all. This is a bit perverted. As the user of the skill, Yi Feng could clearly feel that when using the combo attack, he was like a ghost, completely immune to physical attacks, and the power of supernatural attacks was also reduced by about 90%. This isn't an attack skill. It's clearly a combination of offense and defense. As for the power of this skill, just look at the scattered corpses lying on the ground. Faced with Lian Zhan's relentless attacks, the two death row inmates who charged forward had no chance to resist. They were now reduced to 8 pieces of flesh that could barely be pieced back together. Their strength isn't enough to test the true power of the consecutive strikes. Should we find a king-level expert to test it out? While Yi Feng was pondering, the remaining death row inmates were all bewildered. They rushed here at all costs, simply wanting to kidnap Yi Feng. They can survive as long as Yi Feng's life is threatened. But what did they see? Yi Feng's true form is even more terrifying than the skeletons he summons. Although Jinzi is strong, when he cuts people, it's just a normal cut, nothing more than cutting them in two with one stroke. However, they couldn't understand the skills Yi Feng used. Jinzi, stop playing around and hurry up. The next instant, Jinzi's figure also disappeared. The combo attack is Jinzi's skill. Yi Feng only learned it by stealing it. Watching Jinzi use the combo attack, Yi Feng gained a new understanding of this skill. Actually, he didn't become a ghost, but rather a phantom-like existence. Those with sharp eyesight can see the afterimage of a rapid slash, but defending against it would be quite difficult, because the speed of these consecutive slashes and strikes is just too fast. Yi Feng wasn't quite sure how long it took him to perform 4 consecutive slashes, but he was certain that the time it took for Jinzi to perform 4 slashes was no more than half a second. More importantly, this combo has no skill cooldown time. It consumes the user's stamina. As long as you have enough stamina, you can use it continuously. That's a bit scary. If Yi Feng and Jinzi were to use their combined attacks on the same target at the same time, even a king-level expert would likely be unable to withstand it. Moreover, when they use the combo attack, their figures disappear, making them completely immune to physical attacks. Isn't this just a situation where others can't hit you, while you can freely deal damage? With this realization, Yi Feng felt even more confident about heading to the underground cave. As for replenishing physical strength, there's no need to worry about that at all. The potion developed by the Federation is quite effective. Even if all else fails, Yi Feng can quickly restore his strength by consuming and fusing bones. I wouldn't dare call it a perpetual motion machine of combat, but it's close. Finish this quickly and prepare to leave, Yi Feng ordered. The battles are now much faster. The death row inmates had lost the ability to resist. Kidnapping Yi Feng was their only plan. There was no other option. Now that the plan has failed, what else can they do? Some death row inmates even gave up resisting. After all the death row inmates were killed, a chosen one of the gods took out a section of the beast god's bone from his spatial backpack. They were going to sacrifice these condemned prisoners on the spot. The sacrifice begins. The piles of condemned prisoners' corpses were shrouded in an eerie light, and then these corpses turned into blood, which seeped into the bones of the beast god, turning that section of the beast god's bone blood red. About half a minute later, the feedback came. Countless red rays of light shot out from the bones of the beast god. These rays of light were precisely absorbed into the bodies of each of the chosen ones. Then, the attributes of these chosen ones began to improve, and their experience points also increased. Yi Feng also received a red light, but he did not accept it. Just as the red light was about to merge into his body, he used a series of slashes. It's used against gold, since gold is durable. The red light did not dissipate even after it lost its target. When Yi Feng returned to the original spot, he took out a bottle and put the red light inside. This thing can quickly improve a person's strength. Let the Federation study it. If they can figure out the underlying principles, everyone will be happy. Although Yi Feng himself doesn't need this kind of thing to quickly improve his strength, his subordinates do, such as Han Dong and his group. Set it on fire, then call it a day. The gasoline had already been prepared by those favored by God. If you're going to cause damage, you might as well do it convincingly. However, burning wouldn't destroy the facilities of the demon camp. It would only burn them black, making them look rather tragic. Flames roared as Yi Feng led his team out of the demon camp. Withdraw, Yi Feng gave the order, which was also a notification to the hidden demon kings in the surrounding area. Subsequently, the chosen ones, led by Yi Feng, quickly departed. After watching Yi Feng and his group leave, the demon kings rushed into the demon camp to see what had happened inside. As for the fire, they were not afraid. Just let them know we can start the operation, Yi Feng said to the people around him. Yes. Can these demon kings retreat so easily? Impossible. Chapter 144. The demon camp has been wiped out. How could the Federation not have heard the news? We will definitely receive the news, so the people from the Federation will surely come to our aid. Isn't it a coincidence? Just as the demon kings entered the demon camp to investigate, the support sent by the Federation arrived. The great battle has broken out again. The demon kings have already spread the news, so they are no longer of any use. It would be better if they all died here. This time, Yi Feng did not lead the team. Instead, the team was led by the chosen ones who had taken off their uniforms. Now, the chosen ones have become a sharp weapon under the Federation's command. With dual training from the Federation and the underground humans, the strength of the chosen ones will surely increase rapidly. After returning to the Federation, Yi Feng went to the headquarters building of the chosen ones. Here is Yi Feng's private office. Of course, Yi Feng didn't come back to enjoy himself. He went underground after returning to headquarters. Shangguanzi was already waiting here. Soon, Yi Feng made contact with the underground royal family. The demon camp has been destroyed. You can send someone to check it out, Yi Feng said directly as the call began. I already know. You did a good job. Choosing you was definitely the right decision. The underground royal family was very satisfied. After so long of training the chosen ones, before Yi Feng, they could only cause minor trouble. Now, look how great it is. They directly wiped out the Federation's demon camp. The demon camp is full of geniuses from the surface world. If we kill them all, the surface world will face a talent shortage. If we wipe out the demon camp a few more times, we won't have to worry about the Federation anymore. From now on, you need to prepare a batch of beast god bones for me every month, understand? Sure, that's not a problem. Just lie low for a while, and we'll let you know when we need you to do something. The call has ended. At this moment, within the territory of the underground royal family, in the central altar, the high priest in charge of controlling the altar looked rather grim. Are you sure this time you wiped out the demon camp on the surface? The high priest asked, looking at the person beside him. High priest, it's confirmed that they are from the demon camp, but is there anything amiss? The third prince of the underworld looked at the high priest with a puzzled expression. The third prince was the one responsible for contacting Yi Feng. He was certain that the demon camp of the surface humans had indeed been wiped out, a fact double-checked. Even the demon beasts that went to verify it had all died. Something is definitely not right. Look at the blood tank on this altar, the high priest said, pointing to the blood tank inside the altar. The health bar has indeed increased a lot of health energy, but not as much as I imagined. The high priest is an expert in this area, since he has always been in charge of the altar. Once the altar's health bar is full, the altar can be activated, and then, however, the demon camp was indeed wiped out. Perhaps the humans on the surface are getting worse and worse. Is he capable of killing a king-level human on the surface? The high priest did not delve into this question. Since the third prince is so certain, then he must be right. This might be a bit difficult. The third prince knew how strong the king-level beings were, especially since the king-level beings on the surface were stronger than those in the underground caves. The underground cave has its own traditions, making advancement easy, while the king-level beings on the surface are all those who have truly fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and their combat power is a notch stronger than that of the king-level beings in the underground cave. Yi Feng's strength is indeed quite good, but to send him to kill a king-level opponent now is a bit absurd. Do your best to train him, the high priest said without elaborating. Yes. The third prince bowed and left. The third prince knew what the royal altar represented. Whether the royal family could see the light of day again and reach a higher level in the future depended entirely on whether the altar could be activated. This underground tribe is now deeply intertwined with the Federation, and as long as they don't lose their minds, they won't rebel. Shangguanzi nodded. Lead the way. This time, only Shangguanzi accompanied Yi Feng. Yifeng politely declined the requests from others who wanted to come along. When they arrived at the entrance to the underground cave, there were already people waiting there. So we can only let it be. Jinzi followed Yifeng closely, remaining on guard the entire way, until they reached the very depths of the underground cave. There, Yifeng saw Shangguanzi's father again. Yes, little princess. Yifeng certainly wasn't there as a guest. He was there to dig up someone's ancestral graves. It's just that this matter can't be explained too clearly. The fact that the monsters haven't wiped out the surface humans is a form of nurturing. The underground humans are waiting for the surface humans to become stronger, because only then can their blood better fill their blood vessels. He had already left the city and was on his way to the underground cave. Yifeng didn't know where the two of them went, but he wasn't afraid that Shangguanzi would run away. To be honest, the environment in this underground cave is quite nice. Yifeng remained silent, letting the other person lead the way. As for why cave dwellers can't do it, it's because of their special characteristics. They cannot be exposed to sunlight. Yifeng, come visit my tribe. Therefore, giving benefits is a must. Where is Yifeng at this time? I'm not here as a guest. I'm here to get benefits. The location has already been chosen. In other words, the blood of the cave dwellers cannot be used to fill the blood tank. Otherwise, the cave royal family would not care about the lives of these tribes and might capture them all to fill the blood tank. Just tell her the location. Now, if we want to quickly fill up the health bar, we have to rely on Yifeng, this capable guy. As for why he brought Shangguanzi along, there's not much to explain. Shangguanzi was a local strongman, and having Shangguanzi by Yifeng's side was essentially like bringing a hostage. In order to activate the altar, the cavemen have done too much, killing far too many surface humans. If you want a dog to work, isn't it normal to give it a bone to eat? The royal family ate all the flesh and blood that could replenish blood and qi, while the useless bones were given to Yifeng. Isn't that good? It's just the bones of the beast god. It's very simple. Unfortunately, although the number of surface humans killed was large, their quality was too poor. The underground royal family doesn't have many other things, but they have a lot of beast god bones. Shangguanzi's father nodded, then pulled Shangguanzi away. It's already been chosen. There won't be any danger. Just let my daughter take you there. Shangguanzi's father didn't mince words and answered directly. Little princess. The person waiting bowed and greeted Shangguanzi. As they were leaving, Yifeng took a moment to observe the environment of the underground cave. Yishun had no other choice. His grandson was too individualistic, and he couldn't control him. Because these so-called beast gods are nothing more than food raised by the royal family. Anyway, it's not like we're digging up their tribe's ancestral graves, so let them do whatever they want. Chapter 145. It wasn't as dark and damp as I had imagined. On the contrary, it was quite dry. Those luminous objects not only emit a soft glow, but they also provide nutrients to underground plants. There are even some domesticated monsters here. These monsters are meant to be eaten, not kept as pets. If even a small tribe can raise monsters as food, it shows that the cave people are indeed quite capable. It's understandable that the ground is now teeming with monsters. Not long after, Shangguanzi and her father returned. Yifeng, my daughter already knows the details. Just let her take you. There shouldn't be any trouble. If anything does happen, let my daughter handle it. You don't need to worry or lift a finger. Old man Shangguanzi gave Yifeng some instructions. Yifeng's strength is undoubtedly the best among his peers. If Yifeng were to make a move, it would likely arouse suspicion from the other cavemen. After all, Yifeng is quite famous. Although Yifeng is now a chosen one of the gods, chosen ones cannot enter the underground cave at will. Therefore, it's best to keep it a secret if possible. Okay, Yifeng said he didn't care. As long as he could dig up other people's ancestral graves, he would be happy as long as he wasn't bothered with other messy things. Then you should go now. Good. Shangguanzi led the way. The passageways inside the cave are interconnected. Without a local to guide you, you really wouldn't be able to find your way to the other caves. This time we've chosen two relatively small tribes, so there shouldn't be any trouble. I don't know how many skeletons are in their ancestral lands, so don't be too disappointed, Shangguanzi said, trying to start a conversation as she led the way. Yifeng's attitude toward Shangguanzi was quite cold, not warm at all, and her response was just one or two words. Shang Wanzi knew that Yi Feng didn't want to talk to her, and she felt a little wronged. But what could she say? They could only lead the way silently. Yi Feng wasn't sure exactly how long they had been walking, but when a soft light appeared ahead, he knew they had arrived at their destination. Wait a minute. I'll go take a look, Shang Wanzi whispered to Yi Feng after seeing the soft light. She chose an inconspicuous path, but it's inevitable that people will appear on that path. How exactly should it be described? The main passageway was the kind that could transport supplies between each other, and it was about 4 lanes in both directions. Shang Wanzi and Yi Feng took a small, one-way road that was only wide enough for bicycles to pass through. Nobody's here, come on over. Shang Wanzi, who was peeking around at the entrance, called out to Yi Feng after seeing that no one was around. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng stepped forward. We need to be careful. We might dig a hole down into their ancestral land. Shang Wanzi reminded Yi Feng, then took Yi Feng's hand and crouched down as they walked forward. Yi Feng frowned, but did not break free from Shang Wanzi's pull. Shang Wanzi smiled with delight. Her pulling was a bit unnecessary, but it was fine as long as Yi Feng didn't refuse. The two carried out their mission in secrecy under Shang Wanzi's guidance. The small tribes they visited never imagined that someone would be interested in their ancestral graves. There is nothing in the ancestral grave except the remains of the ancestors. Normally, no one would come to the cemetery unless someone has died. Therefore, the chances of them being discovered are quite low. Shang Wanzi was not capable of digging the hole, and Yi Feng did not want to do it himself, so Jin Zi had to do it. You know what? Digging a tunnel for gold is quick and efficient. Why not bury them all? Yi Feng asked, frowning as he looked at the coffins that had been turned upside down. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanzi rolled her eyes. Although they belong to the same tribe, they are still separate families. Every family has different ancestors, so how could they possibly bury all of them together? It's already quite remarkable that the ancestral graves of each tribe can be gathered together. If the living space in the underground caves weren't limited, these people certainly wouldn't all be buried together. Hurry up, my heart is pounding, Shang Wanzi urged. After all, this was digging up someone's ancestral graves, a despicable act, and Shang Wanzi's heart was indeed beating a little fast. Yi Feng nodded and urged Jin to speed up. Whether the pipes were damaged or not was not important. What mattered was getting all the bones out. Jin Zi went all out and started working hard, even summoning skeletons and skeletal remains. These skeletons aren't very good at digging graves, but they're fine at helping transport bones. Yi Feng's strength began to increase once again. Although the bones of the cave dwellers were not as effective as the bones of the beast gods, there were enough of them. Although the speed of this improvement in strength was not as fast, it was stable. How many corpses and bones are in the cemetery of a small tribe? There must have been tens of thousands of corpses, and there were probably even more, but the bones buried deeper were too ancient. Even if those bones were dug out, they wouldn't be of much use, as their essence had been severely lost. After cleaning up the graveyard of this small tribe, Yi Feng's attributes increased by about 10,000. It wasn't much, but Yi Feng was very satisfied. How could a small tribe be dissatisfied with so much? If you were to visit all the tribes inside the cave, wouldn't that amount to 30 million attributes? Let's go, next one. Not digging anymore. Shang Wanzi's eyes widened. It's gone. What's the point of digging anymore? Yi Feng replied in a good mood, adding a few more words. Okay, let's go quickly. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanzi pulled at his pants with one hand and grabbed Yi Feng's hand with the other. She then led Yi Feng to the nearest passage. There were really no patrols in this small tribe, and no one noticed that their ancestral graves had been dug up until Shang Wanzi pulled Yi Feng into the passage and left. Inside the cave, Shang Wanzi was still holding Yi Feng's hand, showing no intention of letting go. Yi Feng was a little unhappy about this, and he shook his hand. I'm sorry, I was just too nervous. I was worried you wouldn't be able to keep up. Shang Wanzi began to explain. Yi Feng didn't say anything, because he could sense that Shang Wanzi was indeed a little nervous, and her palms were sweaty. Actually, Shang Wanzi wasn't nervous because she had dug up someone's ancestral grave. She was nervous because she had taken Yi Feng's hand on her own initiative. Let's go to the next one. This time, we can only go to these 2 tribes. My father hasn't investigated the other tribes yet. 2 companies at once is actually quite good. After digging up the next family's ancestral grave, they would start looking for their own father's whereabouts. Although Shangguanzi's tribe is not strong, it is still capable and should be able to find out some information. Chapter 146. About half a day, led by Shangguanzi, Yifeng walked a winding road and finally saw the light again. Clearly, they had arrived at the second unfortunate tribe. Having a local leader makes all the difference. We haven't encountered a single caveman along the way. If Yifeng were left to wander around here, who knows how many people he would kill. This is it. I'll go take a look, Shangguanzi said, using the same old routine. After confirming that no one was outside the cave, Shangguanzi called out to Yifeng. Yifeng is already very familiar with the formula. However, an unexpected incident occurred when they were halfway through the excavation. A drunkard, for some unknown reason, came here to mourn at a grave. He was digging quite wildly, with dirt flying everywhere, and there were even 5 skeletons busy transporting bones. If this hadn't been discovered, things would have been terrible. Who? A roar drew the attention of many people. Then a large number of people rushed over. Shangguanzi had already pulled Yifeng away, but the graveyard was a bit far from the cave entrance, and they were blocked before they even reached it. If it were an ordinary person blocking the door, Jinzi would have easily taken them down with a single charge. The key point is that the person blocking the door was no ordinary person, but the chief of this tribe, a powerful figure at the king level. Jinzi and this man exchanged blows several times, but Jinzi was slightly weaker and slower, putting him at a disadvantage. Who are you? Before Yifeng and Shangguanzi could speak, someone said, I know, she's from the Shangguan tribe. Chief Lifeng frowned. Shangguan tribe? What are you doing here in my Lifeng tribe? Chieftain, something terrible has happened. They've destroyed our ancestral graves. Upon hearing this, Shangguanzi realized something was amiss. Digging up someone's ancestral graves is no small matter. Just like humans on Earth, they dig up ancestral graves. Good, really good. The Shangguan tribe is going too far. The Shangguan tribe brought 2 sunwalkers to dig up their ancestral graves. What does this mean? Although there is nothing of great importance in the ancestral graves, this spiritual insult and harm is absolutely intolerable. Wait a minute, Shangguanzi said. What else do you have to say? Chief Liefeng's voice was icy. This matter is definitely not over yet. Not only will these 2 people from the Shangguan tribe die, but he will also go to the Shangguan tribe to demand an explanation. It's all a misunderstanding. I need to explain. Explanation my asterisk. Just kill. The people of the Gale tribe are all quite manic. For other things, it's fine to listen to an explanation, but what's going on here? The ancestral graves have been dug up, and the bones of our ancestors have been dug up. What's the difference between this and scattering the bones to ashes? You think you can explain this? The people of the Gale tribe have made their move. Gold, make your move. Yifeng wasn't going to stand on ceremony. Since we can't leave safely, then kill. The people who attacked this tribe were terrified and dared not act recklessly. Jinzi attacked Chief Lifeng. This time, Jinzi didn't hold back and started with a series of consecutive strikes. When Jinzi's figure disappeared, Chief Lifeng sensed a sense of crisis. A silent blade of light struck. Chief Lifeng blocked the first and second strikes, but the third strike landed on him, and he blocked the fourth as well. The speed of the continuous slashes is too fast, and the angle is random and unpredictable, making them difficult to defend against. Even if Chief Lifeng is fast enough, it is useless. Jinzi went to deal with the king-level chief of the Lifeng clan, so Yifeng naturally had to deal with the other members of the Lifeng clan. Facing so many people, Yifeng dared not be careless, and he immediately launched a series of attacks. The people of the Gale tribe had never seen such a shameless attack method before. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were hacked to the ground by Yifeng, their fates unknown. Those who rushed forward were blocked by 5 skeletal skeletons, but only for a short time. Chief Liefeng's first 2 sword beams had already struck the ground, sending dirt flying, and a clanging sound of metal clashing erupted the moment Jinzi's body appeared. Fortunately, Jinzi was made entirely of bone and was very hard. Although he was cleaved away, he was not seriously injured. A chosen one of the gods. What are you doing in the underground cave? Chief Lifeng isn't stupid. If he can't tell that Yifeng isn't a caveman, then he might as well pack his bags and die. Trying to escape from me? Chief Lifeng roared, and he began to exert his strength. When using combo attacks, you can't say you're invincible, but you're pretty much invincible. Absolutely impossible. If the Shangguan tribe produced such a genius, it would be impossible to keep it a secret. The surrounding tribes should have known long ago. When they looked towards the clan leader, their hearts sank even further. Are there any young people with such strength in the Shangguan tribe? Therefore, by taking advantage of the gap when the skill is used up, you can attack the location of the main body and hit the main body. If someone surrounds you and starts hacking at you, what will become of this body? The clan leader was also injured, with a bloody gash on his chest from which blood was gushing out. You are not from the Shangguan tribe, so who are you? Chief Lifeng did not make a move. Gold is fine, it's not afraid of being chopped, but Yifeng is not. Jinzi only used the combo attack twice before he found the weakness of the combo attack skill. It wasn't that Yifeng wanted to do it this way, but he really had no choice. Two fists can't fight four hands, and he also had to protect Shangguanzi, which was a bit difficult. Such a bizarre attack brought the people of the Gale tribe to their senses. Without a doubt, what was cleaved away was gold. Judging from the situation, Chief Lifeng's injuries were much more serious than Jinzi's. Chief Lifeng already had 7 or 8 bloody cuts on his body. Yifeng pulled Shangguanzi back. I am Yifeng, favored by the gods. Yifeng introduced himself. Yifeng is quite confident that he can simply run away on his own. Chief Lifeng, risking injury, anticipated the attack and slashed, so Jinzi definitely couldn't dodge it. Although Yifeng was wearing armor and had strong defensive capabilities, he was still made of flesh and blood. These cave humans were also very powerful, and breaking through Yifeng's defenses was not a problem for them. After 4 strikes, the gold returned to its original form. Their physical bodies cannot move, so attack their physical bodies. Chief Lifeng has considerable combat experience. Gold, break through. He stopped blocking Jinzi's knife and unleashed several more blades of light towards the spot where Jinzi was standing. Let me announce my name first and see if it works. If it doesn't, then I'll just run away. Let Shangguanzi live or die as he pleases. Shangguanzi is still a useful woman. Yifeng also heard Chief Lifeng's shout, and Yifeng frowned slightly. A golden figure was cleaved and sent flying backward. How about we talk? Yifeng suggested. After use, the user returns to their original location and can only reappear in the original spot, unable to control their body's movement. Chapter 147. Chief Lifeng frowned as he stared at Yifeng. The Gale tribe is not responsible for matters concerning the Chosen Ones. They only have a general understanding of them. But no matter how you look at it, those favored by the gods should not appear in the underground cave. They absolutely cannot come and dig up their tribe's ancestral graves. However, now that Yifeng has appeared, and Yifeng's strength is so abnormal, Chief Lifeng cannot help but take it seriously. It wasn't that Chief Lifeng looked down on him. He knew that in a one-on-one fight, he probably wouldn't be a match for this young man. Jinzi fought him alone, and he was already at a disadvantage, with 7 or 8 wounds on his body. If Yifeng and Jinzi attacked him at the same time. Therefore, Chief Lifeng was not in a hurry to make a move. Yes, Yifeng, the Chosen One, there are some secrets I can't tell you. You can contact the Underground Royal Family. What is the purpose of the Underground Royal Family? It's naturally used for wiping your bottom. Given Yifeng's importance, would the Underground Royal Family simply let him be killed without doing anything about it? Royalty? Fine, you just wait. Upon hearing that it was related to the royal family, Chief Lifeng was even less likely to take action. Regardless of whether Yifeng is bragging or not, just ask him first, it won't hurt. Contact the 3rd prince. Shangguanzi reminded him. There are many princes and princesses in the royal family. The one who is in contact with their Shangguan tribe is the 3rd prince. Now that Yifeng is in trouble, they will definitely ask the 3rd prince to smooth things over. Good. Chief Lifeng did not leave. He took out a jade pendant, which was similar to the one worn by Shangguanzi. Yifeng wasn't sure exactly how this thing connected with others. The cavemen and the surface humans didn't have the same tech tree. Even if the principle were explained to Yifeng, he wouldn't understand. However, this thing does indeed have remote communication capabilities. Your Highness, I am the chieftain of the Lifeng tribe. I have a chosen one here who calls himself Yifeng. What? Yifeng. He's come underground. The third prince was extremely shocked, because he genuinely knew absolutely nothing about it. Yes, Your Highness the third prince. Leave him here, treat him well, don't make things difficult for him. I'll be there soon. The third prince instructed before ending the communication. Chief Feng didn't even have a chance to mention that his ancestral graves had been dug up. This made Chief Feng very upset. Feng dug up their tribe's ancestral graves, and they still have to take good care of them. Where can I seek justice for this? However, the third prince has already given the order. The order of the royal family. Does the Galewind tribe dare to disobey? If it were a large tribe, they might not really take the third prince seriously. However, the Gale tribe dared not do that. They could be wiped out with just a few words from someone else. Gentlemen, the third prince will be here soon. Please follow me. Chief Feng could only swallow his displeasure. The rest of the Feng tribe were all releasing murderous intent. They wanted to kill Feng and Shangwanzi. Unfortunately, Chief Feng did not give the order, so they could only watch from afar and could do nothing. After Chief Feng settled Feng and Shangwanzi in, someone immediately found Chief Feng. Chieftain, are we just going to let them get away with this? They not only dug up our ancestral graves, but they also killed many people. Yes, Feng didn't hold back at all. He killed about 10 people and left a bunch of others injured. Shut up, we'll talk when the third prince arrives. Chief Feng also wanted to kill someone. But now that the third prince has interfered, Chief Feng has no way to deal with it. Feng, what do we do? How are we going to explain this to the third prince? Shangwanzi asked anxiously. They are in the wrong, and Feng's actions were not communicated to the third prince in advance. Shangwanzi didn't know what the third prince's attitude would be. It's obvious to anyone that the third prince would be traveling with a bunch of experts, all of them at the king level. Even Feng, a mere king-level expert, is struggling to hold his own. If the third prince were to bring powerful warriors, how would Feng possibly withstand the attack? Don't panic. Feng remained calm, taking a sip of tea while reassuring Shangwanzi. Feng couldn't tell how the tea tasted, but his calm and composed demeanor affected Shangwanzi. Do you have a solution? Shangwanzi sat down not far from Feng, with a tea table between them. It's a solution, I suppose. Even if we can't convince him, the third prince won't do anything to us, so don't worry. Feng had his own plans. Now, Feng still has a great use. The small matter of Feng digging up someone else's ancestral grave can be easily suppressed, and the third prince will not turn against him because of this. Besides, Feng has a legitimate reason. Not long after, the third prince arrived at the Gale tribe. It is clear that the royal family had shortcuts to reach various tribes. Otherwise, they would not have appeared so quickly. The Feng tribe greets the third prince. The Feng clan chief led the way by bowing when he saw the third prince. Greetings, third prince. No need for formalities. Where is Feng? The third prince didn't care about this so-called Feng tribe at all. He didn't even quite remember the name. The caveman race currently has more than 3,000 tribes. Who can remember them all? Your Highness, the third prince is in the main hall. I will take you there. Good. Chief Feng led the way, with the third prince and a group of people following behind. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw Feng casually drinking tea. Feng. The third prince's voice carried a hint of surprise. It was indeed a pleasant surprise to see Feng in the underground cave. The main reason was that the third prince did not expect Feng to dare to come to the underground cave, which was quite strange. Who are you? I have spoken with you, the third prince of the underworld royal family. You are the third prince, and you are somewhat different from what I expected. Feng added a few more words, with a hint of praise in them. After all, you need someone to do something for you, so you can't just start arguing with them right away, can you? Moreover, Feng is a pragmatic person. None of the people following the third prince are simple. If Feng dares to confront the third prince to his face, he will probably get a hard time. Haha. Putting me aside for now, what brings you to the underground cave? Your Highness, please allow me to report that for some unknown reason, these two have dug up the ancestral graves of my Feng tribe. This is an insult to our tribe. I beg your Highness to take action. A fierce wind interrupted. He felt that if he didn't speak up, Feng would be taken away by the third prince. Regardless of the relationship between Feng and the third prince, he's definitely going to complain. Ancestral graves should not be dug up for no reason. Hmm. The third prince looked at Yi Feng after hearing this. He knew Yi Feng liked bones, but this hobby of digging up people's ancestral graves. Ahem. I'm here to see my father, Yi Feng coughed lightly. Chapter 148. Yi Feng can't afford to fall out with the underground royal family right now, so he has to find an excuse. The excuse is readily available. Find your father. What? The third prince was a little confused. You're digging up someone's ancestral grave. What does that have to do with finding your father? My father has disappeared. He disappeared in the underground cave. Our family has something that can detect life fluctuations. We can detect my father's life fluctuations faintly, so I came to dig up the grave to take a look. The reason is a bit far-fetched, but at least there is a reason, which makes things easier. I see. You are a distinguished guest of my royal family. You could have just told me about this small matter. You didn't need to do it yourself. What is your father's name? I can have someone help you find him. Yi Xiong. Yi Feng announced his father's name. Who? The third prince was shocked. Yi Feng is strange. Judging from the third prince's expression, it doesn't seem like he's faking it. Does he know our father? You know? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, I do know that. Don't get agitated, he's fine now. Where's my mom? Yi Feng's father and mother disappeared together. His father is alive, but what about his mother? That's fine too. This matter is a bit complicated to explain. Why don't you come with me to the royal family first? The third prince extended an invitation. It's all right. I'm not afraid of trouble, Yi Feng replied, as now is not the time to visit. Knowing that his parents were still alive, Yi Feng had no interest in wandering around the royal family. Well, they're all with the royal family. Let's talk as we walk. The third prince had a rather large head. Okay. Yi Feng did not refuse this time. Yi Feng never expected that his parents were actually royalty. Afterwards, the third prince left with Yi Feng, leaving the Lai Feng tribe without giving them any explanation. Chief Lai Feng was perceptive. He neither stopped them nor demanded an explanation. If you have any suffering, just swallow it yourself. On the way to the royal family, the third prince said to Yi Feng, You may not believe it, but what I'm saying is the truth. Your father is doing well and hasn't been mistreated. It's just that one of my aunts has taken a liking to your father. Yi Feng's eyes widened. What happened? Is it really that melodramatic? Yi Feng has already started imagining it. My father was taken a liking to a woman from the underground royal family. He stayed with the royal family and lived a shameless life with her, even forgetting about his son. But something seems off. If that's the case, then my mother is a superfluous person and shouldn't still be alive. Your father refused my aunt's request. He said he would rather die than agree. My aunt was unwilling to accept this, so she threatened your father with your mother's life. As a result, they are both alive and well now, and your mother has not been mistreated. You can rest assured about that. The third prince briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng naturally understood. To be honest, it was quite dramatic, but it was a little different from what Yi Feng had guessed. Your aunt is very powerful? Very capable? Yi Feng asked after nodding. If the third prince's aunt is very capable, even if I go there, I probably won't be able to take my parents with me. However, it's enough to know that my parents are still alive and well. It doesn't matter if we can't take them away now. With Yi Feng's abilities, he'll be able to take them away sooner or later. Indeed. What do you plan to do after you meet your parents? The third prince was a little worried. The chosen ones under Yi Feng's leadership are quite capable, and the third prince doesn't want anything to happen to Yi Feng. Can I take it with me? I'm afraid that won't work. My aunt won't agree. She hasn't given in all these years. She won't let people go easily. Even if I help you, it won't work. However, with your connection, their standard of living will be better. The third prince was afraid that Yi Feng would go berserk, so he spoke in a way that was very considerate of Yi Feng's feelings. Let's talk about it when we meet. Yi Feng knew this was because he didn't have enough leverage, so he didn't insist. Now, Yi Feng is even less likely to fall out with the third prince. Shang Guanzi followed behind without interrupting, nor did she have the right to. I hope you can calm down. I can tell you the truth. You are not capable enough to make my aunt compromise. She has persisted for so many years, and she certainly won't give up on your father easily. But if you are capable enough, my aunt will definitely compromise. Do you understand? The third prince knew Yi Feng's temperament quite well. Yi Feng is the type who resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement. Okay, hurry up. Good. The group sped up. Shangguan Zi was slower, but with Jin Zi holding him back, he wasn't much slower. Soon, the underground royal family arrived. This is a huge underground cavern covering a vast area. Yi Feng, standing at the entrance of the passage, could not see the other side at all. It seemed to stretch endlessly. Indeed, the size of a tribe's territory can reveal its status. The places occupied by royalty are definitely the best. Yi Feng originally thought that the royal family's place wouldn't be too lively. Royal families, after all, follow an elite path. Each member is a strong individual, but their numbers are relatively small. But the reality was quite the opposite. The royal village was bustling with activity. As far as the eye could see, it was full of cave dwellers. Except for the somewhat deserted buildings in the central part of the village, the rest of the village was like a vegetable market. A royal tribe, not bad, right? It's not as prosperous as your surface cities, but it's about the same, isn't it? Where are my father and mother being held? Yi Feng had no time to appreciate the hustle and bustle of the place. He was filled with anxiety and torment. Let me take you to see your mother first. Yi Feng's mother was not imprisoned in the central building complex, but on the outer perimeter, closer to Yi Feng and his group. Good. Yi Feng nodded to the third prince. The third prince was quite prestigious. As he walked, everyone bowed and greeted him, and he responded to each one, which slowed his pace a bit. Fortunately, the place where Yi Feng's mother was being held wasn't too far away. It only took about 10 minutes to get there. Your mother lives in this courtyard. Without hesitation, Yi Feng stepped forward and was about to push open the door to enter. Third prince, who is this? Just as Yi Feng was about to push open the door, two people blocked his way. Get out of the way. These words were not spoken by Yi Feng, but by the third prince. At this moment, the third prince's face was icy cold. These two are just his aunt's dogs. How dare they stop him? Third prince, the princess has ordered that no one is allowed to approach this woman. Can I kill them? Yi Feng turned his head and looked at the third prince. The third prince hurriedly waved his hand. Wait a moment. Chapter 149. Didn't we agree not to resort to violence? They haven't even exchanged 2 words yet, and they're already going to start a fight? Sure enough, Yi Feng really does have a bad temper. Grab them and throw them aside. If anything happens, have my aunt come to me. The third prince ordered his men. Then, the people around the third prince made their move. It's better for them to do it than for Yi Feng to do it. If Yi Feng were to make a move, those 2 guys blocking the way would definitely not survive. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to these details. After no one stopped him, Yi Feng pushed the door open and entered. This is a very rustic little courtyard, like a farmhouse, with some dried meat hanging inside. However, none of this concerned Yi Feng. He looked at a woman washing clothes in the courtyard. The blurry face in Yi Feng's mind quickly solidified. The woman looked up. When the woman saw Yi Feng's eyes, her timeline seemed to be paused. Mom! Tears were already in Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng had imagined this scene in his mind, and he decided that he would not shed tears. He would smile and save his brightest smile for his mother. But when Yi Feng finally saw his mother, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, his nose tingled and tears streamed down his face. The shout seemed to press the start button for the woman again. She threw down the clothes in her hands and stood up with a trembling body. She didn't know if her feet were numb or if there was something wrong with her legs, but she couldn't stand steadily. Yi Feng rushed over and pulled the woman into his arms. Mom, I miss you, Yi Feng said softly as he hugged the woman. Little wind, is that my little wind? The woman's eyes were already filled with tears. She wanted to pat Yi Feng's back with both hands, but she didn't dare to actually do it, because she was afraid it was a dream, and she was afraid she would wake up from it. Mom, it's me. Yi Feng loosened his grip on the woman slightly, allowing her to see his face. Xiao Feng, my Xiao Feng has grown so big. That's wonderful, let Mom see him. The woman's voice trembled, her hands trembled, and her body would have trembled if Yi Feng hadn't been holding her. The woman's hand touched Yi Feng's face. It feels very real, soft, and warm. The next moment, the tears in the woman's eyes stopped abruptly. She pulled Yi Feng behind her. What are you doing? Why did you kidnap my son? If you dare to hurt my son, I will kill you all. At that moment, a very strong aura erupted from the woman. According to Yi Feng's estimate, his mother's various attributes have all exceeded 100,000, which is not considered weak for her age. The third prince was quite moved by the scene of the mother and son recognizing each other. However, the murderous intent emanating from Yi Feng's mother struck him directly in the face, and all the emotions in his heart vanished instantly. "Mom, they didn't bring me here. I came here on my own." "You, Xiaofeng, you've joined the chosen ones?" "You." The woman turned to look at Yi Feng, unsure of her own feelings. "Do you scold your own son? Am I qualified? For so many years, no one has taken care of their son. How easy was it for him to grow up like this? Even if Yi Feng really joined the chosen ones and betrayed the Federation, do I really have the right to scold him? But if my son becomes a chosen one, what will all my years of perseverance amount to?" "You all wait outside for a moment. I need to talk to my mother." Yi Feng looked at the third prince. "All right, you can chat at your leisure, no rush." The third prince nodded to Yi Feng, then led the others out of the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Wang Qin pulled Yi Feng up and pushed her, trying to get her to leave. Yi Feng took his mother's hand and walked into the house in the courtyard. "No, no." Wang Qin shook her head at Yi Feng, clinging tightly to him. Then, Yi Feng opened the door and walked into the courtyard. Yi Feng naturally only mentioned the good things, and he wouldn't say anything bad. Wang Qin's eyes widened more and more as she looked, because all of this seemed impossible to her. A dozen minutes later, while Yi Feng was still talking, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the courtyard. "Mom, it's really okay. I'm a chosen one now. They won't dare to harm me." Yi Feng gave Wang Qin a reassuring look. Yi Feng's mother had been working behind enemy lines for over a decade, and she knew what her son wanted to do. Yi Feng sat down next to Wang Qin, who held his hand tightly as she listened to his story. The command was delivered in a loud voice, clearly audible to those outside the courtyard. "Okay, Mom will take a good look at you, my son. You've grown up so much, you're an adult now. It's wonderful. Is this a dream?" Yi Feng clearly described what happened to him, including the fact that the chosen ones are now under the control of the Federation. "Good. Mom, how are you doing here? Has anyone been bullying you?" Yi Feng gave the order to Jinzi. "My aunt is really something, trying to make me compromise just by sending you?" "Mom, this can't be a dream," Yi Feng said, handing the paper to his mother. After entering the room, Yi Feng looked around and found paper and pen on the table. "Xiaofeng, after all these years, you tell your mother about your story." "I'm doing fine. Now that I've returned to the Yi family in the 5th district and acknowledged my ancestors, no one dares to bully me." "Mom, please sit down first. Let me take a good look at you," Yi Feng said as he scribbled on a piece of paper. "Mom is fine. No one is bullying me. How about you, son?" Yi Feng took the paper and put it into his spatial backpack. "Son, Mom is fine, and your dad should be fine too. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't still be alive. You should leave now. You can't stay here. Never come back again. I'm content knowing you're doing so well. You should leave now." Wang Qin knew how powerful these cave dwellers were, and she didn't want Yi Feng to take any risks. Wang Qin crumpled the paper in her hand into a ball. Upon closer listening, Yi Feng realized that it was the third prince's eldest princess aunt who had sent someone over. Outside the door, the third prince frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. "This courtyard and this little house can't block out any sound. So many things can't be said." Wang Qin took the paper Yi Feng handed her and looked at it carefully. Wang Qin listened with tears streaming down her face, laughing and crying at the same time. "Jinzi, kill anyone who dares to approach this courtyard." "Third prince, you misunderstand. Her Highness the Princess has some other matters to attend to and only asked me to handle things here first. She did not mean to neglect you." Yi Feng grabbed Wang Qin's hand. "Mom, it's okay. Leave it to me. Don't worry." Chapter 150. "Since that's the case, then get back." The third prince was very forceful. That's to be expected. He's a prince, while this guy is just a dog by the princess's side. He has no right to challenge the third prince. "My good nephew, what a magnificent sight you are." A woman's voice came, and then a woman with an excellent figure and appearance flew down from the sky. Time had not left any obvious marks on this woman. When she appeared, most people knelt on the ground. "Greetings, princess." It is obvious that this eldest princess has more power than the third prince. After all, she is the elder sister of the current king of the underground royal family. "Aunt, I'm not that powerful. I just can't stand some dogs using your name to cause trouble." The third prince was neither humble nor arrogant, and showed no intention of backing down. If he backs down now, then the Yifeng connection will probably have nothing to do with him anymore. For the sake of Yifeng's storyline, going against this princess isn't a big deal. Oh, in that case, shouldn't I thank my good nephew? The princess narrowed her eyes. No need for that. It's just a small favor. Good nephew, what are you doing here? The eldest princess asked knowingly. She had already seen Yifeng and knew who the third prince had brought. Auntie, I just brought a friend to meet his mother. You're not trying to stop me, are you? Good nephew, is it worth it? My brother has more than one son. The eldest princess was threatening the third prince. Indeed, this princess is very capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hide Yi Xiong in her residence for so many years. If a prince gains the support of the eldest princess, he will likely become the head of the royal family in the future. The continuation of our royal lineage is a blessing for our royal family. What does Aunt wish to say? Get out of the way. The eldest princess was too lazy to argue with the third prince. Auntie, are you going to disregard human ethics and prevent mother and son from reuniting? All right, thank you, third prince. Yifeng pushed open the door and came out. This is Yifeng's business, and it's impossible for the third prince to stand in his way. The third prince has already done more than enough. The eldest princess showed a hint of surprise when she saw Yifeng. You are Yi Xiong's son, and you do look quite similar to him. Nonsense, I don't look like my dad. Do you think I look like you? Where's my dad? Yifeng didn't mince words. The eldest princess had no standing with him. You rude brat, you're just like your deadbeat father. If you want to see your father, come with me. The eldest princess spoke without even glancing at Wang Qin. Wang Qin grabbed Yifeng's hand and shook her head at Yifeng. Mom, it's all right. I'll go check on Dad. Third prince, I'll trouble you to look after my mother here. I don't want anything to happen to her. Is that all right? Yes, don't worry. The third prince nodded to Yifeng. Asking him to help rescue Wang Qin was something the third prince couldn't do, but simply ensuring Wang Qin wasn't harmed was no problem for him. After hearing these words, the eldest princess smiled, but said nothing. Let's go. Yifeng looked at the eldest princess. The eldest princess strode away, and Yifeng followed beside her. Only Yifeng followed, the others did not. Shangguanzi was left with Wang Qin. Shangguanzi decided to take a roundabout approach to achieve her goal. She couldn't win over Yifeng, but Wang Qin was Yifeng's mother, and Yifeng's attitude showed that he cared a lot about his mother, so... Auntie. Hello, I'm Shangguanzi, Yifeng's friend. Shangguanzi moved closer to Wang Qin. Wang Qin was worried and didn't want to pay any attention to Shangguanzi. But when she heard that Shangguanzi was Yifeng's friend, she immediately took Shangguanzi's hand. Wang Qin hadn't spoken much with Yifeng yet, and needed to learn more about Yifeng's past. Okay, good boy, come inside with Auntie. Wang Qin pulled Shangguanzi into the yard. Shangguanzi was very happy. Even if she couldn't get into Yifeng's bed this time, it seemed like it wouldn't be bad to have a godmother. Yifeng followed the eldest princess straight to the central building complex of the royal territory. The closer you get to the central building complex, the fewer people are on the streets. Once there were no other people around, the eldest princess slowly asked, "What are your plans for the future?" "What do you mean?" "Whatever you want to achieve in your future, whatever you desire, I can help you." "What are the conditions?" "I'll persuade your father to stay with me. How about that? And you can rest assured, I won't hurt your mother. In fact, I can even take care of your father with her." "You're really generous. With your status, what kind of man couldn't you find?" "Why my dad?" Yifeng was genuinely curious about this question. Yi Xiong's status is indeed noble, but this princess's status is clearly even more noble. Her own strength is absolutely at the level of a king, and she is one of the strongest among kings. If it's not identity, then it must be appearance? Judging from Yifeng's appearance, his father must have been quite good-looking. But this doesn't quite make sense, as there must be quite a few good-looking men among the cavemen. For no reason other than liking him. The more he refuses, the more interested I become in him. All these years, you've never climbed into my dad's bed. How dare you speak like that? You little brat, the princess said, displeased. Is this something a junior should say to an elder? You must have tried, but failed, right? As expected of my father, you have good willpower. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction, completely unconcerned that the princess had scolded him. Do you believe I can make sure you never see him again? Seeing that her soft approach wasn't working, the princess decided to try something tougher. You think using force will work on my dad? What are you trying to say? Bloodline is a very magical thing. It can really inherit a lot of things, such as temperament. Yifeng did not directly answer the princess's threat, but this could be considered an answer in itself. As expected of father and son, humph, if it weren't for him, I would really like to beat you up. You may not be my match. Yifeng said the truth. If it were a one-on-one fight, would Yifeng be afraid of this princess? Don't be fooled by the princess's formidable strength. Yifeng is no pushover either. If Jin Zi joins forces with him, this delicate princess will likely suffer quite a few injuries. You're quite the braggart, better than your father. The princess wasn't angry at Yifeng's words. Instead, she praised him.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.